Let's start, everyone, with yesterday in Mega Mini. How many of you were able to attend your Mega Mini yesterday? Excellent. Who would like to share about the concentrated effort that you put into your mission statement? Miriam.
Yeah, I feel like I have so much I want to include in it. And I'm a bit of a perfectionist, so it's hard for me to stop and settle on a final thing, but the class feedback was really great, and I tried to incorporate some of that in, and also see, what Realty Texas kind of initially put, and incorporate that. So,
Yeah.
but it was exciting. I mean, it's really important. I've built several businesses, and I know how important it is. And I think that's why I care about it so much.
Well, I appreciate that you care about it because you should and need to. I'm hoping that, the goal of this was to come up with not one, but a couple just tweaked words around. And so you've kind of, you know where you're headed, but we're not quite there yet. Because in Mega Module 4, we're going to be in class. We're going to be putting a bow on it and finishing it up. There's a couple of videos and there's more work to do on this. But and we fast forward and we think about us standing in front of the class, talking to the class about the value proposition. Between that moment and the beginning of class, there's going to be a journey that we're all going to go on that is introspective into our businesses, thinking about our customer, thinking about us, thinking about our past experiences, thinking about what drove us to get into this business in the first place, some of the interactions that we've had with our clients, some of the things that we know that we are really good at that we bring to the table that helps overcome objections or bring solutions, whether it's we were a teacher in a past profession or whatever is the sum of all the parts that makes you you and the value proposition that you bring to real estate. That is what it needs to be uncovered. And that's complicated because you've spent your whole life with yourself and you, in some ways, take for granted some of the most spectacular things about you and haven't even realized that a huge advantage that maybe this little nugget is about you because it's something that you haven't even considered that it helps you so much. So I need you guys all putting a lot of time and energy and thought because this is foundational. Even if you've been in the business for 20 years, even if you've been in the business for 5 years or brand new, this is all going to help you the same. David, I see your hand up, and I know that you were instrumental in this because you have some experience in this, unique experience in this. Yes?
Yeah, thank you. I had nothing, Jack. I literally had nothing going into yesterday. Yeah, some ideas bouncing around, but the mini mega class, really listening to everybody else who had progressed through this. I think I wrote a pretty simple, easy, basic mission statement that also ties into the buying, selling, leasing real estate that you guys mentioned in yours. So if I'm a part of the whole, I felt like mine ought to reflect a little bit on the whole. So
Mm.
thank you, everybody that was at the Mega Mini, because you literally wrote my mission statement for me through y'all's great ideas.
Mm. And sometimes when we're around other people and we hear words and that word will resonate because it's a perfect word to help tell the story and paint the picture that we're looking for. And so just being surrounded by the word sometimes is helpful because every single word is, just that one word can be a thousand mirrors talking about a thousand different things that just sets perfectly in the sentence. So not an easy task, a mission statement about your career and this passion that you have in helping people. Okay, who else would like to share? Because I want to keep going. I want to hear from Polly. I want to hear from Christina. I want to hear from some others. Christina.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good
Um,
morning.
so I thought I had mine, which I I was pretty happy with it. But through the conversations that we had yesterday, I got a couple of really great ideas and I infused those into it. And now I feel like I've got it down. I was really happy with my end result after, yeah, the collaborative environment really did help quite a bit.
Mega minis are essential. I mean, they really do. Lisa does a fantastic job. It's the class hearing from each other. It's a group of professionals all working together on the same goal. It's powerful. It's lab time. It's time where we actually get the work done. So, thank you for making yourselves available and digging into it and taking it seriously because that makes me proud. Thank you, Christina, and thank you, everyone. Denise,
Um, I kept working on mine too, Christina, and I I got inspired, and once I got home, I kept rewriting and tweaking, and I came up with my mission is to build lifelong relationships through deep listening, proactive communication, and unwavering commitment. My clients aren't transactions, they are my priority, always. Because I used my last review from my clients as as part of my statement. I tried to work it in because they love me and she's trying to get her sister to work with me. So
That was one of the tips, and
I'm
and that
working,
was
yes,
very
somebody
helpful.
said to do that. So I went back through and read my reviews and went, "Yeah, okay,"
you
and
know
just
how
started to piecemeal.
there's one little piece of advice I'm going to dig into, and I want you to read your mission statement in the shoes of your customer and hear what the customer hears from your mission statement because it has to work both ways. The customer has to read it and it be about them and what you're going to do for them. And it's what do they get with hiring you and something that's going to hold you accountable in your business, so much so that we put it on your websites. Your forward-facing consumer website has your mission statement on it because I want the world to hear your why. And it's always been there. And it's a powerful message, both to keeping you on track, holding you accountable, and letting the customer hear from you. So I know sometimes we read it and read it and read it from the perspective of us, but I want you to read it also from the perspective of the customer who's going to be reading it and just listen. Is it about you or is it about what you're going to do for them? And it is very important that it what it's going to do for them. Realty Texas is going to provide the very best buying, selling, and leasing service industry wide, period. It is about what we're going to do for them. And when they read it, they read this and say, okay, this is what I can hold this company accountable for. The bar is high. Polly,
Morning, Jack. Good morning, Realty Texas. So, yesterday was really great. I like the mini megas because it kind of just reiterates, what you tell us, and then Lisa comes back and she lets us all kind of speak. And I think it's really a good team because, like everyone else said, you give feedback and we need that. My mission statement, I'm probably going to tweak it a little bit, but I'm going to read it to you. It's real short. My passion is helping families find their dream home, whether you're buying, selling, or wanting to rent. I will be with you every step of the way, making your dream a reality. I specialize in helping my clients reach their goals and exceeding their expectations. Your property, my priority.
I love it. So you also you could, you could pigeonhole yourself through your mission statement. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Do you want to be a listing agent or a buyer agent? What side of the business do you want? And if you mention that you want to find them the dream home, you're talking to buyers, and if a seller reads it, they're going to read that. and it goes on to say, you want to help everyone, buyers, sellers, and leasing, but finding a dream home is really talking to a buyer. Now, it's true that a lot of our clients, we help them sell their home and help them buy a new one. So it's a move up. But when our sellers thinking about selling, sometimes they're moving out of state. So just Polly, that is a very, very good mission statement, and I like it. I'm going to be hearing different things in them, and I'm going to be echoing back some things that I hear in them that I don't know if it's intentional or if it's an unintended consequence from thinking about one side of the business versus the other.
That's great feedback. Well, tell me, I'm up for constructive, criticism. Anybody say, well, that doesn't sound right. I'm willing to take whatever out of it because I wanted to reach everybody, like you said, my whole audience. So constructively, if you see something in it that doesn't look good, I'm okay with taking it out.
Well, I think that if you're going to touch one side of the transaction, you might want to touch both sides. You might want to say, I want to help my buyers find their dream home and help my sellers take the stress out of selling their home or something. But talk to
Okay.
both of them. If
Okay.
you're in a balanced business where, 50% of your transactions are buyers and sellers and you very much want to touch both sides of the transaction, then talk to both of them, not one of them. Or talk to, don't alienate one. But you guys are doing great. I mean, how cool is this? You guys are putting concentrated effort and thought into messaging that your client's going to read about the services that you're providing. A few things could be as important, and this is taking a lot of time, and it should take a lot of time. But once you're done with this project, this is the kind of thing that your business has so much organization and so much strength behind it that you have 10 times the confidence because all of the thought has been invested into building something great. So I'm proud of all of you. Hi, Amanda. What do you got? Good morning.
I'm just curious if mine is too me-centric since you said make sure it's not just about you. Mine says to lead with integrity, act with compassion, and serve with purpose, empowering others through empathy, accountability, and constant excellence. Do I need to mention buying and selling or more of their perspective?
I think I think it is a great, I think it is a very, very good, articulate message, but I don't think it has warmth.
Thank you.
And you have a huge personality and a lot of warmth. And I know some of those words are so uniquely you in creating empathy and creating that environment for your clients, but I don't want you to end up with a clinical value proposition because of it. But I would want to read it and I would want to hear it and I would want to see it again before I make that judgment. But that was just off the cuff. But I mean, from an articulation standpoint, I mean it's 10 out of 10, right? I mean it dropped really well.
Thank you.
Kevin, Dominique, and Indu.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Along those lines of trying to not speak to just one side of the coin, I'm still going to continue to tweak this because I'm a clinical overthinker. But what I have so far is serving, guiding, and empowering my clients with the care and expertise that they deserve in the pursuit of their unique real estate dreams.
That's really, really, really good.
Oh, good.
It's
I appreciate
really,
that.
really, really good. And I like that the word care is just exactly in the middle of that sentence. Very, very good, Kevin.
Nice. Thank you. I appreciate that feedback.
Dominique.
Okay, mine says, my mission is to guide clients with clarity and integrity using data-driven strategies so that they can make confident decisions, grow their wealth, and create a life they truly love.
Okay. What is your goal when representing clients?
Exactly that. To help to give them great guidance and make sure things are clear and smooth and that they're making choices that they're not going to regret later. And, they are choosing a home or selling their home to move on to something great.
I think sometimes where we get caught up is that we start using words that, I mean, I think that some of the best mission statements I've seen, and I don't know how to put this any other way, but they're dumbed down. They're
Okay.
they're dumbed down
Yeah.
as a root level and talk to your individual customer using
Mhm.
words that they use and a language that they use, that talks from a place of emotion that people read that and they just like, wow. But
Mhm.
it's good. It's good.
Okay. So you're suggesting maybe swapping out some of the words with less formal.
I think less formal. I think more
Yeah.
emotion. Because remember, we're
Mhm.
trying to build a relationship.
Yep.
We want to connect with them on some level. So
Mhm.
we need to be using those relationship connectivity words,
Okay.
like, I want to help you through the transaction. Words like safe and
Mhm.
those kind of words.
Mhm.
But if we can say the same thing
Mhm.
with less clinical words and more emotional words, it
Okay.
helps. Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
And it's not for me to pick. It's not for me to say. I can tell you though, your personality type, and we're going to learn a little bit about that next week. Your engineers are going to create an engineered version. The
Mhm.
driver is going to create, the path that's going to get them there, and it's going to be powerful. The social one is going to, sound a lot more flowery, and the green is going to be very heavy on the empathy side. So you've got four different quadrants. You've got four different audiences of people out there. So we are all going to speak to the audience that we're going to attract. So it's important to know who you're attracting, what kind of clientele that is, and speak to them.
Mhm. Got it.
And it's hard, isn't it?
Yes. And I come from data sciences, like 30
Of
years
course
working
you
in data
do.
science. And so that's where my brain goes, literally. And so, yeah, but I see, I totally get what you're saying. I totally get it.
I love it. And the intent is 10 out of 10. This is exactly the intent that we should have. Okay, I see a couple more hands. Let's start with Islet. Good morning, Islet. I can't see you, but I see your hand. Now, where'd Islet go?
Good
Oh,
morning. I'm driving back from a closing, so my camera's off. Um, but I'll be in front of the camera in about 3 minutes. So I'm going to try to do my mission statement off my memory because I'm driving. Um, so mine is I live and love real estate. I strive to provide top level service for my clients to accomplish peace of mind through the real estate transaction with an ultimate goal of creating lifelong relationships.
I mean, that is solid as solid gets. You're talking their language, you're talking long term, you're talking relationship, you're talking about, in everything you do, consider the end, which is creating a lifelong relationship with a client that is creating that referral-based business. And so that has all of the elements of a perfect mission statement. So well done. And do. It doesn't get better than that, he said.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Jack. So, my mission statement is as an empathetic realtor, my mission is to empower clients through compassionate care and expert real estate guidance while fostering meaningful lifelong relationships built on trust and integrity.
Okay. Also very good, Indu. Excellent. Um, I would want to see it. I would want to see that one, but I has all the elements necessary. And Amanda, your hand went up again. Did it? Was it from before? No? Okay. All right. So this is not an easy task because How in the world can you define your entire business in 33 words or less? Difficult. Now, if you were to write 10 paragraphs on this, and it was an entire sheet of paper, it would probably be a lot easier. And sometimes people do that in a mission statement. They really write like a thesis about their business, and then they rewind it. Have you ever heard the story about the king who asked his leadership to bring him a book to explain economies? No. He said, I want you to explain to me economies. And so they came back and said, okay. And they gave him this 500-page book and put it on his desk. And he said, I don't have time to read this. I want you to reduce this. And so they came back a year later and reduced it into 2 pages. He's like, nope, not good enough. I want you to reduce this to a single sentence. And they came back and said, there's no such thing as a free lunch. And it's a way of taking something very, very complicated and putting it in a few words that when you really think that through, it is the perfect example of what we're doing with our business. Trying to take something very complicated and reduce it into a few words that the more you think about that, the more you look at it, the deeper you think about it, the more it becomes true. And it works on every level. Okay, we have more mega minis ahead of us. Just wait until you get into your goal boards and some other things that we're going to be doing in the coming days. I am very excited about this journey, and we are just at the end of the first week. We're at the beginning of Friday, but at the end of today, Mega will be 25% over. And so I'm telling you, this goes by so, so, so quickly. We're going to do a quick review. Here is the one sheet that I like you guys to have, just helping you keep tabs on what is out there. It's going to help you can be connected to sharpening your tools and connecting you to all of these services that we've built into this company to make sure that we're providing you to assist you with whatever you need. If we can help your business in a way that we're currently not, I want to hear it because I'm a real estate agent and I know exactly what services I needed as an agent, and we are pouring every single one of those into you, into these different services to make sure that no matter what you need, it's here. How many of you were able to make the morning huddle this morning? Okay. So how many of you started the morning huddle as a mega student and maybe it was the first morning huddles you had? Anybody? Any of you visit morning huddle as a mega student for the first time?
I did yesterday.
So yesterday was the first time you attended a morning huddle?
Yes.
Awesome. So what do you think of the morning huddle?
I mean, I like it. It's similar to what, I've always done with my teams. And I think one of the a couple advantages, first it just sets your mind right to get going with your day. And listening to other people, they're like you can learn something from everyone, no matter how experienced or inexperienced they are. And so I think it's just great to be with fellow realtors and get that encouragement, get that feedback, and just start your day off on a good foot.
Thank you, Miriam. And India, just a second. So imagine for a moment in my brain and Andrew reporting to me and me going to Andrew and saying, I want you to have a sales meeting every single day. I want you every single morning to have a sales meeting. You want me to what? Uh-huh. Yes, a sales meeting every single morning. And I want you to call it a morning huddle, and I want you to get them fired up. I want you to get them excited. I want you to get them thinking about income producing tasks. And I want them to start their day in the right mindset because this is a sales team And if they have a place that they can plug into that gets them in the right mindset every single morning, you're going to help change lives. And boy, has he taken it to the next level. Exactly what I dreamt it would be. And it is something that you can count on every single morning. You have a place that you can start your day as a sales meeting that should get you fired up. And I really appreciate when I see at least 10% of the company in there. I get disappointed when I see less than 10% of the company in there because I really feel like 50% of the company should be in on that morning huddle. We have 417 agents currently. That means that there should be 40 people on there in the regular basis. And so I think personally, as a producing agent, if I were just to go back into sales full time, I would be in my morning huddle every single morning. I want to know what's new. I want to know what's going on. I want to hear what other people are saying, and that would be my first stop. So I appreciate all of you that are making that as part of your morning ritual. Indu and then Jeanette.
Yes, I am. I did want to add this, Jack, to the morning huddle that it is exactly what Lindsay says, to spark your motivation and to start your day with, spark your motivation. But that's other what she says, and just sticks to the dot. He exactly does that, and he's amazing. He motivates, he encourages, and inspires everybody who attends it.
I love that. Makes me very proud. I'm very proud of my team. Jeanette.
Yes, just to iterate how enlightening the morning huddle has been. I've since I joined in October, I've got in it probably 90% of the time. I wouldn't get my day started. I usually get up and I work out and I get back to bed, and which is bad because by like 11 o'clock I start doing real estate. But as morning huddle, it gets me in there at 8:30 and I start making my calls. So very appreciative of the morning huddle.
I love that. Thank you, Jeanette. I love that a lot. Good morning, Eden.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, I have to reiterate that. I can't explain that in few words, but I've been through hell last year, literally. And I miss this morning huddle in my mind so much. Now, beginning of January, back onto it. I am so touched. I feel like I want to cry from joy, mainly because that changed my life. The morning huddle totally changed my life. Waking up in the morning, waiting for the morning, can't wait to start the morning and be with a group of people that are so intelligent and helpful to get to where you want to be in life. And my goal is real estate.
Big goals, big goals for 2026. This is going to be your year.
And your joke was good, by the way.
I hear from a little friend of mine who happens to be in this room that one of you really hit a home run yesterday with both your code of ethics and your 23 contract paragraphs. Indu?
Yes, Jack. I'm so happy.
You have made your broker very proud, your entire Mega 17 class very proud. But I'm going to let Lisa share with the class what you did.
Thank you.
Lisa?
Sorry, I was getting handed a recruiting form. What was the question?
I said I'm going to let you tell the class about Indu and what she did yesterday.
Yeah, so well, it was actually a really amazing mega mini session, and we had many people that were in-house that said, can I come recite my 1 to 4 family? And so they came in front of everybody else on the screen and recited their 1 to 4 family, and Indu was one of them. And then she said, and I also have my code of ethics, but we were running out of time and we really had to work on our mission statement. So I told her, come back. I'll come find you. So right after class, she came in and she recited it effortlessly and perfectly.
Well, you know what that means? It means a bell moment.
We can never
Indy was
hear
the
the
first
bell.
person in class to do her code of ethics. So, Indy, you are getting a $25 gift card to Starbucks. Just a
Because
little
you were
gift
the
from me,
first
thanking you
one.
for how
Thank you,
amazing,
Lisa. Thank you, Jack.
super cool. Let's all give Indu our gratefulness and thankfulness for her investment in herself and our profession. And let's give Lisa Ormsby a round of applause for her amazingness.
I'm just doing my job.
And you're so gorgeous. Sorry, I want to say that you are so gorgeous also. Yesterday you were looking just such a Hollywood actress.
Well, I'll see you at the Oscars.
Yes. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you,
And
Indu.
thank you everyone for, especially Jeanette and David, who were there to, refresh my memory while I was practicing it.
So I'm very, very excited to see more of you jump into this and do your contracts and your code of ethics. Raise your hand if you've memorized your 23 contracts. Jeanette, David, Mia, Melinda, Denise, Miriam, Mohammed. Um, awesome. Mia and Eden. Thank you, everyone. I am very, very proud of you. The code of ethics is also, um, the code of ethics, that's pretty impressive for an agent to remember the top 17. But but I think more than anything, I have served in professional standards for NAR, Texas Realtors, my local association, for the better part of 20 years. And I am one of 20 ombudsmen in the state of Texas. When someone calls Texas Realtors and they have a complaint against a real estate agent or a complaint against an agent complaining against an agent or a consumer complaining against an agent, one of those two things, and they're looking for disciplinary action or sanctions, they they call us, they call me, and I mediate it. We have annual training that we have to go to on an annual basis. And we sit in that room and I actually teach two of the courses for Texas Realtors for professional standards and ethics. And 80% of the people who are on my ombudsman group don't know the 17 articles of the Code of Ethics. And we owe it to our profession to know this, especially if you're going to serve at the level of being a volunteer and maybe sitting in on a tribunal. Because if somebody ever makes a complaint against you and you're in proceedings, disciplinary action proceedings, and you're in a hearing, which we call a tribunal, and you're sitting in a tribunal and you're sitting there with 7 real estate agent peers listening to you and the complainant in a room, the complainant is talking about what you did to harm them, and then you're responding, going back and forth. You are owed the respect that each person that's sitting on that hearing panel knows the code. They know the 17 articles inside and out, and then they know the arbitration guide. And so I'm hoping that, we're always looking for more volunteers, more people to get involved. And hopefully, this study on the Code of Ethics and looking at it and start reading it, maybe that will inspire you to want to get involved and be on professional standards. So, thank you, because this is foundational for our profession. It's a promise that we make and it's meaningful. And so, you learning it is important to me personally. Denise, I see your hand up.
Quick question on the ethics slide you just had. Are those numbers the corresponding article number as well?
Yes,
Or
they
is
are.
this just a list? Okay.
Nope.
All
Article
right.
one,
I'll come
Article
back to
two.
this slide. All right.
Yep.
All
And
right. Thank
actually,
you.
it's it's the in the beginning slide, in the orientation. So when in the email that I send out, there's the
Mhm.
orientation link, and
Use
it's
that
that.
list.
Yep, it's the same list, but
Got it.
that's where it
Okay.
comes from.
Thank you.
Easy, super easy to find. The law of business. You must do more than it takes, and I say this because there is 1.5 million real estate agents out there. 1.5 million. And there is a baseline. And the baseline is 95% of the agents are sharing in 5% of the business. And if you want to be the 5% who are sharing in 95% of the business, you got to do something different than what they're doing. And now part of that is being full time, part of that is running it like a business. But the other part of it, what we're going to really dig into today, which is having the confidence to be fearless in the business. And I'm really excited about today's conversation because today's conversation is going to be about you picking up the phone and calling your clients and being fearless about it. And what should you be talking to the client about? And why are you so afraid to call them? You know, there are real estate agents who have been in the business for 5 and 10 years and they have not been consistent about calling their database. And when they pick up the phone to call, they pause and they say, wow, they're going to call me out for me not ever calling them. And me calling them now is going to make me feel like they're afraid that the customer is going to think, why are you calling me now? Why didn't you call me last year or the year before? And hang up on you. And so because they haven't called, they kind of have this somewhere between shame and guilt kind of thing going on. And so they don't make the calls at all. They're just like, nah, it's better. I'll just call new people. I know this is going to come as a shock to hear coming from me, but your customers are not your friends. These are not your friends. You're a business professional. I want you to think about this for a moment. How many of you have ever had an insurance agent? One of those insurance agents that's got, the little office in town that says Allstate or Farmers, and you drive up and they go inside and there's an insurance agent sitting there. How many of you have ever had one of those? What would you think if that insurance agent didn't call you because they were embarrassed to call you? I mean, can that even compute in your mind? I mean, would that even make sense that they would be looking at the phone, terrified to call you because they don't know what to say? Or would you expect to get a call from them? Hey, Eden, this is Jack Stapleton over at Farmers. I wanted to just call and check in. We haven't spoken in a while. You are a real estate agent. You are a professional. You're calling them about the services that you're providing. And I don't want you to be thinking, oh, these are my friends and they're going to call me out for my bad behavior. You need to think of yourself as a real estate professional and that you're calling your clients. And if it hasn't been a while, they're going to be excited to hear from you. And I'm going to show you some tricks today that's going to tell them, hey, Eden, this is Jack Stapleton over at Realty, Texas. How are you? Doing well, thank you. Awesome. Hey, coming into 2026, I'm adding a new service to my business. I'm going to be sending out CMAs to all my clients twice a year. I've been getting a lot of calls last year from some of my past clients asking about the values of their home. And so starting 2026, I'm going to be sending this out twice a year. And so yours is going to be going out next month. I just wanted to call you, let you know to expect that. What do you think of that touch? You've added a new service. You haven't spoken to him in 3 years. Like, oh my gosh, that's so amazing. And how is that adorable house of yours? We're going to be thinking of ourselves as a professional, not a friend. And I think that's where so many agents get it wrong is they think somehow there's not this, I'm a real estate agent professional that's there to help you with your real estate needs. And so we're going to flip the script and we're going to think about what we do in a different way after today. And the phone calls that you're going to make are going to be made with more confidence. And it's not going to be beating around the bush. It's going to be about your services and about the pride that you have in the services that you provide and asking for referrals and letting them know do they have any needs in real estate that you can help them with because you've already helped them before. And then for those of you who have people in your spheres that never knew that you were a real estate agent, we're going to have a conversation with them. And your friends who do know you're a real estate agent, a separate conversation with them. And I have those scripts inside your slides ready to go. So today is going to be a very important day for mindset. As we are centered in our shoes as a real estate agent, wearing our name badge, showing up for work in the morning huddle, and then getting to the phones in the afternoon or in the early morning, 10 o'clock, pick up the phone and start making your calls. Remember that we set on a code of ethics that most of the people that we're going to be calling is probably going to be past clients and then friends and family. And that, yes, there's a relationship there, but it's one built on trust, one built on us being the professional and them being the customer and us assisting them with their real estate needs. And for them to have hired us in the first place, the trust had to have existed. And the trust is the accumulation of your ability and your commitment and your ethics all put together that allowed them to trust you. Now, trust can be broken. Trust can be broken because you didn't follow through and do what you said you were going to do, or your commitment wasn't there and you didn't call them back when you needed to, or you had a listing that was on the market, the sign blew over, and you haven't called them in 6 months. Right. So the commitment doesn't seem to be there when we should be relentlessly calling them on a weekly basis, talking to them about what's going on, what new listings came on the market, what has sold, what the prices are, where they should be, all the things, right? We should be communicating with them about helping them sell their home. And then your ability, which is just navigating the transaction and taking all these, as Vanessa Van Edwards would say, complex situations and making them simple, right? So all of this, when we wake up in the morning, when we do our event yesterday, which is the mission statement, when we're thinking about our value proposition, when we're doing our accounting at the end of the year or at the beginning of the year, when we're doing our business planning, we have to be thinking about the four quadrants of the business, prospecting, and how important that is. Where are you going to find your leads? How can you get better at this part of the business? How can you find more people to be in your database? Having a database, structure the database, and today we're going to go through the CXM. I'm going to show you our pipelines. I'm going to explain the pipelines, the lead flow, our action plans, the smart plans. All of it is no longer going to be confusing anymore, and you're going to see the beautiful design that was created that is the back end of what our CXM is, so it starts making a little bit more sense for you. This is not a traditional CRM. This is a real estate CRM built by a real estate agent for real estate agents. Prospecting, and then conversion, which is a completely different quadrant. It's you're going to go do lead generation. You're going to bring those leads in, make those phone calls, continue making those phone calls. And in all of those phone calls, we're asking for referrals and trying to set an appointment. Once we've set the appointment, then we get hired. And then we help them get from representation agreement to closing expertly. Hopefully, every year you're getting a new designation, you're taking new classes, you're adding more skills to your business so that we can be better and better practitioners every single year. And if there is a transaction that you're not clear about because you don't have a lot of competency, you have no hesitation about reaching out to a mentor who can help mentor you just to make sure that that goes extremely well for the client so that you have all the necessary wisdom to help protect them through the transaction. And then this whole side of the business. And I can almost guarantee that 90% of real estate agents, probably a greater than 90%, if we were to really do the studies, this is where they fail. So I want you to call yourself out. How many of you feel like you've got some work to do in regards to your follow-up? Okay. By the time you're done with Mega, that won't be the case anymore. You are going to be running your follow-up like a professional, and there used to be a system called follow-up boss. You are going to be a follow-up boss. And people are going to look at your business and they're going to say, wow, that is the one I need to emulate. How are you doing all of this? How are you running your business this way? And you're going to be very proud and say, yep, I follow up, I prospect, I convert, I close, and I follow up with my people. And you're going to get so much more business from this. And I think you know it down deep too. And I think you know that if you were to, if you've been in the business for a while, reconnect with all of your past clients and have this phone call, and reconnect with all of them and find out what their plans are for 2026 and the years ahead and start adding that to your CRM and start helping them with the planning. All of you seem to have this idea that you want to build a customer for life. So you should know exactly what your customer's plan is for their home. How long do they plan on keeping this home? Do you know? Have you asked? If you're really if you're really going to be the agent that's going to be their real estate agent for life, you know what their plan is with the house. They're going to keep it for 5 years and they're going to sell it and move, or they're going to downsize at some point. I can almost guess that most of your clients have a plan, but have you asked them the plan? Because if you haven't asked them the plan, are you really building a real estate practice for life? And the answer is no, you're not, because you're not having the right conversations. The conversations that you're having are transactional, not lifetime relational, which means the types of conversations that we have with our clients need to change. And hello, that is a perfect touch point. So many agents come to me and say, I just don't know what to say. I can give you 55,000 things to say. Get a pen. Because there's so many different ways to connect with your clients, and calling them twice a year, more maybe 3 times a year. And it's not going to be hard anymore. And those calls are going to be productive. People are going to respect you more as a professional because they're hearing from you more. And you're going to come to me with a different problem. You're going to say, I'm getting all of these referrals. I'm getting all of these leads. Now, how do I structure all of this? Well, when you get to the 18 to $20 million mark, we're going to start figuring out how we can start assisting you with what I call economies of scale. Because at some point, you're going to have diminishing returns of being a one-person show. As a new real estate agent, you need to prove to yourself that you can do this. You need to have the income, and it needs to be consistent income. So you feel like, okay, I've got a thriving practice that is increasing in sales year over year. The money is coming in. Now I need help. How do I leverage assistance that's going to let me take my finger off of a couple of things so I can focus more time on which task? I want to hear from you. Which task are they going to be helping you with?
Prospecting.
Prospect.
Yes. Income producing tasks like prospecting. 1,000% yes, Christina. 1,000,000% yes. It's all about that. I've always believed that you will get everything that you need and want out of life if you focus on helping other people what they want to get out of their life. And if you focus on their needs, that is going to in turn pay you dividends. How do we do that in real estate? We need to know what their plan is. What is their plan? How many kids do they have? How many of you have called your clients and said, now you know that what Michael is what, 3 years old and Shannon is 2? So have you considered purchasing an investment property, one for each? And that way, over the next 18 years, the tenant is paying it off as it's increasing in value. So when they turn 18, you can sell it and use that money to help pay for their college. How many of you had that conversation with every single one of your clients? I think it's a powerful one because how many of you have saved for college for your kids and put them through college? Okay. It's not easy to save that cash every month, but imagine if you had taken 20% down and purchased a rental property and what that would have done over 18 years, how that would have helped you as well, because it's hard for people to save as much as a house can appreciate over 18 years. Just thinking about our business in a new and unique way about how we can help our clients. We're going to be talking about our pipelines. The new pipeline, the nurturing pipeline, the rep agreement pipeline, the under contract pipeline, and the closed pipeline. We're going to be digging really deep into this today, and you're going to understand what our pipelines are. And I'm excited for you to be able to look and just visually see the CRM, and then all of a sudden understand exactly how it's working. And our tech team, Elmer, in fact, I'm looking at the screen right now, and we're continually upgrading the systems, and it's going through an upgrade at this very moment to bring some of the screens up to be a little bit more modern, which is fun. How many of you was able to watch the entire Tom Ferry video? Okay, let's just pump the brakes here just for a moment. What was your big takeaway from watching his video? Christina.
8 to 10, 4 to 6, 8 to 10, 4 to 6, 8 to 10, 4 to 6. Pick up the dang phone.
It's great to hear it from someone other than me, isn't it? So it just says, huh, I guess he's right. I guess what we're being taught is right. Maybe I do need to look into this. Um, because you're right. All of the money in real estate is in tech enabled, systematic, relentless, scheduled follow up. Your business is the customers. And if you don't know what your customers are doing or where they're at or what their goals are or what their plans are, then you're missing out on the business and you're not working a referral based business, you're working a transactional one. And transactional agents fail in the business because everything is about where's my next check coming from. Instead of not thinking about a transaction, but thinking about your database and your client and your business as a whole and providing all these services. I don't do a CMA for a client. I do a CMA for all my clients. I'm continually, so I will do 150, 200 CMAs over the course of 3 weeks. And I'm mailing them all out twice a year. And they get the CMA. They know it's coming. And I call them, hey, just sent out that CMA. Wanted to check, what are the plans? Are you still on? And just have a conversation with them. Because they look at me and they understand that I'm a real estate agent and they're referring me because I am the real estate agent. Amanda and then Isolet.
I thought his direct video to immediately going out to anyone you put in your CRM was interesting. Do you do that?
Bomb Bomb, and we're going to watch a video about that tomorrow and building, actually on Monday, building a referral based business. 100% yes. I think Bomb Bomb is very, very, in fact, there's a video that we're about to watch about someone who is a clinical psychologist and about how important it is that people three-dimensionally see us. I think the technologies that bring you closer to your client are the ones that you want to invest in, and the ones that try to replace you from your client, like automatic drips and all of this automated AI, stuff, that's getting you further and further away from the client. And that is where the relationship starts to degrade, and you don't want that. It's better for us to communicate with our clients and be the face of our company and call them, have someone else handle all the back end stuff, which is, organizing our business and sending out a video, very powerful.
Thank you.
I would send out a video before I send out a text message. If I haven't spoken to someone for a while, don't send them a text. That is embarrassing. Yep, yep, yep. Isolet.
I really like Tom Ferry. He is very good at what he does. He's very inspirational and he covers like with humor and everything. I mean, it's actually entertaining to watch. But I'm old fashioned. So here's my, everything goes in my written. I don't do digital because I have to see it in front of me. But if it's not on the calendar, it doesn't exist. And that for me is huge. And you have to live by that. You have to live by that. You have to structure everything like you're telling us to do for prospecting and appointments and stuff. Because I don't know how I could do it if I didn't. But I love that he stressed that, and that was my yes moment.
So let me give you the greatest piece of freedom that you will ever receive in real estate in one sentence. Your assistant, who we all know well, your assistant's job then is to be in the background doing all of the data entry and on Monday printing out your calendar so you have your calendar on a piece of paper so that they're dealing the back end data entry and you're getting the paper so that you can see it all in a three-dimensional on your desk. There's a lot of real estate agents out there who need to see. I'm the same way. If it's not on my calendar, it doesn't exist. I check my calendar on my device. Some people need to be able to have pen and paper on and have it in a book. And so exactly right. Someone needs to be behind you and entering everything so that your Christmas cards go out and the communications are going out, because we still need to touch them on socials and send out emails, and our news and our monthly newsletters all need to go out. And hopefully that's back end task stuff that we don't have to get ourselves involved in, because that shouldn't be the job of a real estate salesperson. That's an assistant non-income producing task. But instead of trying to get you into the database, get your data into the database and then get the paper in front of you. What do you think of that?
Definitely.
Miriam and then Damien.
Yeah, I think like one of the things that I really liked from the video, because I thought it was so creative, and it's more probably follow up than prospecting, but he called out one of his early students, and she shared a story where like she prospected expireds, and as follow up, she would do a video in front of the house that she sold, saying like, "This house was, on the market over a year, and we got it sold in, you know, 2 days or something like that." I thought that was so creative, and I'd never thought of that before.
I I love it. I mean, when we think about real estate and we start watching and seeing what's going on around us, it gives us ideas of, I think it just it makes the world a greater place. We don't get so stuck into the nuts and bolts of our business, but what's possible, and start realizing that we can run this like a business. And that gets us exciting because we want to run a thriving real estate business. And as a one person show, we can organize it in a way that becomes very organized and act and be the professional that we know they're supposed to be, and run this as a non-transactional type business site, but is a long-term relational type business cycle. And that's a different kind of business you're creating. I like it. Damien, you're up.
Yes, sir. I think we tend to get caught up too much in the latest and greatest that comes out, AI, et cetera, which is great. But he said, do the fundamentals over and over and over and over and over. And for like Eric and any of us been in the military, that's why the military is so successful in what they do, special forces, whatever. It's not because of any additional training. It's the fundamentals that you do become second nature.
Yep.
And when we can learn those fundamentals and just do them over and over and over again, it benefits and pushes us forward. So I was glad that he brought that up and put it out that way. It was super cool.
One thing is empirically true. I can take someone who's never been in real estate, personally coach them with 3x5 cards in a plastic box, and have them making $1 million a year in their first 2 years of business. I can take someone else and I can give them the most expensive tools and not coach them on the compulsories, and I don't know where they're going to land. It's not about the expensive toys. It's not about the most expensive tech, because oftentimes it's a gimmick that most agents are not going to use, because the reason they're buying into it is because they're trying to fix a pain point, and we get to pick our pain, right? We get to pick it. It's a choice. We're trying to figure out any way possible not to pick up the phone and call them. The links that real estate agents go to circumvent calling their clients, they will spend thousands of dollars. They will go to conferences. They will buy in all kinds of tech and spend hours and hours and hours data entering things, because it's going to somehow start sending them all kinds of leads where they don't have to pick up the phone or call someone, when the answer has been there the whole time and it was free. It is 100% true that 5% that have the 95% market share can become, that have become and tapped into running a referral-based business. There are very few agents out there that are running at this level, that are running transactional systems, meaning that all they're doing is new transaction after new transaction after new transaction, and letting the past clients go and not running a referral-based business. Nearly 100% of this small group of people is building and running this referral-based business, and their name is out there on the street. Their signs are in yards all over the place. Then they're getting marketing to their homes, and they're doing exactly what's necessary to farm their neighborhoods, farm their databases, and to run it like a business. That is what they're doing differently. Communicating with their clients, that is what they're doing differently. And the key, and this is right out of Tom Ferry's video, the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe for real estate is relentless follow-up. And follow-up, when we think about follow-up, sometimes we think follow-up is new leads, people we haven't spoken with before, and we're trying to get them on the phone. But that's not follow-up. Follow-up is contacting the whole sphere, the entire sphere, which is past clients, family, friends, and new leads. That is follow-up. It's the whole thing. And Lisa Ormsby, I'm putting you on notice because we're almost there. How many leads does it take to earn $1 million a year? 6 leads a month, or is six closings a month, 20 calls a day, 50 six. We need 6 leads a day for $1 million, 3 leads a day for the $500,000. But I want you guys to be doing 6 open houses a month. That is just shouldn't. You know what's fun about open houses is they don't have to always be on Saturday and Sunday. How many of you have ever done an open house as school is getting out because the subdivision that you happen to be in has an elementary school or a middle school, and there's that line that has 700 cars in it waiting to go pick up their kid, and you put signs from there all the way to the house, and then all of a sudden, all of these people in this line would think, wow, that's going to solve a big problem for me. I can just walk and pick up my kid and take them home. You're going to have all kinds of people showing up to your open house because you are in that moment issuing a solution to a problem they have because nobody enjoys waiting in that line. No one. So, open houses, they don't have to always be on Saturday and Sunday. You should commit to doing 6 a month and figure out maybe they're staggered. 20 phone calls a day in the morning and in the afternoon. That's 10 and 10. And then sell 50 homes a year. Calling 20 people a day should net you 50 closings a year. We are about to start the planning session. Kylie at Key Title is going to be jumping in and doing a very special business planning session for you in your Mega Minis. Lisa's spoken to you about that. It's going to be coming soon. And it's about planning your day, planning your week, planning your month, planning your year. It's all has to operate from a plan. 100% operating from a plan. She's got a template that she's going to help you build that business plan from. Hey, Islet, I saw your hand go up. Did you have a question? No, it just popped up. Okay. So our goal in our business is to call leads who register on our website quickly, whether it's a seller in a neighborhood that we're farming that is interested in listing their home, or it's a buyer prospect on one of your listings, or someone found you online because they are researching real estate agents. We call them back as soon as possible because that is promising and showing our availability, and our availability is our commitment. Our commitment to them is picking, and they, all of a sudden now we've proven commitment. Okay, this person is responsive. That's 33% of what I need in a real estate agent. So you've already impressed me. Now, ethics and ability. And maybe they called you because they believed in your ability already, because they've seen the track record. So now they're thinking, well, this person's really busy. They're probably going to be hard to get a hold of. So they've called you. They already know your ability. They already have that down. So they believe in your ability. So they're calling your phone number with 33% of it already earned. And then you answer the phone quickly and boom, now you're 2/3 of the way. And then you have a good conversation and you meet with them and you're hired. So calling new leads that register quickly within the first minute. We're going to talk about the stats here second, making 20 outbound calls a day, building your database to 200, 20, 20, 200. That's been on your exams already that you've taken. This is the recipe that you should be trying to put into your place, put into your business as part of your plan that's going to move you away from a transactional business into a relational one. Now, a lot of you have been putting in a lot of hard work and memorizing contracts, memorizing code of ethics, showing up to class, showing up to Mega Minis, doing all the hard work. And I would like to find out who's in our top 5 because one of you is going to be our Mega 17 Mega Valedictorian. Raise your hand if that's going to be you. Okay, David, Indu, Christina, Eden, raise your hand. Hello, Polly. Okay, David. Okay, good. There's my valedictorians. I want you to strive for this, and I'm very excited because my Mega 17 valedictorian is going to be sitting with me for a 45-minute coaching session once a week through the entire month of February, one-on-one. And so that's going to be a fabulous time that we get to spend together, and I can't wait to find out who my Mega 17 valedictorian is going to be. Last week, number 5 was Melinda, number 4 was Denise. We were tied in second and third place with Sarah and Damien, and in our first place was David. Lisa, where are we now?
Okay, well, I do like that a lot of your hands that went up, most of you are in that top 10 already, so good for you. Keep up the confidence. Those of
Woo!
you who are a little slow raising your hand, you need to have more confidence because you deserve it. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In fifth place with 4,400 points is Jeanette Ibarra.
Good job, Jeanette.
And
And Jeanette, you're new on the list, so we have an upset already.
we do. Yep. In fifth place,
Fourth place.
I'm sorry, fourth place with 5,000 points
Woo!
is Damien Corona.
Good job, Damien. So,
And then in third place with just 25 points more than Damien, 5,025 points, is David Euchre.
so both Damien and David have remained in our top 5, so that is awesome. And then number 2 place?
Well, and number 2 with 6,250 points is Indu Govine.
Nice, Indu. Good job. Indu has found her way to the top 5. And she did that by learning her contract paragraphs and her code of ethics, which got her up to 6,000 points. That's amazing. 25% of the way to graduation.
And she has them, she and Sarah Estelle have the most yoga points in, just saying.
I love that.
Okay, then in first place,
Leaderboard.
8,425 points
Wow.
is none other than Denise Elhart.
Good job, Denise. I'm very proud of you. All right, with that, we are going to jump onto a break. We're going to come back at 10:15 and be ready because this is going to be an exciting day. I'll see you back at 10:15. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I am excited about our day today. A lot of fun is about to happen. All right. Mega. Remember, this class does have the ability to receive truck credit, as this was accredited by truck for credit. This is our 12 module segment coming up. Today is about relentless prospecting. Successful real estate agents must continually search for ways to generate more leads, convert more leads, provide better service, learn, grow, and continually get better and better. This hanging on my wall in my office. We all need to have a something in our business that has a promise to ourselves to have a commitment to education and to improving our calling, improving our business on all 4 fronts. And the 4 fronts that we have: prospect, convert, close, and follow up. And in doing all of this, especially on the prospecting and the converting side, we have to know our why. We have to understand our mission, what we're in business to do. Because if we don't know our why, we don't know our way. But it has to be authentic. Our communications with our clients needs to be authentic. And authentic doesn't mean friendship. It means professional, ability, commitment, ethics. We are a business and we're providing a business service. This is our job, our career, our profession, and it needs to be a profession, not a friendship. We can be friendly. That's not what it means. But in terms of the communications that we have with our clients, it also needs to be authentic. Here is a quick little video from someone who does a lot of studying about the difference in the way we communicate, especially modern communication with texting and phone calls and chat GPT. We're going to start off the session with this quick couple minute video. Okay, I want to start with that because she comes out the gate with something important. Anybody catch what she said?
I couldn't hear it.
Yeah,
it was
be
hard to
more
hear.
mindful.
Yep.
hear it.
She said, my position is not anti-technology. So she came out the gate with that, and a lot of people miss that. So
My position is not
Not
anti-technology.
hear it.
Be more.
and go.
My position is not anti-technology. It's pro-conversation. To be more mindful of when a text is the right mode and when a conversation is really what you need. That face-to-face conversation is where empathy grows, it's where intimacy grows and thrives. I focused my research on what we lose when we don't come together face to face, because we lose a lot. In my most recent work, a phrase that came up over and over again: I'd rather text than talk. People saying things like, conversation, I'll tell you what's wrong with conversation. It takes place in real time and you can't control what you're going to say. People were saying that they wanted to keep conversation on screens because they felt less vulnerable. They had this fantasy that they could be perfect if they kept conversation on the screen. Empathy is something that is most easily cultivated through face-to-face conversation, because what you have is you have eye contact, you have body language, you have all of the signals that all of our evolutionary history have taught us. It really isn't one of the things you just want to say, well, let's just do without that and go on to FaceTime. The greatest favor you can do to your sister, mother, lover, professor, student is put away your phone. Create sacred spaces. The kitchen, the dining room, these are places to reclaim conversation so that we can have those very precious, vulnerable, face-to-face conversations where they're open-ended, where you don't know what's going to happen, where we can let intimacy thrive.
Okay, so I'm going to put into the chat this video so those of you who are not able to hear it well can listen to it again. It's also in our homework. I also want to throw this into a quick breakout session because there's a lot going on here, and I know that you can apply this more to your personal life and interpersonal relationships with people you already know, because it's saying that, create the safe space with those people that know, love, and trust you, and put the phone away and have that one-on-one time, which we all know is important, which is important for our families and those people who, are part of our immediate village. But look, when it comes to our clients and our business, there's a lot of real estate agents, especially today, more so today than ever, that they are trying more and more and more to run their business from behind text and from behind messaging. And I want to have a conversation about whether or not you think that's really productive and whether or not you think that that is going to ultimately help your business, or what's going to help your business more. How can you have better conversations with your clients? Taking them out to lunch on a Friday and being face to face. One of the really cool things about real estate is that it is, in fact, a
My position is not
real world in person kind of thing. Real estate is in person. We are taking our clients out to show homes and we're spending quite a bit of time with them showing the home in person. So we do have that one-on-one time. So when you have someone in your database that's a past client, you probably spent quite a bit of time with them in person. Now, not to say that texting didn't happen in email and all the rest of that, because it's true that all of those things were going on. But you don't typically go through an entire real estate transaction via text. Is it possible that it can happen, and has it happened before? Yes, an out of town seller, and 90% of it, they were at work and you communicated a lot of it by text. That's true. In the transactional sense, when you're working a transaction, sometimes that transaction can be very sterile. It can be very much under the radar when in terms of, the one-on-one that you have. It's more email, text, that kind of thing. But when we step back and we look at our businesses and we're trying to figure out how can we step away from a transactional business and more into a relational one, then this one-on-one stuff that we're talking about right now, you got to be figuring out, how can I add this more to my business? How can I figure out ways to have more, maybe one-on-one time with my clients, or at least seeing them in person? Now, what does Realty Texas do twice a year for you? Anyone remember? What do we have going on?
Appreciation.
Trunk or treat.
Exactly right. Both of those things. Client appreciation parties. And these client appreciation parties that we're having is designed so that you can invite your clients to come and show up at the office and get that one-on-one time. And we're doing it for you twice a year so that you don't have to go through the expense of renting out a movie theater and having everyone come, or renting out a awesome parking pizza and have everyone come, or renting out a pizza parlor and trying to figure out, how can I entertain them? How can I give them something of value? How can this be fun and it not be kind of awkward? What can I do? And so we put a lot of thought into that here, and we actually have three of them, not two. We have our car show, which is in the beginning of the year. Then we have our trunk or treat, which is a Halloween event at the end of the year. And then between Thanksgiving and Christmas, right at that, well, I guess it's right around Thanksgiving, we have the pies, pot pie, where Mary Beth and some other agents who've been doing this for a really long time, she goes to Costco. I think it's Costco. It's either Sam's Club or Costco, who has the very best pies ever to be made. I'm not kidding. It's like amazing. And I'm trying to remember which one it is. Miguel and I had the very best apple pie because Mary Beth gave us one of hers. I'm like, where did you get this? Because it was the best apple pie I've ever had. She's like,
Costco. She said
"Co-
Costco.
is that where it was? Okay,
Uh,
it's mind blowing how good these apple pies are. I mean, it's just, we went and bought one at like, I hadn't had an apple pie in a really long time, and we bought one from HEB a couple weeks later, and we didn't even eat it. And it's like, wow, that really is saying something. So she goes and buys all these pies, and then we batch out to your social folders and a nice creative that you can go into your .me and click a button and email it out to all the clients, letting them know that we have that we've gotten pies for all of our clients. Um, and then you pick up the phone and call them, hey, I got a pie for you guys. And it's going to be those people who maybe bought and sold for you this year, or your A clients, or and we're going to talk about the difference between the A, B, and the C client and what that means here on today's class in the slides. So we've got three client appreciation events that you can plug into. You have the ability to take your clients out to lunch. I'm going to put you in breakout sessions, and you're going to be in there for 10 minutes. And I really want you guys to be thinking about what she just said about where relationships are created. Now, I'm going to, as a high level, say that we need to communicate the way our clients want to communicate. And sometimes the clients want to communicate via text message because it's really quick to get thoughts across and all of that. But in your ability to create a lasting long-term relationship with them, we also need to figure out ways that we can be one-on-one and be more three-dimensional in the transaction for them. So I want you to be talking to your classmates about that for 8 minutes, and I want to hear from each of you about what you're going to do differently in 2026 on this subject than maybe you have in the past. So you're going to talk about a lot of different things in the next 10 minutes, but the the actual task of this breakout session is what are you going to do differently in 2026 on this topic? You should have your breakout rooms open. They have AI now built into Zoom. If AI could extract all the promises that you just made yourself and email it to you every single month throughout the year to hold you accountable to all this great stuff that you guys just spoke about. All right, let's jump into it. I'm guessing we picked a group captain. Room one, which is Indu, Jocelyn, Leah, and Polly. Who's our captain out of group one?
I'm the captain for room one.
All right, Indu, give me the highlights.
Yes, the highlights have been same, consistent with what the video we saw. We all aim for wanting to communicate more on in person and on phone calls than just on texting. And Polly has been very consistent and saying that she would rather be over communicating than under, because people may forget to text you, call you, and all those things. So she asked beforehand, hey, well, how do you want me to communicate with you? How do you want to be? What is your first mode of communication? And Jocelyn, being a very new realtor, she says she's still trying her her efficiencies, and she is more face to face, so she just made a contact and got maybe a prospect in line for a buyer. She just talked to her friend, and she is letting all her sphere of influence know that she is a realtor now. And for me, of course, I meet a lot of people because of my background. I am a professional singer, so I have a lot of contacts that I make while I perform. So I will be more on face to face now, and rather than just texting, I would rather be face to face and then follow up with the call. And for Leah, she says, she says, she mentioned few very important quotes. It's like being successful is being repetitive rather and being proactive than being reactive, and reach out, follow up. And she is also mentioned that she will be seeing more of Tom Ferry videos, and setting up the right foot with the right foot on the in this year. So she begins her business with the right set, mental set, and doing the right things. Basically, call back, and pick up the calls, quick in response, and show your integrity and responsiveness to your clients so they can base their trust.
I love that. I do hope that the pendulum swings from not enough contact to a lot more contact, because that's going to be so big, so huge for you and your business in 2026, for all you to be reconnecting with all of those people. Just that
Yeah.
one thing alone is going to be transformational in your business. It's going to be phenomenal. Thank you, Andu. Thank you, Group One. Excellent work. All right, Denise, Eden, Mia, Mohammed, Yana. Who is the captain out of Group Two?
I am.
Thank you, Denise. What's the highlights?
The highlights are is that we are all going to, we all prefer face to face. Eden already does those. Um, Yana says she is going to begin in calling people initially to get that appointment for the face to face meeting, to put more emphasis on that this year than before. Mohammed is asking for the appointment in order to get them to lunch or Starbucks. And if that was unsuccessful, that maybe they can do a quick Zoom call, or possibly meet at the property first if they are interested in one, and then maybe that will lead to further knowledge. Um, I definitely am going to try and get more of my people to pick up my phone, because the I'm getting tired of leaving them voicemails. And So I'm
Well, the
looking
voice.
forward to the scripts to get them to talk to me or call me back or something.
Okay, thank you, Denise. All right, so people don't care how much you know until they know how much you.
Care.
Care.
That's right. The
How
relationship
much
comes
you
first.
care.
Once they know
Hmm.
you care, then they'll even allow you a little bit of leeway to on the ability side of things, and so they need people. They want to know the person has their back. Great job, Denise.
And I
Great job.
couldn't get them on voicemail or to speak to them in person. This year I hand wrote my Christmas notes and mailed them. So that envelope and note card was completely handwritten just to also show them that it was a personal touch, not just cookie cutter stamped card, feeling cold. I made it personal.
Okay, so we are living in a society that looks for instant results. That's why Yelp did so good. Yelp was really, really popular because I want ice cream. Here's ice cream. I'm going to tell the world how good the ice cream was. Yelp doesn't work good for real estate because it's a 30-day transaction. In any event, I bring this up because when you build a relationship for life, these are relationships over the long haul. So the more people in your database, the more calls that you're making, it's expanding your spheres. And remember, that over the course of a year, you're going to call your people 3 times. One out of the three, they're going to be calling you. And I think sometimes when we're a new agent, we're thinking, I've got these 40 leads and I'm going after these leads. Well, remember that those have a 24-to-1 conversion rate. So you have 100 people in there, you're going to have 4 transactions this year. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of calls, but you're putting in the hours and you're putting in the work to hit your entire sphere. So it's just one of the many calls you're making. But your spheres and your family and your friends are the ones that you hit first. And those are people who typically will answer the phone and running it like a business, not a friendship. So the scripts from today will help you. All right, good. Thank you. Let's jump into group 3. Astrid, Charles, Kevin, Marlene, Veronica, and Isolet.
So I was the, um, I guess, captain or leader in that group. But
Thank you,
so
Veronica.
we spoke about just trying to be more personable in the sense that when we have our initial consultations or our first meeting, um, kind of setting up um, situations where you're asking about what's a person's preferred method of contact, making sure that we figure out when's the best time to call, learning individuals' schedules and things like that, combining all three methods, but really leaning more on phone calls versus text message. Um, and I forgot his name. Kevin? Is it Kevin?
Yep, you have Charles, Kevin, and those are the only two you get to pick
Okay.
from.
Yeah, Kevin gave a really good example about kind of the intent. It can be lost in a text message. And so the example he gave was, the sentence of I shot my wife, right? And picking which word you put the emphasis on and how like that change in the word and where the emphasis goes can really change the meaning behind what it is that you're trying to say. So just being more intentional about making phone calls so people can hear your tone, so people can know that you care, so people can feel more comfortable and confident with you, and just doing a better job at I don't know at making sure we um, set that up in the beginning.
Thank you, Veronica. Excellent job. Leaning in on the calls. That was the mic drop moment, Veronica. Good job. Room 4, Amanda, David, Dominique, Jeanette, Melinda, and um, Jen.
Yeah, I was actually the elected captain. Show of hands.
Wow, I like
But
it. That's amazing.
thank you,
That's a
my
lot of
group
pressure.
for placing your trust in me like that. 4 more years, and we ought to have this worked out. Anyway, Joe Friday used to say, the story you're about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. So we did have an admitted secret agent, 4 years as a secret agent, not calling, not doing anything, not marketing, and said 2026 is the year that they will actually begin working their contacts and not just waiting for them to call. So I thought that was a huge breakthrough and a
So
big,
David,
big,
2026 is the year that they're going to let the secret out.
yep, exactly. The cat's out of the bag. We talked a lot about the video texting and audio texting as ways, and that the younger generation want to be texted, that's their preferred method, but that we thought that some of the video messaging might be a way that also that they like the idea of getting that out, so you're seen and heard. But everyone overall had great ideas about ways to get more involved with their business, and we had a wide variety of experiences, and those that started here and those that transferred here, and just really good. So my group did a great job.
Phenomenal. We're spending a lot of time on this topic, and it's because it is sometimes we have to pump the brakes, we have to stop, and we have to talk about something. You have to talk about it with your groups, think about it, put it in your brain, because we need to affect change. Because most real estate agents out there have not been good about proactively running their business and calling their people. And sometimes people come out of mega and they've gone through the whole thing and they go right back to the same behaviors that they had before, which is running a transactional business and not calling their people. And that is such a huge mistake. If you're going to make this investment in time for yourself and promise that 2026 is going to be different, that the path ahead is going to be different than the path that you've been on in the past, means you have to hold yourself accountable to doing something different. And this 30 days that we're making right now, it's no secret that why we're doing it for 30 days. It takes 30 days to create a habit. And if you're making your calls on a daily basis when you get out of mega, I have Andrew holding everyone accountable to making their calls in the morning. You hear that message, because if you actually put this into practice, the money's going to come. And when that starts happening, the referrals come and the closing starts happening, it's going to change your life. It's going to change the lives of your family, and it's going to be transformational. But it has to happen. And I can't force you to make it happen. So I do want to spend like an hour on this entire topic, just making a point for you to promise to yourself that you're going to actually implement this into your business, because it is the one thing. Donita, Isabel, Janice, Melissa, Sarah in group 5. We have groups 5 and 6, and then we're going to push on. Who is our captain out of group 5?
That's me. I'm the captain for our group. So we discussed, like, from my perspective as a new agent, that since I don't really have a clientele to follow up with, but just to be making calls more consistently, and then the not setting or sending anybody any lists without setting appointments first, not working before you get hired, set the appointment and get hired first. And then just kind of remember to everything we discussed about, like, once I do start to get clientele, to kind of like take advantage of, since it's going to be smaller, I can be more personable, So that means I'm following up more consistently or more times through the year, since it's easier to manage. I imagine if you have a bunch of clients from the past, you can't really call them all the time, I guess.
3 times a
But
year.
no, for the other agents, 3 times a year, yes. But they were just saying, being more consistent, following up, texting less, inviting the clients to social events that are put on through the brokerage. And we talked about the pop buys some, but I don't know, we kind of iffy. Some people liked them, some people I felt like they didn't want to bother with them that much. And I think someone said they were going to reach out to their entire database. So, and then handwritten notes to be more personable.
Okay. I think that when we look at our real estate practice, we need to be fearless and proactive about touching as many people in our business as we can, reaching out to as many people as we possibly can. So that means Popeyes are huge, and we're going to be talking about Buffini a little bit later in building a referral-based business. But how many of you have ever been a part of Buffini? How many of you have never been a part of Buffini? Okay, if your hand is raised and you've not been a part of Buffini, Buffini will change your mind about Popeyes forever. You're going to grab your A clients and you're going to do a Popeye. It's something that is essential as a real estate salesperson, going out there in the world and actually doing something cool, which is connecting with your client in person. Okay, so 2026, different year. 2026, we're going to run our businesses differently. And Danita, I just want to say, um, when you're new in the business and you start off the way you're starting off with a training program like this that's going to create from day one your referral-based business, that's really powerful. Don't discount that you don't have past clients in the system to reach out to because you have a sphere, people you went to school with, family, friends, all the things. There's a huge sphere, and we're going to get to it in a couple of slides called the Dunbar number of just how many people you know, because ultimately that is the village that you're calling. So we're going to be making calls every day. But some agents who've been in the business, they're calling friends, family, and past clients and new leads. People new in the business, friends, family, and new leads. It's still the same thing, still doing the exact same thing, building a practice by prospecting, converting, closing, and following up. So don't discount that. In fact, double down on it because your first 5 years, you're going to have to really buckle down and work hard and build as many closings as you can to build that book of business. But if you start doing it correctly now and running the referral-based business from day one, your first 5 years is going to be much more successful than it would have been otherwise because you're not going to have transactions falling through the cracks. Okay, last but not least, group 6. Thank you, Donita. Excellent job. Damian, Christina, Donna, Juru, Miriam, and Tara.
Yes, I was the captain, and we had a great group. We had some superstars in that group. Um, we talked about the preference is a little bit generational. So there are some people who are just naturally more comfortable with phone conversation, and others who are just naturally more comfortable with text. But Tara made a good point that everyone kind of agreed with, that in written communication like text or email, you cannot adequately communicate emotion or personality. And there's so much advantage to that, particularly when it comes to building relationships, to be able to have in-person conversations where you feel the emotions, you can see the personality. And then just some things that we mentioned that we'll be doing differently. There's a couple of us who already have pretty strategic follow-up in place, but both on different databases that were very different from Realty Texas, but we're both making a commitment to get our database organized in the Realty Texas system. We also talked about organizations. Damien mentioned the chamber and other like networking organizations. I think Christina mentioned BNI. I'm in Rotary. So there's a lot of ways, if you really think about the kinds of groups you're involved with, that you can proactively get out and have those one-on-one conversations that are very meaningful because you already have something in common with the group that you're part of. And it's like one really great thing that you could do, which is kind of related to like the city council meetings and stuff, but get on the mailing list, or at least go on the Facebook page of your local chamber of commerce and go to the ribbon cuttings. Very few people who aren't ambassadors or friends of the business owner show up to these ribbon cuttings. Go to the ribbon cutting. It's usually an hour and they generally have snacks, and film yourself at a ribbon cutting and talk a little bit about the new business. And that's a way to establish yourself as a neighborhood expert.
Beautiful. I love it. Who's feeling inspired? Who's feeling really positive about 2026? Raise your hand if you want to make $1 million in the next 12 months. I want that for you. I want to see that. I want Mega 17 to have more millionaires than any mega group before it ever. I want to see you guys go out and kill it. It's going to mean connecting with a lot of people, having a lot of great conversations, sharing what I call the good news about your real estate practice. You being centered in the profession, in the professional that you are, not at all intimidated, but rather conversely excited to pick up the phone and call people and as a professional assist them and have conversations with them about where they are and where they want to be as a real estate buyer or seller in 2026. The Dunsbar number, we touched on this on Monday, that suggests that a single average person can maintain social stable relationships with approximately 150 people. This number is based on cognitive limitations, blah, 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 blah. Just 150 people you can have a relationship with and know. Now, in real estate, we're going to build our database to 200 past clients. So yes, we're going to have 2,000, 3,000 people in our database, but I want to see 200 of them as past clients, because from those 200 past clients, that's a very special part of your database. It's a closed pipeline part of your database, and those people are going to get a unique set of conversations. Those are the ones that are going to get the CMAs. Those are the ones you're going to be doing Popeyes, all kinds of stuff special, because those people, you have already showcased your services. They already know what they get with working for you. They already hired you once and they're going to hire you again. Miriam?
So I have a question about that, because I agree it's really important, but we don't have a past client contact type in the CXM. So that is actually one thing that I'm trying to figure out how to do.
Well, Miriam, you absolutely 100% do. So I apologize if this is new information to you. So by the time you're done with today, you will for sure understand how our CRM works. So let's power forward, because you absolutely do have a way, in a very, very unique and powerful way, to be able to segment your clients. It's called the closed pipeline, and creating rooms for your clients. And I'll show you that as we get through today. But 150 people, you're going to build this 200 past client database, and those are going to be the people that you're really focusing a lot of the attention on. You're going to be calling everyone, but you're trying to get everyone into your closed pipeline. This is now your client base, and these people are going to produce the most referrals for you. They're the ones where your bread and butter is going to come from. And did you know that you can focus just on those 200 and make $1 million a year? Just focusing on those 200 people that you've closed. So the question for most real estate agents is, how fast can you close 200 transactions? Because the moment you get there, you can change your business cycle around a little bit and prioritize those phone calls and prioritize your business in a different way that just focuses on what we call your book of business, which is your past clients. And that's very powerful. How many database entries does a salesperson need in their database? Between 100 and 300 people that are responding to us. What is the agent's intent for each person in their database? This is important, because I really need this to be so in your prefrontal cortex and your in your RAM. This is not something that you're ever going to get wrong again. We're not getting them to transact. That's not what our primary intent is. We're not trying to get everybody in our database to transact with us because we know that they're only going to buy and sell once every 5 years. So we're just touching and keeping up with them, figuring out what their plans are, and finding out if they're still on track with their plans. And who else do they know that's looking to buy, sell, and lease? We've all had those people in our data. For those of us who've been in the business 5 years, you've had people who sent someone to you and then they haven't even closed with you. And you're going to find that that is a repeatable thing when you're focusing on that and getting referrals, that your database is sending you referrals, and many of them haven't yet transacted with you because they're not yet on that cycle. It's not that they don't trust you yet, it's that they're not ready to make a move yet, but they have hired a real estate agent and they're excited that you are there to help them. And most people are introduced to a real estate agent or start searching 6 to 18 months before they're ready. So we're really playing the long game then. When you get a lead and you think, oh, yes, this is going to be it. I'm going to have a transaction. Woo, call them. You're super excited, had a great conversation. And then 3 weeks later, you're deflated because it didn't accumulate into a transaction. But you have to zoom out and realize 6 to 18 months is what new people who are being introduced to you today, those are called pipelines. Those are filling your pipelines for the future. So 6 months ago, those leads that you got 6 to 18 months ago, those leads that you got are starting to percolate today. And the big question is, are you still in contact with them? Or did you already give up with them because you were looking at them as a repeatable a transaction back then? You assumed that they already closed and bought with someone else and never followed up with them again. Christina.
Jack, just real quick, something when you say on number two, the primary intent, for those people who have trouble picking up the phone, the only thing that, and I'm not trying to tweak or change anything, the only thing, because I know it's something you do, is always come from a place of contribution. You contribute because you're doing your CMAs and sending it out to all your clients. You said that. And so I think as a secondary or as a just as important is also to come from a place of contribution. If they're picking up the phone knowing they're going to give something to that person, maybe a lot easier for them to ask for that referral.
Mm-hmm. Well, and remember, I want us to not think about ourselves as a friend. I want us to think about it as the real estate agent. And if your insurance agent was sitting at the office and picking up the phone and calling her clients twice a year, would any of you be offended by your insurance agent saying, hey, and by the way, who do you know that's looking for insurance businesses? Please throw them my way. I would really appreciate that. In fact, you might even expect it. It might be unexpected, but from us, most real estate agents that find their way to Realty Texas have a servant's heart, an apron of servant's heart. And they like to give and they don't necessarily like to get because they feel like when they get, they don't have control. They're a little bit embarrassed and they're grateful and thankful and all the bit. You got to be okay with receiving because we need our villages to help us. We have to humble ourselves and know that we need the help and just let us be okay with it. And we have to bring ourselves to be asking because those people who say, well, we need to give them something if we're going to ask something, they're coming with the wrong mindset, Christina. They're coming from a mindset that says, well, I'm calling my next door neighbor and I'm asking them for eggs. What can I do to help them? You're a professional real estate agent that's in the business for real estate. People look at you as a professional real estate agent, and we should be having a call. Hey, this is, hi, Tom. This is Christina over at Realty Texas. How are you? I'm doing great. I'm super excited about 2026. This is going to be a phenomenal real estate year. What are you guys looking to do in 2026? Stay put? Totally get it. A lot of people are staying put. Look, if you guys decide that you're going to make a move, please let me know. By the way, in 2026, I'm doing something a little differently. I'm sitting out everyone's CMAs. I'm going to send you one. You'll have it over the next couple of weeks. I'm going to be doing that twice a year just so you have an idea how much equity you have in your home right now. Awesome. And by the way, while I have you on the phone, do you know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home? If you do, that referral would mean the world to me. I love real estate. It's my entire passion. And so getting introduced to more people who are looking for real estate help makes me happy. It's just that call. It's not an offensive call. It should be one that we're proud to make. I want us to get over the idea that we shouldn't be making that call or that we should be shamed for making that call. We gotta flip it. I'm not saying that you're saying that, but I want everyone to just make sure that when they pick up the phone that they're excited and proud to make that call. And I think it helps when we think about the insurance agent or another, like a dentist office calling us, that kind of thing, because we kind of expect those calls. And even if it hasn't been in a while, we can just simply tell our clients, hey, coming into 2026, I'm doing something differently now. I'm, reaching out to my entire database and letting them know that, what's going on in real estate because there's been a lot of changes and people are confused. So I thought I'd be proactive and go ahead and reach out to everyone. So if you're looking for a script or what you need to say, that's in the slides as well. Good job. I'm very excited. The primary intent is referrals. The secondary intent is to transact using you as their real estate agent. But if the secondary intent is to transact, we should have an idea what their plans are. We should ask them. So, what are your goals coming up in real estate? Do you plan on keeping this house forever? You guys gonna be downsizing at some point, or what's the goal? Most people kind of have a plan. It's loose plan, if nothing else, but they'll usually share that with you, and then you can put that in your CRM. And next time, hey, last time we talked, you guys said that your ultimate plan for real estate was to be downsizing in the next 4 or 5 years. Is that still something that's on your mind? Awesome. Okay, well, I will keep that here and just checking in with them. But understanding that now they've shared their plan with you, and now it's kind of a goal that you're now a part of. And if they've got you inserted to that goal, then you're the person that's going to help them get that goal because they now have included you in the conversation regarding that goal, which now it's an us. And if you can become the us in the conversation that your clients have about their real estate goals, then you're their real estate agent for life. So us against the world is I got your back. I know, we're going to make sure that we're going to keep up with this plan. The dollar value of each referral that transacts. 20% of your database will transact over 5 years. Or 100% of your database is going to roll over in 5 years. That's statistics, right? So maybe only 85% of it actually does. But they say people right now are moving on average of 5 years, which some are moving sooner because of job relocations. A lot of people are coming into Austin and back out because we have, even all the metros in Texas, we have a lot of people being transferred in and out. So sometimes it's even faster than that. But if we look at the database and say, all right, if only 20% of my database transacts, then if my database is at 200, then that's 40 closings. That's $15,000 a closing on a $400,000 property. Well, on a $500,000 property, then that's $600,000 value that your database can yield every year from your database transacting. You see, your database has its own value. And at the end, when you're ready to retire, if you've worked your database and you've consistently kept up with people and you've got this repeatable book of business, you can sell your database and you can sell your entire business when you retire. It's a very powerful thing. You're going to kind of stay in touch and even make some calls in retirement, but you're stepping away from it. And now you've got this gigantic asset from having a relationship with people that spans decades, and you're ready to retire and you're able to sell this asset, both in people who are transacting with you and the database who's willing to refer you. And if you look at what your database can yield in referrals, 100% will refer something. You're talking about $1 million database just in referrals if you don't do any transacting at all. The numbers are huge. If you take the referral and you look at that plus the yield of people transacting, it's 1.5 million plus 600,000. You're talking about huge numbers if you were actually working full time, spending your time on the phone, generating as many referrals as you possibly could, and spending probably 80% of your time on the prospecting and converting and farming the rest of it out. I know I read this to you already. I like to come back to this because I think it's a good reminder. It says, this is the shift book again. If we step back and we look at our business, we can see that there are 6 competencies at the core of what we do. First, we lead generate, capture and convert leads to appointments. Second, we present to potential buyers and sellers and get our representation agreement signed. Third, we show our buyers and market our sellers. Fourth, we write and negotiate purchase contracts. Fifth, we coordinate our resulting sales to closings. And sixth, we manage all the money that flows through our business. The 6 core competencies are an outline of our basic sales job description. And it says most of them can be successfully delegated. Presenting and showing and writing and negotiating, coordinating closings and managing money all are activities that can be successfully delegated. However, it is extremely difficult to effectively delegate number one, lead generation and conversion to an appointment. The skill level that it takes to generate a lead, capture the appointment information, and then convert that lead to an appointment is a distinct skill that takes extensive practice over time to develop to a high level, and it is where all the money is. Literally says that in the book. And it's where the money is. Lead generation and convert to an appointment is what Tom Ferry said. All the money is in tech-enabled, systematic, relentless, scheduled follow-up. All the money here is in follow-up, which means all the money that's coming into your business comes from your ability to extract from your database referrals and be on track with who and have a general idea of everyone in your database of what their plans are loosely and checking in with them regarding those plans over the course of the year as we're doing it. Isabel.
Yes, Jack. Which book was that you were just reading off of?
Shift. It's called by Gary Keller, Shift book. He has two books that he wrote, Millionaire Agent and Shift. I have thrown Millionaire Agent away because it was very, very specific for coming out of the financial downturn. The Shift is timeless. It is a very good book. I have it in our monthly book club being read, I think next month. Okay. So again, we are looking at our database in a new way. First, we're going to have a database. We're going to cultivate that database. We're going to tag all of our people so we know exactly where they are in the database, and we're going to work our spheres. So we're learning something about what it is to be a real estate agent. Part of the job is to call every single person you know and let them know that you are in this profession now. There may be people that you know that don't know that you're a real estate agent. If you've been doing this for 10 years, likely not. But for most of you, there's probably people out there that don't know. So it should be pretty easy to have this conversation with. It's your sphere, it's your village, it's these people who you can be vulnerable with. I'm so excited. I jumped into real estate. I've always wanted to be a real estate agent, and now I'm a real estate agent. And now I have the ability to help everyone with real estate. I'm super excited to be able to share that with you. If you humble yourself and have the right conversation and in the right mindset when you're having these conversations, the takeaway your sphere should have with you talking with them on the phone should be something like, wow, that's so cool. Now, if I have real estate questions, I can go and ask this person who's been in my life my whole life, and that's what they do now. That's cool. That hopefully is the takeaway if you've gotten it right. If you got to be able to learn how to ask for referrals and not be embarrassed or shy or even skip a beat and be proud to ask for referrals, because if you truly know that you're the best person for the job, then you should be calling every single person that you know to make sure that they are hired by someone who's going to actually take care of them and not mess it up and not just be a part-time real estate agent who does a transaction and sets it and then comes back at the closing table and in between all hell broke loose and no one cared. And that happens in a lot of transactions, that you're going to stay all the way through the transaction and hold their hand all the way for the biggest transaction of a lifetime. And you're going to lower their risk and you're going to save them time. And you're going to help earn money with this investment by doing the CMAs and negotiating well for them. And you're going to help elevate their status because now they're going to have a new home to walk into every day. So we have to ask everyone we know for referrals. If you get caught up about what to say, we're going to take them through the Ford script. And I'm going to put you in some groups today and we're going to be doing the Ford script together. Tell them, I obtained my real estate license. This is my profession now, and I need your help. I work for a rockstar brokerage, Realty, Texas, and there's not a real estate problem we can't solve. And I love saying that out loud. We can solve anything except where my next client's going to come from. I need my village for that because this business is all about referrals. How many of you would have a difficult time saying that to your village? that there is not a single thing that we can't solve except where my next client's going to come from. Is that true? If you're talking to your family and friends, are you shy to tell them that? I hope that you're not shy to tell them that there is not a real estate problem that we can't solve except for where my client's going to come from. And that's what I need my village for. And you're my village. I need my village for that. If you know anyone that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, I truly need your help. And it would mean the world to me if when you're ready, that I get to help you. And when you know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, you would send them my way. Indu.
I exactly told this to my friends that I met yesterday, Jack. I went to see them for a tea, over a cup of tea. I just told them, hey, you're my family here, you're my sphere of influence. If I need help, I am going to ask you. And and you are going to do that for me, that you're going to find out who is moving and is going out from your jobs and from your friend circle, and let me know, and that I'm a great person to go to if they have any real estate needs.
Wow, Indu, that's very impressive because that's exactly what you need to do on rinse and repeat all day long. That is phenomenal. That is a 2026 new version of Indu that is going to take you. And when we are having this conversation about building your business in 2027, you're going to be looking back at 2026 and it's going to be a banner year for you. I am very proud of you. Eden.
Thank you, Jack.
Yes, Jack. I was looking yesterday at my data that I was trying to pull out from apartment data, doing the apartment locating, which I stopped somewhere around the 2022, somewhere around there, like completely stopped. I did every once in a little while, selling homes and apartments, but looking back from 2012, because broker from 2003 until 2012, my best years, my broker took my data, all my contacts. And that was my biggest mistake, that I didn't keep it in my own. But from 2012 to date, I have close to 2,000, that out of them, I see that I closed around uh, somewhere around 1,000. And I having to struggle with apartment data to try to bring it so I can pull it out and bring it into the system of Realty Texas. So my contacts from my phone to Realty Texas also is not there. I think it was resolved as of yesterday that
Yeah, because you discarded them all. We had our tech team
yeah.
import them
So
for you. Because when you
hopefully I can
import them,
pull it
Eden, you get
out.
to choose whether you're going to discard them or import them. And you click the discard button. So they were all
I'm
discarded, specifically not to import them. So my tech team specifically jumped in, imported your contacts for you, and they're all done. So
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. So that is solved. And now between this and the apartment data, hopefully I'll be able to pull them all in. But I know for sure that as we're speaking about doing that job of referral, I usually didn't ask for, they send them. But now, anywhere I go, doesn't matter where. Yesterday I was in test of nuclear heart test, and I asked the technician, here's my business card. This is what I do. Do you have referral? Please let me know. I'll do anything in the world to make sure that I answer all the questions. Yes, I think it's important now, definitely, more than
thank-
ever.
amazing, Eden. Every person that you're around, you should be talking to them about your business. I absolutely love it. Okay. Now, I want you to think back to the last time someone gave you a referral. Raise your hand if someone has given you a referral. Okay. So, how did that make you feel when you got that referral?
Best ever. They
Very
came
good.
ready. They came ready. I mean, Jack, they came ready. I didn't have to convince them. They got so much good words from the person who referred them to me that I didn't have to convince them to do the job with me. They were ready to do it all.
Thank you, Eden. Christina, I saw your hand go up first and then Denise.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best compliment you can ever get. If you've served someone and they then turn around and refer their friends and family to you, it's all the work's done. You just have to go out and have fun looking for the house because they trust you. Quickly, the very best compliment I ever got was just recently. It's a referral from a past client that's already referred several clients to me. And we were walking out of a house, and the house that we're walking out of were also clients of mine. Happens to be an off-market property. It's perfect property for this person. And as we're walking out, we spent an hour. I turned to my client, the new client, and I said, "Hey, I just want to make sure you have total confidence. I am very good at compartmentalizing, even though they are past clients. I know my fiduciary duty." And she stopped me mid-sentence. She said, "Christina, you don't have to say anything to me. You know, Trey and Tanya recommended you, and that's all that I needed."
That's right. That is such a powerful moment for you to realize that when people recommend you, it is borrowed trust. It's borrowed trust. They already trust you before you show up. So sometimes in those situations, you just have to say to the third party that referred you, "How did you meet? Oh my gosh, it was so amazing. I loved working with them. They were fantastic to work with. And I'm so excited to be working with you." And don't even need to sell yourself because at that point, all you can do is unsell yourself. Assume that you've got the job, grateful and thankful. And then what are you going to do for the person who referred you? That needs to be the biggest question of the day today is that person. If we're going to spend so much time thinking about contacting our spheres, asking for referrals, and making sure that we're actually asking for them and we get them, what do we do when we do get a referral? What are we going to do for them? I'm going to tell you three things I'm going to ask you to do. You're going to send them a handwritten thank you note. You're going to keep them updated throughout the entire transaction, and which means through the transaction at every major checkpoint, you're going to check in with them and let them know what's going on, just as a fun little, vicariously let them live through the transaction. And then about the time that it gets to the closing table, invite them out to lunch. If it doesn't close, you're still going to do this. Invite them out to lunch and give them some time and treat them out to lunch and spend some time with them. Because the referrals that you get are super, super important. Okay, we're going to move on. I do want you, though, to be able to track in your database who referred who, and our system allows that. When you have a contact, you can pick who referred that person, and then you can start seeing your major referrers and who are the major referrers. Right now, if I were to ask you who are your top 5 people who refer you business, do you think that you know exactly who they are? And you know what? What I have found, which is very interesting, oftentimes when they actually do the numbers, they find out it's not those 5 people. It's actually other people who referred them and they don't even realize it. But I'm glad that you guys are tracking it and you know who those are. We're going to have a little session about how making sure that you tag them where they came from so that we have all of that properly packaged in our business. Exactly right. Amazing, amazing. Okay. We're going to have a really fun breakout session here together. We're going to watch a video in a little bit about the word relentless. What does the word relentless mean to you? I want to hear just a little bit.
Unwavering.
Unwavering, okay? Do you
Consistent.
do you think in your business that relentless applies to a salesperson?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Do you think everybody here's definition of relentless is the same?
No.
You think there's a shade and a color spectrum of relentless?
Yes.
Okay, that's what we're going to put you back into your groups. This is going to be for 5 minutes, 7 minutes. And then after we're done with this, you're going to get a break. In fact, let's do that. It's 11:25. You guys need a break. When we come back from break, we're going to jump into our breakout sessions for Relentless. It's 11:26. Let's come back at 11:36.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back. Quick break. We're still going to lunch at 12, so just wanted to give you a quick break because I know some of you needed it. Okay. We're going to be using this word relentless between here and the rest of Mega. So Mega 17, this class together is going to come up with a definition of relentless, and then we're going to use that as our definition. So I'm going to put you in your groups. We're going to hear your word. It can be 8 words or less. Each group captain is going to put the uh, the 8-word definition into the chat. I'm going to select the winner, and that will be our definition going forward for the rest of Mega of what the definition of relentless is. So let's see who gets the bragging rights to be the group that creates our definition for relentless, which we're going to be using a lot in the next 3 weeks. Recreating, we're going to give you 6 groups, recreate, so a different set of people. We're going to give you 7 minutes for this. So this is going to be a quick one. I'll see you back in 7 minutes. Relentless. What's your 8 words or less definition? All right, welcome back, team. If group captains would please put your 8-word or less definition of relentless into the group chat. At 1 o'clock, I will select which one is going to be our definition for Mega. I'm going to now let out of the bag what mine is, but I don't want that to change what your group came up with already. My definition and what I have as the Mega definition is that you are so laser focused on an outcome that nothing stops you. Excuses are a disease, and fear is false evidence appearing real. Over the next 15 minutes before we go to lunch, we're going to hear some things that you need in your business. So I want you to dog ear this because this is something that you're probably going to want to come back to and look more into in the weeks to come. These are 10 truths from the science of cold calling. 10 statistics that you should know. And a lot of you have been asking me, what are the best days to call? What are the best times to call? And all of that now is going to be revealed from the Boomtown study and from multiple different sources, all saying the same thing. First, it takes sales reps an average of 8 tries to reach a prospect, 8 times for a new prospect that registered on your website. The best time for calls is between 4 and 5 p.m. The worst is between 11 and 2 p.m. 57% of clients' buying journey is done before you meet them. Sellers, 0%. But buyers, 57% of their journey is done before you have even met them. Hearing that statistic, what is a very interesting thing that you might want to ask them then?
where they are in their process.
Yeah.
Are you planning to make a move this year?
I mean, if 57% of the client's buying journey is already done, then I think you need to explore, where are you in the process? Exactly right. Where are you? Have you seen any homes that you like? Have you visited any open houses? And find out a little bit about their search because the story doesn't start with your introduction to the client. It's probably started before that. So if they can let you in on part of that journey, I think that becomes very valuable. Jeanette.
That's one of my questions at the open house. When they come in, I ask them, how long have you been looking for a home?
Yeah.
And, they sometimes say, oh, this is my first time, so I know how long they've been looking or not.
It's a very good, important question so that we can find out where they are in the process. 80% of sales require 5 follow-up calls. The average sales rep only tries to reach a lead twice, but it takes an average 8 tries to reach a lead, which means they're not reaching each other. And remember, it's 6 to 18 months that they're finding themselves when they start the process, which means there's been a lot of people in that first 6 months that they've come in contact with. And those people keep dropping the ball over and over again. Someone at an open house dropped the ball. Someone, when they registered on Zillow, dropped the ball. Someone at homes.com dropped the ball because probably in the first 4 months of them kind of thinking whether they're going to do something or not, they've probably been introduced to 4 to 5 real estate agents in that first 5 months. And all of them called them once, all of them called them twice because it said, again, most sales reps only tries to reach a lead twice and they drop the ball and never call them again. So that means that we have to not drop the ball and we're going to continue using our smart plans and our action plans and we're going to continue getting a hold of them. Nurtured leads produce 20% more sales opportunities. Just 2% of cold calls result in an appointment. 93% of prospects who convert do so by the 6th call attempt. And 80% of sales calls go to voicemail and 90% are never returned. Okay, this is one of my favorite slides in the entire Mega series. And this comes from the Boomtown $3 million study. The chance of making contact with them based on the number of call attempts. So the upswing is the percent chance of getting a hold of them. And on the bottom is the number of call attempts. The first call attempt, what percent chance do you have of reaching them?
40%.
Like
40%. And the second?
60.
So kind of, it's a 50-50 whether or not you're going to get them on the phone. And then the third call attempt.
70.
And the fourth call attempt.
80.
And the
80.
fifth call attempt.
No, 80.
And the sixth.
90.
Okay, so looking at this chart, most real estate agents call a first time and a second time and never again, which means that they've got a bit of 50-50 shot of getting a hold of them, knowing that you have a 90% chance of getting a hold of someone by the sixth call. Then should your action plans / smart plans have 6 call attempts in it? And should you be disappointed when you leave a voicemail the first and second and third time? And what should those voicemails sound like? Should they sound more and more frustrated? Well, you called me and I don't know why you're not answering the phone. No. Hey, Tom, Jack over here at Realty Texas. I know you registered on that property over at 123 Main Street. Super excited to answer all the questions you have about that property, but it looks like you're away from your phone. No problem. I'm going to give you a call after my afternoon appointments today at 4 o'clock. Hope to talk to you then. Have a great day, Tom. Talk to you soon. 4 o'clock. Hey, Tom, Jack Stapleton. No, you're probably still busy. I said I'd give you a call at 4 o'clock, so I wanted to make sure that I followed up on my promise to do that. No, you're still busy. No problem at all. I'll give you a call in the morning. I'll talk to you then. And you just keep doing that 9 times. And then boom, you'll have a 90% chance of getting a hold of them when they do answer the phone. So it's not that all of your calls are going to be non-answer. It's that you're going to have a lot of people that are somewhere in this 9 calls. So the first person you call might be the third call attempt. The fourth person you call might be the first call attempt. The fifth person you call might be the eighth attempt. But when you're in your action plans and you're looking at it, it will tell you exactly what action plan is running and what call you're calling. Dominique.
Curious, like if this study talked about time in between calls, like how much
Yeah.
time passed.
Yes, and I have a slide breakdown of that. Yep. Okay, so now the question, Dominique, most people ask is what times did they call or what time of day should they have called, which is not what you asked, but that's usually the question people ask, which is the next slide, which here is conversations in the first attempt. So based on the first call attempt, they answered the phone. When was the great day? When was the stellar time to make the calls? And when were the times that were not as successful? So I'm going to ask a very interesting question, and I hope you all get it right. When is a bad time to call on this chart?
8 a.m.
Never, Indu, read my lips. Never a bad time to make a call. But there are times that are
Oh,
better than others. Okay? So, and I
okay.
said on this chart because 11 p.m. is a bad time to call, but that's not on this chart. So we're going to call, normal business hours, but when is a bad day and a bad time to make a call? During business hours, there's never a bad time, but there are days that are better than others. Now, are we going to work 7 days a week? No, I don't want that for you. So this is just Monday through Friday and zeroing in on that. So based on this chart, what is the clear winner?
Wednesday.
Wednesday is the clear winner. And when is the clear loser?
Friday.
Friday. So if you are trying to set up a time slot in our ISA department, what day would you trying to be gravitating towards?
Wednesday.
Stay.
Wednesday or Thursday. I'd be trying to pick a time in the morning. Now, look over here where it says best days to call. Wednesday and Thursday remain the best days of the week to connect with prospects. Friday being the least. Best time. When is the best times to call? 11 a.m. to noon and 4 to 5 p.m. Those remain statistically the very best times. Now, I know Tom Ferry is going to say get on the phone at 8 o'clock in the morning, but studies have shown that actually people don't answer the phone at 8 o'clock in the morning. And so, for whatever reason, they're in traffic or they're drinking their coffee, the best time for them answering the phone is the answer that we're giving you here. So, that's why we have our morning huddle at 8:30. You get out of the morning huddle, and then you jump on the phones about 10 o'clock and do your power hour in the morning, and then the afternoon, your power hour in the afternoon. Okay, so prospects receiving a call within 20 seconds of their initial inquiry are 391% more likely to convert. And that is on another chart we're going to get to. So a prospect receiving a call within 20 seconds of their initial inquiry are almost 400% more likely to convert. Why do you think that's the case?
Getting immediate attention,
Put yourself in the buyer's shoes.
response.
They're sitting in front of a website and they clicked about. Christina, go ahead.
Because we are an instant gratification society. They want it now. They're there. They're ready. They want the answer now, and they will move on to the next person.
They will, because and we have short attention spans. One of the things that we're not going to do in this mega, but I've done in the past is I had everyone grab their phones, go to Instagram, and we um, looked at the first post, and then we set the timer for 45 seconds, and I had you scroll for 45 seconds. And then at the end, do you remember what the first post was? And oftentimes people couldn't even remember. The amount of information that you just consumed in 45 seconds is a lot, and our brain doesn't have the ability to store all of that. If we see it again, we might, oh, I remember seeing that before. But if you ask yourself, what are all the things I just saw? It's likely that, 80% of it you will have already forgotten about. So when someone sees something online that they're interested in, they're scrolling and they're looking at other things and they're seeing other people and there's other properties and squirrel, squirrel, they saw something else and poof, they're running in a new direction. And now they're registered on your site and they've already moved on. And so if you can connect with them while that is still in their memory and that's still important to them in that moment, you have a 400% chance, a greater likelihood of getting them in a moment where they're emotionally attached to this, they're interested in it, and they want answers now. And most real estate agents are thinking, oh, well, I can call them back later. But the reality of that is might later is going to put you in this 9 calls thing where it's going to take you 9 calls to get a hold of them. But if you're able to get that call real time or call them back within 20 seconds of the inquiry, you're likely 400% more likely to get them on the phone, which is a big deal. Melissa, and then Islet.
I was just going to say also, when you're making calls, one of the biggest issues you have is you're interrupting them doing something else. And so it makes it really hard in the beginning to get their attention or whatever because they're doing something when you call them. And when it's 20 seconds after their initial inquiry, they're actually doing that when you call them. So you don't have that first, I get an objection or obstacle in the way.
Exactly right. It's not an interruption. It's now peer to peer because they're in this mindset right now and you're connecting to them when they're already ready and open for it. I love that. Very, very relevant. Isolette, hello.
Hi. It's also when they're most excited. So when they're most excited, if you can grab them while they're most excited. But I was going to say, I've had a couple of instances where I've referred a buyer that I already showed that was ready to write an offer. And I've referred them to a realtor who said, I'll call them tomorrow. And when they called him tomorrow, they had by that point picked a different realtor. They just didn't want to wait. They were excited.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh my gosh, it was all you had to do was write it up, call them, get it done, and lost opportunities are lost.
If you get a referral like that, you need to call them now. Not tomorrow, not the next day, not an hour. Call them now. Now, I don't want you to be that real estate agent who's in the driveway walking around with a client and now you're on the phone talking with someone else because we can't do that. So we are in a disadvantage because there are situations that we're not going to be available, which is one of the interesting things about having a team, and I don't mean like a team in the traditional real estate team, I mean having a support staff for you to be able to support you in the business that you have so that either they can be on the phone, because 99% of the time, the person doesn't necessarily need you to solve their problem in that moment. They just need to know that someone connected to them and now that someone's working on their behalf. Because by the time, if someone has a question and emails you and you get it right away and you're working on it and you didn't let them know that you're working on it, they assume you're not doing anything. So just emailing them back, hey, I'm working on this goes a long way because now they're like, okay, great. That's been done. They're working on it. That's a very different feeling in someone's mind. The buyer's the same thing. So having a general number that they can call and be connected with someone through the CRM, which is why the CRM rings to your desktop or your phone when you have your office line. So if you have an assistant, they can be in front of the CRM taking calls immediately as they come in. You can switch it back and forth between the app and the phone. So you can have multiple answering points from your office line designed for that specific purpose. So prospects receiving a call within 20 seconds for their initial inquiry, gigantic more likelihood to connect, which is good for you. 30% of leads never receive a follow-up call after the initial contact. So if you have a lead and they're not answering the call, sometimes real estate agents think, someone already is servicing them, someone already helping them. I might as well not even call them because someone else did. The reality of that is probably not. Probably someone else is not following up with them. 40% success on the first call, 60 on the second. 70 on the third, 80 on the fourth, and the fifth call, 90% chance of getting in touch with them, which is huge. So if you want to increase your conversion rate, you simply make more calls. All right, so it is 12 o'clock. It is our lunchtime. When we get back from our lunch, we're going to watch 4 back-to-back videos about this exact same thing, about some really inspirational real estate professionals and coaches talking about the conversations you can have with people on the phone and all of that. Lisa, do you have anything for them before we go to break lunch? No. Okay, it is 12 o'clock. I will see you all back at 1 p.m. Have a great lunch. See you soon.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need ya? Here where we need ya. Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, we have a winner from our Relentless definition. Needed to be 8 words or less. So some of you got caught up on that, but more than the number of words, because I didn't take that quite into consideration as much as I did what of the follow through. And some of it was circular. So we picked group 6, Donna. Unstoppable, persistent, determined, confident, unwavering, dedicated, tenacious, and driven. I like that it all fits together. It's a path moving forward. So that's going to be our Mega 17 definition for relentless. So that's what you picked. Unstoppable, persistent, determined, confident, unwavering, dedicated, tenacious, and driven. Let's see. I want to make sure I got all of the people in the group. So I have Donna, Donita, Christina, Sarah. And Christina, you weren't in it, even though it says you are.
Yeah, it was Sarah. For our group was Sarah, David, Donita, and me and myself.
Okay, good.
Maybe Donna's group was different.
Okay. We're going to be using this definition and circling back to it over the next 3 weeks. So thank you for all of your hard work and thought into that. All right. So, Coach, how often do you contact real estate leads with Barry Jenkins from Wailopo? How many of you heard of Wailopo? Wailopo is a very popular company. They've got a lot of really good tools. We have several agents that buy into Wailopo. Wailopo creates a website, creates a neighborhood website, and then does Google ads and other types of ads driving people to that neighborhood website, builds as much as they can about that neighborhood, and they get a lot of leads from it. Hyper local. So instead of trying to be broad, they're very detailed. So they will create a website, they will find a domain name that matches a subdivision, and they will build a website around that subdivision. We've actually done the same thing here at the company. We've used AI to go and pull out the subdivision of all 11 million listings that we have and create a master category list of subdivisions. And we have each one of those subdivisions as a separate page on our website. We have the schools on there and all kinds of stuff. We spent quite a bit of time having AI build them, and they've actually been very, very uniquely lead generation focused, which I expected, but I'm very happy to see that it actually happened. And we can assign agents to those subdivision pages. So if you are farming a subdivision, please make sure that you have added those subdivisions to your website. That's something we can get into later. Okay, so let's watch a couple minutes of this video because there's a few things that I want you to hear reiterated from someone else.
I recommend contacting online leads at least 7 times in the first month. We did a survey of all of our Ylopo users and examined that conversations normally don't occur with a new lead until after 7 contact attempts have been made. And you know, look, I mean, a lot of this has to do with time of day. Leads don't answer the phone at lunch. Agents love to call at lunchtime. And so it's about calling at the right time of day. It's also about, mixing up your messages, sending text, making phone calls, having well-crafted voicemails to get the lead to call you back. But yeah, I would say at least 7 times. What we've discovered is most agents only call between 1 and 2 times. So they're far short of what's needed to actually have a conversation.
Okay, so Boomtown, $3 million. They did a study over 5 years, and I shared with you that study. And Ylopo, who is one of the major players in lead generation, their sales team, came to the exact same conclusion, 100% exact. We need a call. They're saying 7 times, and mix it up. Text messages, calls. Our action plans that you can apply to your leads has text messages, emails, and calls all built into them. And you have the ability to modify them and edit them. We're going to walk through and you're going to see all of our smart plans. You're going to see how we've built them, and you can see where you can go into CXM and find them. And this is what's cool about the construct that we've created is how many of you have ever bought into a CRM? Did they give you a full-time staff person that you can go to help you use it? That you can come in, throw your laptop down, and they can walk you through it? You might have had a phone number that you can call and they'll call you back, or 800 number you can wait on hold. But have you ever had a CRM where you can make a suggestion and then they implement the suggestion almost immediately? Because we had someone just yesterday bring us a suggestion, and that suggestion has already been pushed out and applied based on our reminders. And that person is in this room right now. Okay, so that's the first video that I want to throw at you. How many of you are going to start calling your leads more than once, more than twice? You're going to follow these action plans. Because you're going to be what?
Relentless.
Relentless.
Relentless. Oh my gosh. Okay. The sounds of $1 million agents. Okay, here we go.
So I just got off the call with my team, and we're talking about lead generation, and more specifically, lead conversion. If you are generating leads from Facebook, Instagram, Google, YouTube, Google Display, any of the sources, and you are struggling with conversion, this video is for you. Okay, so check it out. There are only 2 components you need for obscene lead conversion. And when I say lead conversion, I mean anybody who has exchanged contact info in exchange for something else that you are giving them. It doesn't matter whether they're top of funnel leads or bottom of the funnel leads, a registration is a registration. The first thing that I wrote down is that every single client is a ready to go, easy client that's going to pay full price, that will buy with no contingencies, no issues, no fighting, no objections ever, until they tell you otherwise. You see, oftentimes we look at Facebook leads or Instagram leads or Google leads or YouTube leads. We say, oh, the cost per this registration was only $4. They are a top of funnel lead, or they are unqualified, or they take 9 months to convert. Everybody is a ready to go, all cash, full price, no contingency, no objection client until they tell you otherwise. The second thing that I wrote down is that the way that you show up to all of your calls, your Zooms, your emails, your in-person meeting, your virtual pitches, anytime where you need to ask for a deal, the way that you show up will significantly impact the outcome that that client has with you. When people are excited, that's very contagious. Now, on the opposite side, when people aren't excited, that's very contagious as well. So going back to the beginning of this, if you don't believe that every single prospect you talk to is the best best prospect that you've ever talked to in your life. You will show up accordingly. They will feel that and they will respond with objections, quietness, and reserve. So my suggestion to you, if you want to significantly increase your lead conversion in 2024 and 2025, believe that number one, this is the easiest client you will ever work with in your life. And number two, the way you show up for all these calls will significantly impact the outcome the client has with you. If you master those two things, sales is totally easy. So I just got off the
Sounds like he just talked about mindset. That you can bring a bias into the phone call based on the source of the lead, and that bias can actually affect the outcome of the conversation and the relationship that you have that you're trying to build with this person. One thing most top producers do, this is a scribble note kind of thing, is that when you find out if they're looking to buy for pain or pleasure, which one of the videos that we're going to see later talks about, people buy based on pain or pleasure, that when you find out that they're buying a home and you ask them, are you excited? And they say, yes, I'm excited for you. Open up that window and allow them to share and get their emotions out a little bit and let them share, because that's important, because that's part of the relationship building. I'm going to share something with you that I think is very interesting with leads, because you ask a real estate agent, do you think that a Zillow lead that costs $1,000 a lead, yes, that's what they're charging right now, $1,000 a lead for a Zillow lead, do you think that that's a better, higher quality lead than a Facebook lead? Who thinks that it is? I'm going to see if I can lower my hand. There we go. I was driving my own self crazy. Okay, so studies have shown that the Facebook leads are better. Does that surprise you? All right, I think let's dig into it a little bit, and then I'm going to put you into groups, because I want you to hear why it's better. And then Christina has some unique experience on Zillow. We're going to ask hers. We've, as Realty Texas, have spent over $1 million with Zillow. What's $1 million? That is a huge investment. We have 100,000 leads in our system that came from Realtor.com, Homes.com, Zillow, the whole bit. So we were at one point spending $100,000 a month with Zillow. No surprise that we learned a lot from that experience. And Zillow is more expensive now than it was before. And it had no greater conversion rate than any of our other leads, but it did have something that did have an advantage. It had a shorter tail. And what I mean by tail is from registration to close was drastically shorter than the Facebook lead. The Facebook tail was more 6 months out. Now, if you just think about where they came from and how you found them, it actually makes sense. How you get a Facebook lead is by running ads on Facebook. People are scrolling in their feed, they come across your ad, they click it. What's cool about Facebook and running ads is when the consumer clicks the button, with the terms and conditions that you have with Facebook, you've already approved Facebook to send that, whatever shop it is or whatever company it is, to send them your phone number and your email address that you have registered with Facebook. You may not know that, but when you run an ad, then when people register and they click on our Facebook ad, we get their email, their name, and their phone number. It's not always a good phone number, but we can reverse engineer their email and get other phone numbers when we actually run it through our data enrichment process. So for the Facebook people, often we're planting the seed of homeownership in their brain. They're seeing our ad and it's an aha moment. Yes, I want this. And so we're catching them earlier in the process. Remember what I said a while ago that a lead nurture is often between 6 and 8 months out? That's where the Facebook leads are, 6 to 8 months out. Different from the Zillow, because the Zillow, we didn't plant the seed in their head. They found themselves on Zillow's website. They went to Google and they typed it in, or they went into the URL and typed in Zillow.com. They've been browsing houses. They clicked one and they have an information They have a question about a specific property. All of the Zillow leads come from a question a consumer has about a specific property. And the thing that Zillow is really getting beat up about right now is the contact agent button that's on the property makes it look like it's a listing agent. And the number one question we get right now from the people coming in is, are you the listing agent? And every objection around the corner, they want to talk to the listing agent. And we've got really good scripts for it, but they think they're calling the listing agent. And we paid $1,000 for that lead. And sometimes it's they left the trash bin out, or the light in the kitchen has been on for 3 days, or whatever. We get a lot of just bad leads from Zillow. And that's a huge cost to pay for a lead that's not even an actual lead. And you don't get refunds from Zillow. So the Facebook lead is $15 or less. Much, much better price. And again, we get them earlier in the process, but it means more phone calls. It means more nurturing. It means all of the things. So it's going to take us longer to get them to the closing table. And so for some agents who are transactional based, I need a transaction today. I want it to close next month. And that's all they're focused on is short term because they're new in the business and they need money and they need resources and they're not focused on long term. Then the Zillow leads become a draw for them because they need immediate money, even though they're going to give up a lot more of their check for that lead. So the Facebook leads long term in your business will always pay off better. Your Google leads and Facebook leads are pretty similar in that regard. So, and what he's saying here is a lead is a lead, a person is a person, based on regardless of the source of where it comes from. We don't want to discount it because of the source and bring into the conversation something that has we bring the bias in. Part of the construct that we're trying to create is your mission statement, build in that base, and then your vision statement, and then your UVP, and then your vision board, and you grab your coffee and you get yourself after the morning huddle in the right mindset and call your people and picture a face. You can Google them on LinkedIn to see if you can get a picture of their face, but you're talking to a person regardless of the source. Sometimes it's better just to ignore the source and just call them and assume, like he said, that there's there's no issue, there's not going to be any issues. So I think the number one thing that agents do wrong with lead generation is they assume that it's going to be troublesome, so they try to pre-qualify the lead, overly pre-qualify the lead over the phone, and they try to convert it over the phone. And that's not what you're trying to do here. You're trying to do an appointment setting. You're trying to have a conversation with them to set an appointment. Or if they're not ready for an appointment, get an agreement for another call down the road. Well, if you're not ready now, that's okay. I'm glad to have answered all the questions that you have. And I would like to call you in a couple of weeks just to check in. And then make good on that promise and set a reminder or put them in the action plan so that you make good on the promise that you just made to call them back. And now you're going to call them on a regular basis. Questions about that? And then I know, Christina, you had your hand up, so I want to give you the floor. Okay, go ahead, Christina.
Okay. So over the last month or so, I have had a massive aha. And so I wanted to share with the class because it's really, really timely. And Mega has dropped in my lap really in literally the best possible time ever. So I had let's go back to 2020. What happened at the beginning of 2020? COVID, right? So I started the year with a business plan, bought a house out of the country. Exciting, awesome. Got back and literally the world shut down. And I threw my business plan out the window and thought, there it goes. Except I was wrong, right? And we all know what happened. 2020 was my all-time high, best year in real estate, 22 million. I had a full-time assistant. I had a full pipeline. I fully embraced Follow Up Boss. And I paid heavily for those Zillow leads, $15,000 a month, co-branded with my co-branded real lender helped out with that, but still very heavily. But then again, in 2020 and 2021, Zillow leads were like drinking from a funnel, right? I mean, you shooting fish in a barrel. They came in, as long as you could get there fast enough, you probably were going to convert it. So during that time, I didn't have time or I didn't make time to make my phone calls. I developed some bad habits. I didn't do the things that I know I need to do because it was really so easy as just to get out there, do what I need to do. Because remember, I had that full-time assistant. So she was doing all that back end stuff for me. She was helping with the touches. I did have a system in place. I wasn't making the phone calls as much, but still doing all the things. That year, I traveled to Bonaire multiple times, made other really cool trips at the peak of my performance. So the lesson I want you to tell you there is, look, you can have it all. You can do it all. Jack has given us all the systems. But now let's fast forward 6 years later. And thank you so much for being recognized. But I got to tell you, in the last 6 years, this was my lowest year in real estate. I steadily declined, just like, of course, the market did, but it's not the market's fault. Because during that time in 2020, 2021, when everything was coming at us fast and furious, what was I doing? I was filling my pipeline with closed buyers. I've got raving fans. I've got amazing reviews and wonderful people who still refer me to this day with little effort on my part. So my phrase and I joke about is I've been successful in spite of myself. Now imagine if I applied myself and I did the things that I know I need to do. I need to pick up the phone every day, and I'm going to adjust my business. This is another class. This class also has taught me that there are different ways to look at my business. I do not have to do it traditionally because I don't live traditionally. And that's where I am in my life. But it's all right there. I don't have to pay for the leads anymore. I just need to leverage what I have in my pipeline. I have that 200 plus people. And by goodness, I'm going to make it work. But I'm not going to stop doing the things I love to do. I'm just going to get more efficient and better at it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Christina. Awesome. That's amazing. I'm really excited for you because this is taking control of the business and letting you run your business instead of your business running you, and knowing that it's not Jesus take the wheel, it's Christina grab the wheel. Because in our business, we have to create a plan. Now, of course, fate and all of those things aside, we have to make a plan and then we have to show up. And when we make the plan and promise that we're going to show up and do the things, whether we're doing it from, I mean, how many of you heard the old expression, if you want a transaction, go on vacation, right? Um, Everyone we know is at a beach somewhere or at a resort somewhere, and we're talking with clients on the phone and we're building the business or putting a transaction together and getting boots on the ground here to do it. And that works. And the client knows, their expectation has been set. I'm 2,000 miles away, but I've got your back and I'm going to make sure that there's boots on the ground every time you need it. But when you call me, I might be in a different time zone, but I will get back to you. And so you set the right expectations. So you build a practice around what's going on in your life, but more importantly, you have to operate from a plan. And then you can roll the plan out. And once you have a plan, you can add people to the plan. And those people become more and more essential as time goes on. You'll realize just how essential those people are to your plan. Wonderful. Thank you. Anybody else want to kind of chime in here about where you are with your business and the outlook that you have on your client base and where you're headed 2026? We're going to watch a Vanessa Van Edwards video, and then we're going to watch a really cool video as we get towards the bottom, which is this guy here. It's a very long video. I'm going to watch actually, we're going to watch 4 minutes of that video, and I'm going to give you the video for homework because it's a 30-minute long video that we can't watch the whole thing. But there's a snippet of it that I really want you to hear because it's a real estate coach. In fact, it's the same coach that I purchased the program for our Ready Set Sell series, and have people going through that coach. He is asking one of his top teams about their success and how they were able to find success leveraging calls, leveraging leads, and making their phone calls, and then how they go about it. And I think there's a really good advice there. So we're gonna watch that video, a little bit of it. Vanessa Van Edwards, A Science of People. We saw a bunch of her videos on Wednesday, and these are the 5 killer sales techniques.
So you have something to sell. It could be your business idea, your product, or even yourself. In this lab chat, I want to teach you how to sell anything to anyone. And of course, this is our lab chat, so it's all based in science, baby. My name is Vanessa Van Edwards, and I run the Science of People, a human behavior research lab. While my team and I were researching for my body language and sales course, I came across some fascinating science on selling, and I had to share it with you for one of our Science of People lab chats. So here we go. Here are 5 of my favorite research-backed persuasion techniques. First, always start with a bang. One study tried to figure out how to increase room service tips for waiters in hotels. They found there was a super easy thing waiters could do to increase their tips. All they had to do was start with a positive comment. When hotel guests opened their door, waiters said good morning and gave a positive weather forecast for the day. Just that one positive comment increased their tips by 27%. How does this help you? Never start a sales meeting or pitch by talking about bad weather, traffic, or being busy. Always begin with a positive comment or anecdote. Great weather, fun weekend plans, or a favorite sports team winning a game. Just that gets you off onto the right foot. Number 2, don't self-sabotage.
So hopefully you're taking notes because you're going to go into a breakout session and I want you to talk about these. So that one was don't self-sabotage, talk about something positive, bring something positive to the conversation, which we already know about, but just reiterates the importance of it.
Biggest self-sabotage mistake you can make in sales might be a bit counterintuitive. It's speaking ill of a competitor. Research has found something called spontaneous trait transference. They found that whenever you say bad things about someone else, people can't help but put those same traits onto you. The brain can't help but associate your gossip with you, even if logically we know you're talking about another person. So if you say your competitor is low quality and unreliable, your potential client can't help but associate those traits with you. So no matter what, when it comes to gossip, always say, no comment. Number 3, use awesome labels. One of my favorite studies about people found that when you assign someone a positive label, like having high intelligence or being a good person, that actually cues them up to live up to that label. In one study about fundraising, the researchers told average donors they were in fact among the highest donors. Can you guess what happened? Those donors then in fact donated above average. We live up to our positive labels. So when you're with a client or a potential customer, give them genuinely good labels. I never want you to be fake or manipulative. So stick with positive truths. You can say, you are one of our best customers, or you are such a pleasure to do business with. In that way, they will actually want to be one of your best customers and try even harder to be a pleasure to do business with. Number 4, use your body. Study after study shows that you have to use nonverbal communication to be an effective salesperson. In one study, salespeople who used power body language increased their sales numbers by 56% after only one training. Power body language is super easy to learn. We have a whole video on it right here. And be sure to check out our course, Supercharge Your Sales with Body Language. Watch the video to see what I mean. Lastly, always end on a high note. Okay, let me explain a really gross but fascinating study involving one of my least favorite topics, colonoscopies. Bet you didn't know where this video was heading. I've only ever heard one thing about colonoscopies. They're super unpleasant, and doctors know that they have a bad rap. They wanted to do research to find a way to give colonoscopies a better reputation. Stick with me, I promise there's a point to this story. A colonoscopy is only a few minutes long, but they are pretty uncomfortable. They found that if they added 1 minute at the end of the procedure that was totally pain-free, people remembered the entire experience as more pleasant. In other words, even if it takes a bit longer, ending on a better note makes someone recall the entire experience better. So before someone leaves your pitch, end on a high note. Gift a final perk, offer them a mint, pay them a compliment. It will make the entire time with you even better. Since I said I have to end on a high note, I better practice what I preach and end this video on a high. While I unabashedly promote my body language and sales course, I'm going to show you my favorite high school dance moves.
You're on mute, Jack.
Thank you. I'm going to throw you guys into a group breakout session. I want you to spend some time talking about what you just learned from Vanessa Van Edwards and how are you going to incorporate that in your showings and the first meeting that you have with a client. And what is this idea about leaving on a good note? Have you ever practiced that or put that into an intention? And how do you think that is going to change things for you? I always leave on a high note. I make that a point. I'm going to swap out your rooms again. I'm going to make them a little bit smaller so that they are going to 6 groups instead of 7. And you're going to get 8 full minutes. I'll see you back in 8 minutes. Let's start with group 5 and work our way up. Astrid, Indu, Melinda, Mia, Yana. What are you going to implement in 2026 regarding this? And what did you come up with?
Hi, Jack.
Hi,
Yeah, so
Astrid.
we were talking about how most of us were we kind of want to work better on how to like give out in an introduction, like saying, like hi, hello, because sometimes like one of our team members, Melinda, said that she usually just goes right into listening. Someone's And then basically, yeah, we were just talking about how kind of want to work more on that, all of us. Just getting more like I guess like giving more of that welcoming like in open houses. So that's pretty much what we talked about.
Wanting to connect more, have better scripts, and be more confident. I like it. Thank you. Astrid, thank you. Group 6. Group 5, Amanda, David, Dominique, Eden, Isabel. Get me excited about what you're thinking.
We had a great conversation. It was actually really fun. Dominique mentioned that having a good response to customers when they come into an open house and they say something negative about an agent they've worked with, she goes into apologizing right away and then turning it into a positive. I'm really sorry that you had that experience. And then she starts to point out the importance of having a good relationship with the agent that you're going to work with. And then Eden puts focus on good traits. So kind of the same thing, focuses on people's positivity. And she gives advice when she gets negative comments. So her way of dealing with them talking bad about an agent is to start giving them advice. So it's not about her, so that they leave feeling, or not even leave, but that they start to feel comforted and educated, and then leave on a high note. David and I both found the body language part really interesting. David mentioned that in the police force, they teach you that hands kill. So people want to see your hands, which I know we saw in the video with Vanessa Van Edwards as well. I thought that it was really interesting, the 56% increase for power body language. David and I spoke about how we understand the open stance and all of that, but we're really excited to learn about what the power body language is.
Beautiful. Good. You guys are paying attention and you are here and present. Thank you for that. Group 4, Denise, Donita, Donna, Jeanette, and Chao Chen.
So at the very beginning, we voted Shashen because she hasn't done it. But when we were leaving, we asked her if she was ready to present, and she said, "No, you." So we don't know.
That's true.
We don't know if she got the message to do. So I don't know.
Can we have someone else that hasn't talked already speak for our group? I know that's against the rules, but we did pick somebody, but I don't know what happened.
Okay, who would like to go? Who would like to speak? Then, how about How about,
I can go
okay?
again. Well, I already went. I don't know. But we talked about just no negative talk and just leading with compliments. Always, just something positive. Somebody that we mentioned nicknames like honey bunches and sweetheart, but you have to be careful with that because some people, you never know, but some people do like that. And we talked about pivoting away from like negative comments, the clients might have to say, or experiences that they've gone through, just by like explaining what we have to offer and how we're going to do things, which should be the right way and everything. So we don't really have to build on that negativity, and then just always complimenting the house was somebody that gave a suggestion for leaving things on a positive note.
Okay. We definitely want to leave on a positive note. So I need all of you to be thinking about what that's going to be. What's going to be your little tagline that you walk away from? Better and better, or what is it going to be? What are you going to keep saying that's going to leave things on a positive note that will be your thing? All right, thank you. Good job, Danita. Moving on to the next group, Damien, Miriam, Polly, Tara, and Veronica.
Yes, sir. So we had a great conversation as well. A lot of things that came out of ours were that took away was thank and be positive all the time. No gossiping. Don't self-sabotage yourself. Start and end on a good note, like what was just said. You start in the beginning, and because last impression is just as important as the first. Exhort people with truth. Talk positive about them, lift them up. And as with Amanda's group, negative comments, you acknowledge the feelings that the people are feeling when they say they had a bad experience or whatever, so they feel heard, which in turn gives more trust for you when you're listening. Probably said we set the tone when we pick up the phone. We need to stop and listen to people and not just try to overtalk people. We also talked and all in agreement that you end on a positive note, like end with a fist bump or high five, calling the group a team, or have an amazing day with an elevated tone, have an amazing weekend, just so it sets that last impression, just like the first, as we mentioned, on an upbeat note. And say something that stands out. We should always be saying something that stands out so they have something to remember you by, so they call back and they're always talking about you and what you've said and what you've done for them.
Well, so far, Damien's the one that got me excited. Good job. Excellent representation in group three. All right, group two, Charles, Jocelyn, Melissa, Mohammed, and Isolet. Who's my captain from group two? And how did your conversation go? Are you having as much fun as the rest of them?
Yeah, it was good. We talked about starting and ending on a positive note, setting the tone, being more animated and making a connection. Always finding the positive in whatever conversation. Sometimes conversations don't go as planned, or the whatever the deal. So it's important to find the positive. And then implementing more awesome labels with clients. You're an awesome seller because the seller's house is ready for pictures, so stuff like that. So yeah, focusing on the positive.
Yeah, and sometimes that positive can just be, you guys are great to work with. I love working with you guys. And then you can tie that into a good referral by saying, you guys are great to work with. I bet your friends would be too. So, I mean, one of the best things to do is just tell them how much you enjoy working with them. That makes them feel good, and it also makes them want to be a better client. And so that is kind of an underline. I always say that to my clients. I love working with you guys. And I think that's a good one too. Group one, Christina, Janice, Kevin, Leah, and Sarah. Good job, Jocelyn. Janice.
So it's gonna be me. They nominated me for be
Good
there.
job, Leah. It's good to
Yeah.
have you as a spokesperson finally.
No, I'm excited too. All right. So we did have a lot of good positive feedback in our group. Miss Christina, she said she did take away using the labels. She felt like that was awesome. Giving compliments to, her customers when she's on the phone with them or, having communication, but kind of giving them those special compliments and labels. Mr. Kevin shared with us that he also was a fan of the labels. He said, label well and it will be well. So just kind of reinforcing positive with positivity, and then, getting obviously a positive outcome. Miss Sarah, she did have a lot of good things to say. She did take away the power, body language, entering a room with a smile. She said takes her a long way. Just getting up and saying, how's it going? Just kind of, breaking that conversation on a positive note. Miss Janice did say she took away don't self-sabotage, and she's learning from that as well. We did have a good conversation in the class. It looked like we did have some contagious behavior also. Miss Christina was really excited, which kind of caused the rest of us to kind of smile and giggle a little bit. Christina also noticed some body language mimicking in the class with her and Janice. So, just kind of reiterating that, body language is important. I took away also from it kind of the self-sabotaging, trying to get away with it, which I've been doing a lot better. Coming into the business being new, was kind of a habit to say, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where to start. But the truth is, obviously I have a good supportive team behind me. So I'm getting away from that and saying, I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to call who I need to call to figure it out.
How about this, Leah? I want you to change it and I want you to say, I got this.
I got this. Yeah.
That's our new tagline. I got this.
I got this. I got this.
100%. All right. I know a lot of the things that we're hearing in these videos are things in the recesses of our brains that we already knew, but maybe we hadn't let it percolate up enough to actually put these things into practice. And now that we're bringing it into perspective, we can add this to what is going to be a very polished salesperson presence and knowing when you hear negative speak, how to exit that gracefully. Wow, I am so sorry that happened to you. When working with me, I'm a professional. That would never happen. Separate yourself from it, acknowledge it, move on. Don't allow someone to drag you into that speak. Number one, when you leave them with something positive because that's the thing they're going to remember most. And at the end of the day, always be positive and be grateful and thankful for the business and act like a business person. Be there, be professional, and you're not a friend, you're a professional. And I know sometimes people want to turn them into friendships. And what happens after the transaction closes, sometimes friendships cultivate. That's okay. But remember, you're a professional and you want them to look like a professional, and be asking for those referrals because that's going to help your business grow. You're helping them. They're going to be thankful and grateful when you do it right, and they're going to be happy to get you with people that can help make you successful because you're trying everything that you can in good faith to make them successful in this transaction, and they're going to appreciate that. Because when you connect with someone who's a trade and they're really, really good, you want to latch on to them and keep that relationship because again, what are the three professionals people need? A good attorney, a good CPA, and a good real estate agent. And when they find a really good real estate agent, they're going to latch onto them and keep them long term. So don't be afraid to call them your client for life and love on them and give them the little bit of positivity like, you guys are great to work with. I love having you as a client. Christina, I see your hand up.
Super quick, but in talking about this, I realized I have two trades that do this consistently. Devon Agronic, Capital Title, compliments every single person on their driver's license every single time. It's her icebreaker. It works so well. And Andrew, my photographer with Virtuance, always compliments the people about their property because even when I'm not there, when they call me later, like, oh, your photographer was so nice. He said we prepared the house just perfect. Works every time. They all love them.
Every time I meet a client at the at the property. I look in every single room and I point out the best thing about that room. There have been situations where I had fleas on me. There was cat poop on the floor. There was cat food on the floor that had been there for months, and I'm still looking at the positive thing in every single room because I know all of this is fixable. I can fix all of it. I'm looking at the house itself, not what their stuff is. And every single time I'm looking for something positive, which makes them feel like someone is looking at the big picture and not objectifying them. Thank you, Christina. Exactly right. We've got trades that are doing this, and we can identify how successful that is with them, and then applying that to us as well, because I know that you do that already, is very, very powerful in your business. Um, hello, Denise. I saw your hand pop up.
I would say to go with Christina is um, when you walk into someone else's home and you may be on video or camera being
Mm-hmm.
recorded, audio, there it is. Um, let's practice someone's always listening and don't pass any judgments because it's not about their stuff, it's about a house becoming a home.
Yeah, and if you truly are a professional and you realize it's the house that you're selling, you're trying to figure out how you're going to make this work, a problem solver. Not there to
You're going to give them
objectify or be
tips.
rude, but we're going to figure it out. We're going to work together because I don't care what's going on. I'm gonna make this work. Yeah, I like it, Denise. Thank you. Good advice. All right, elevator speech. That sounds a lot like your UVP, doesn't it? We're gonna talk, and we're gonna start with the elevator speech though, and then we're gonna push this into another topic. Are you a blue personality or a red personality where you might find it just a little bit uncomfortable to strike up a conversation with a stranger? Raise your hand if that's you. Veronica says, "Oh, me, David, me, Kevin, me." You know, you're the person that there's a big party going on, and you know the types. You got the person that's right in the middle of the whole thing, Lisa Ormsby, and then you got the me, Jack Stapleton, over here towards the side, watching everyone have fun. What is your personality? Are you the one that's over and wanting to be the observer instead of the participant? And that isn't a good versus bad. It is a piece of fact, a piece of information. And once we learn that piece of information, then we have to determine how do we apply a fix for this because we have to work outside of our normal personality tendencies then and take extra effort to connect with people, and it's not going to come naturally. So you have to have a plan for it. Now, those people who are, Lisa and I know this guy named um, Steve Foll. I don't know if you've ever happened to have come across Steve Foll, but Steve Foll could strike up a conversation with a garden gnome in the middle of the backyard and talk for 45 minutes to it. Never met anyone like him before, but you're not going to be in the same room with Steve Foll and him not know everything about you. Just gregarious, outgoing, fun, warm, interesting, just a cool guy. That personality is not everyone's personality. So, as a salesperson, you still, though, have to be able to comfortably start a conversation and not let it stall out and be sitting there thinking, oh dear, I've ran out of things to say. My mind has gone blank, and I don't know how to take this conversation to the next step and just be sitting there deer in the headlights thinking, wow, this is embarrassing. I I want to apply a fix for that. And we're going to jump into some scripts that's going to cure this forever. But in the meantime, I'm seeing hands. Miriam.
Yeah, this was, I just wanted to share something kind of funny because as soon as I saw this slide, it reminded me like I always think that I belong in those progressive commercials about not becoming your parents. My father was a Lutheran minister and he talked to everyone, like checking out the grocery store, standing in line. And I find that I do the same thing and I embarrass my kids all the time.
Well, sometimes our greatest asset, we need to exploit it. And that is an asset of yours that's going to help you in real estate for sure. Denise.
My icebreaker to total strangers when they're at my open house is I will compliment them on like a man's shirt and I'll ask him, is there a story with that shirt? Because I really like that print or that color. Or if it's a lady's bag, I'll ask her, where did you get your bag? Tell me the story about that. And
That
they
is,
will unload all kinds of.
yeah. Sometimes we just have to have the conversation starter, and then it's just enough kindling to get the fire started, and then it smolders into a fire and it just keeps on going at that point, and it's good. But sometimes we need to find that element that's going to keep it going. All right, and that gets us into the Ford script. The purpose of the Ford script is to do exactly what we're talking about now, which is listening as a martial art, less talking and more listening, and asking those great questions. Do you remember on Wednesday, we watched the video from Vanessa Van Edwards where she's sitting around the round table and she's talking to the news reporters and the early morning coffee news thing. And she said one of the things that very memorable people do is ask really interesting questions. And that they're asking more questions and then they're sitting back and then they're letting people speak. If you read the book, Getting to Yes, there is a segment in it, or actually the book Never Split the Difference is where this actually talks about listening as if it were a martial art. And I love that line. When I teach my RE&E class, and in fact, in module 12, I'm going to grab that book and I'm going to read you a couple of passages from it. Hopefully you guys will take out of Mega and jump into those book clubs for Never Split the Difference and Getting to Yes, because those are two negotiation books that will really, really help you. The idea here is that the Ford script will allow you to ask them questions about things that they're already passionate about and they're going to share and they're going to be excited to share with you. And most people, when you ask them the right question, they light up and they start sharing. And I think that using the Ford script in this way is very powerful for you. I have actually, over the last probably decade or so, I've identified when people are actually putting me through the Ford script. And in the back of my mind, I know exactly what they're doing. And I think, okay, this person is actively trying to have a conversation with me, which is a very interesting piece of information to know in the first place. Because now I'm like, okay, so they're trying to have a conversation with me. This is purposeful. What's going on here? Most people are completely oblivious and they don't know that this is going on, and they just kind of are very excited to have you ask these questions in the first place. But the type of questions that are going to be asked, it's FORD, it's family, occupation, recreation, and dreams. You're going to ask a question about family, about occupation, about recreation, and about dreams. And we're going to give you a lot of examples. I'm going to put you in groups, and you're going to actually put each other through the Ford script. Hopefully, you don't know each other very well, but it's going to strike up a conversation that'll lead to really cool things. And you're going to come back from group knowing all about this person, which is very, very interesting. And then part of the homework assignment this weekend is going to be applying the Ford script to at least 5 people that you do not know, and then share about that experience inside your team's group with our Mega 17 group. The Mega is the Ford script is a great way to start a conversation, keep it going, and build a very cool underlying relationship that started without you having to think about what am I going to say or coming up with something. It's already there. You just reach for it. So you can ask, you got any family in the area? Oh, yes, my sister. Or what are the ages of your kids? Or whatever question that you're going to reach to in the family. So, are you married? Nice. What's your husband's name? Tom. Awesome. How old is he? Blah, blah, blah. And you got kids? And you reach into the family. People love to talk about their family. They love to talk about their kids. That's a conversation that people will go on about. Whether things are going great at home or not, you're going to hear either way because it's something really relevant that's going on in their lives. Nothing more relevant at any point in time in anyone's life is their immediate family. It's the most relevant thing you can talk to them about. And it's the thing that they're not going to skip a beat, and they usually share a lot about that. So It starts out the gate with family. Then they kind of get to a point where they've, you turn the goal and now it's, oh, what line of work are you in? Uh, then people talk about their job. The second thing people love to talk about usually is what they do or looking for work or whatever. And if they're looking for work, oh, so what did you do before? Got it. Are you looking to get in that same line of work again? So who have you been speaking with? Have you been interviewing? There's a lot of conversations to be had on this, and it just now you've learned about their family makeup. Now you're learning about what they do and what their passion is and what their work is, which is a huge other center in their life. Probably a good 30% of brain power is what we extend to work. 30% is home, 30% is work, and 30% is sleep, right? So it's a third of our entire life is work. So it's a huge one. And then recreation. So you golf? Have you been to the soccer game, the Q2 down in Austin? Have you been to that? Because it's super cool. Or are you a Laker fan? What are your passions? You play sports? And that's something that's huge. People's hobbies and their sports and what they're interested in will light them up. So you've just gone from talking about their family to talking about their work to talking about their passions in life, which is going to be hobbies and golf and whatever that is, which really, really, gets it going. And typically, this conversation, by the time it's here, it has turned into enough of a conversation that you don't need to continue on. I usually don't need to go to the next one because the conversation is going so well that I don't even need to ask them. But when it comes to dreams, I always talk about vacations. Where's your favorite place to visit? Do you travel? Have you traveled outside the United States? Where's your favorite place? A lot of people, oh no, I've always wanted to go to Greece though. Again, things that are now talking about people's dreams. Where do you want to go? And for me, travel is the one that I always reach to on the dream side because that's usually 99% of people, they have dreams and aspirations of traveling. I've never met anyone that said, no, I never want to leave Austin. Never. Usually they want to go places and see things. At least they're dreaming about it. Whether that ever takes place or not, there's usually a dream there. So the Ford script, very, very powerful. We're going to watch two quick videos from one is a real estate agent talking about how she uses the Ford script in her business and an influencer.
If you are a newer agent and you want to know what's the best script to use to contact my database, the one that I've been using for years is the Ford script. F-O-R-D. Ford stands for family, occupation, recreation, and dreams. What that basically means is you're going to ask people, how's your family? How's work? Have you done anything fun lately? And what do you have planned for the near future? When I say the near future, I oftentimes refer to a holiday. So I may say, what do you have planned for Labor Day? That gets the conversation going, and by you being interested in what they have going on, they will be interested in what you have going on. Don't think, just do.
All right, quick to the point, lots of great tips. Now, if you are that blue personality type or that red personality type, and this has something that you've struggled with, you will never struggle with it again. I don't know if any of you follow the real estate bestie. I actually follow her. We've exchanged phone numbers on Instagram. Big personality, amazing presence. I think she's got over 1 million followers.
Are you looking for ways to stay top of mind with your sphere of influence? Let's talk about it. Hey everybody, it's Rosemary Lewis, your real estate bestie, and today I am going to share with you one easy way to stay top of mind with your sphere of influence. But before we get into it, you already know what I need you to do, so go ahead and subscribe to the channel. And you know what? Let's not make it awkward. Just give us a thumbs up right now and show some love to this video and any other real estate bestie video that
Is she shy? Not going to be shy about asking for referrals.
You have watched. And if you are not already a part of our Facebook community of real estate besties, I really need you to get it together and get on over there. Head on over to rosemarylewis.com/Facebook so that you can stay connected with not only me, your real estate bestie, but a whole whole host of other real estate besties that we are all working, collaborating, and growing together. Now, speaking of growing, let's talk about how to grow the sphere of influence and how to stay top of mind with the people who already know, like, and trust you. I will scream it from the mountaintops that one of my favorite things or my favorite ways to generate business is literally referrals that come from my sphere of influence. Now, your sphere of influence literally is anybody that you know, anybody that you are connected with. And the problem though is that we hear things like stay top of mind, and we don't know exactly what that means. A lot of us are posting to social media, which I definitely think that you should do. But the challenge is that everyone does not see your post. Quite honestly, the statistic is like only 8 to 10% of all of your friends or followers on social media are actually seeing what you are doing. So yes, continue to stay in front of your peeps on social, but we have to have other ways to connect and stay top of mind with our sphere of influence. Now, in previous videos, I've shared with you different ways to generate leads. I've shared with you about email marketing, but we are going to dive a little deeper into a good old school way of staying top of mind. And that is picking up the phone and using what we call the Ford script. So the very first thing, y'all, is that I think that every single day you should be picking up the phone and calling somebody. I didn't say texting, I didn't say voice memoing, I did not say videoing. Yes, all of those things work too. But in this society, especially because we are so disconnected and glued to our phones, really, truly, and honestly, we are actually more disconnected than ever, and we don't really know what's going on into people's lives. And like I said, yeah, we'll look at social media, we'll see that their kids are growing up, we'll see that, they got a year older, and we will even like or comment on the post. But there is nothing that will help you stay top of mind better than actually picking up the phone and talking to the people that you know. But here's the thing. How many of y'all get a phone call and it's awkward? You don't even answer, right? I know, because that is the world that we live in. I don't want that to hold you back, because the reality is that somebody will answer and they will be happy to hear from you. But what should you say when you talk to them? This is where the Ford script comes in handy. Now, the Ford script, it really isn't a script, or at least I consider it to be more of a structure of a call, because when I talk to them, I want to make sure that I get them talking and I want to engage them. And using Ford is a way to ask questions to draw more conversation. Now, the F in Ford is family. Then you want to ask about occupation, then recreation, and then their dreams. Now, this may seem like, okay, how do I get the conversation to go there? And although I'm role playing with myself, I'm just going to give you an example. So if someone was to call me, they might say, hey, Rosemary, how are you doing? I looked on social media and it looks like Cameron, that's my son, is in middle school. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe that he's getting so old. Then obviously, I'm going to start talking about my son. And like most parents, we love our kids and we want to talk all about them. That would give the person on the other end of the phone an opportunity to ask me about my extended family. Okay, how is your mama? How's your daddy? How do you get back to Chicago often? So just by opening it up, they can even use social media as a clue to talk about something that they know that's happening in my family, and then continue the conversation from there. Then we move on to the O. Okay, that's great. It's so good to hear how everything's going. Now, are you still in real estate? Okay. Now, of course, I would love to answer if I'm still in real estate, because then I get to engage them. But you can ask somebody, how's everything working? Last time that we talked, you were at the dental practice over on Main Street, or do you still work at Merck with such and such or whatever. Find ways to ask them about their occupation. How, and if you don't remember exactly where they work, how are things going at work? How are things going with your business? And make sure that you ask, like if they have a business or if they have a need, is there anybody that I can connect you with business wise? Who is your ideal client? I would love to refer someone to your dental practice. I would love to refer someone to your restaurant. So that's the way you go there. Then the next thing, R for recreation. So have you all gone on any trips lately? What are the weekends like? Are y'all busy with sports? Just again, working it into the conversation. And the beautiful thing about the forward script is that you can like overlap, like you don't have to go in order, right? If they're talking about their kid and they're telling you that their kid now plays select soccer, then that is a way that you can talk about recreation. Okay, I know that your weekends are jam-packed with that. What else are y'all doing on the weekends, right? Are you still a concert person? Did you go see Beyonce? Like you talk about recreation. And then the last one can be a little bit harder to work in, but that's where you want to just find out what are their dreams, right? So let's just say someone told you, yeah, our weekends are really busy right now. This is just the season that we're in now that the kiddos are little. I can't wait till they get out the house. And then you could just say, oh, wow, when they get out the house, like what are some things that you hope to start doing, when they grow up? Like, do you have any bucket list trips that you want to do or any hobbies? And again, that gives you an opportunity to provide resources. You can follow up. You can send them, if they say one day they want to get to Portugal, you can send them an article on traveling to Portugal or a YouTube video or something like that. And surefire, 9 times out of 10, when you call someone and you use the forward script, they're going to follow up with the same type of questions that you're asking them about you. And there is where you have an opportunity to remind them, I'm still in these real estate streets and this is who I serve. And I mean, you don't say it like that, but like, hey, I'm still a realtor. I am still, selling houses in Prosper. They might have questions about the market, the interest rates. And then you have an opportunity to say, you know what? I know it's a lot of noise going on in the market and people don't know whether they're coming or going. If you or anybody else has any questions, feel free to let me know. I'm here to help you. And as a matter of fact, let me send you a home equity report so that you can stay on top of your value. So using the forward script, y'all, is a wonderful way to stay top of mind with your sphere because you are not just the name of someone who commented on the post, but when you saw that their kiddo went to middle school or you saw that their daughter got married, or heck, if you saw they lost 10 pounds on keto, you actually picked up the phone, had a conversation with them, and now you are doing a much better job of building relationship. And when you build relationship, trust me, you are going to be the first person they think of when someone they know has a real estate need.
Okay, so you heard it from me. You heard it from the real estate bestie. You've heard it in circles now. What the forward script is, how it can benefit you when you're responding to what they're saying. Positive. Wow, that's amazing. Build, that kind of thing. I want to hear, but I don't want you to introduce them to the forward script and then take over the conversation and talk about yourself. Because I see a lot of agents do that. The whole purpose here is to get them talking, keep them talking. You can share little anecdote things. Oh yeah, I just, but feel it out. But the idea here really is to make this work in real estate. To pick up the call them, get them talking. And if you allow them to talk for a solid 4 minutes, it's going to be the best minutes they've had in the day. You're going to leave them in the best state they could have left. Well, in Mega 15, no, I guess it was 16, one of the agents said, I'm going to make it my mission that every single person I talk with, I leave them in the best, I'm going to get, that they're going to have the best day possible. My goal is to make them have the best day possible. And I said, that's a goal board item if I've ever heard it, because that is transformational. My goal is to help them have the best day possible. People get dopamine squirts in their brain when they get to talk about themselves, especially through the forward script, and they're talking about family and recreation and dreams and what they do and all of that. you're really going to elevate their day. And that is leaving things on a high note as well. All right, I'm going to be putting you into groups and you're going to be doing the Ford script. We came back at lunch at 1 o'clock, so I owe you a break. So we're going to take a quick break. When we get back from the break, I'm going to put you directly into your groups and you're going to spend 10 minutes doing the Ford script and then 10 minutes again. All right, it's 2:15. Let's come back at 2:25.
It's the little things, but it's also the big things, Jack. I'm in the process of hanging up my dad's portrait because I couldn't figure out where to put it. And it suddenly dawned on me that my office was the very, very best place to put it.
Yeah, so he can overlook all of the real estate things going on.
Well, actually, I also on my wall have a little of all the plaques my dad had. The one that I kept was the little small one that says Lee Voss, Tallahassee Board of Realtors President,
Mhm.
1973.
Mhm. That's amazing. That is really cool. Oh, 1973. That is so cool. The 100-year legacy that is our association is just, it is cool. All those people who poured so much passion and love into this profession that came before us, like your dad.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought that we'd Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, we have some people in the class that do not have their videos on. And I am breaking up these groups to put everybody in a group, but it's going to be real awkward if your fellow classmate is in the room with someone with their video off. So if your video is off, you're likely not going to make it into a room at all. Okay. So you're going to go into the room. You're going to have one of your classmates there randomly selected. And the person who has the first name with the lowest alphabet will go first. And you're going to strike up the conversation as naturally to beginning as possible using the Ford script. So figure out how you're going to address the family, what angle you're going to take it, and just lead it in and then let the conversation go. And then I want you to go for about 6 minutes and then you're going to switch. And then the other person's going to go. Amanda, hi, what's up?
Are we going at this as they're someone that we know, a sphere type conversation, or is it someone that a referral? I'm sorry, not a referral, but a lead.
You were at the grocery store and you just randomly, the person standing in front of you, the grocery store.
Okay, thank you.
Complete stranger, or it could be an elevator, whichever one you want, but it's going to be kind of this idea of a stranger. That was a trial run, everyone. And so we are going to be putting you in with someone else for 10 minutes. Ford script. All right. So we broke the ice a little bit with in a safe place, everyone feels like you have an opportunity to practice. So we have no excuses to go out into the real world and a complete stranger and strike up a conversation with them over the weekend times 5, because that's what your homework is going to be. So open house, running errands, making your calls, whatever it's going to be, we are going to hold ourselves accountable to that. Yes? Awesome. Anybody have some standout moments you want to share about in your groups? Did you get to learn a lot about the other person? Surprising how much you learned?
Yes.
Amanda.
I didn't get to do it on the opposite way because everybody's name was lower in the alphabet than mine, the two other people, but I really enjoyed that and getting to speak and connect closer to the other women was really nice.
Nice. Thank you for sharing. The amount of information that we learn just from taking through this practice is substantial, meaningful, and real. All right, I got a lot of hands, so let's do it. Isabel.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. So let's say I'm at the grocery store and I go through this scenario. I meet someone new. So then how do I get their info or how do I give them their info? Because I'm like, oh, Summer Real Estate, so if you know someone who's looking, please let me know. Like, do I
Have
just
them
like give
scan
them
your
my phone
badge.
number?
Have them scan your badge. That is what it's for. Very powerful. And yes, you should get their information. Um, at least you can get their socials and get them a part of your group. Or what's your email address? Or I want to connect with you. Something. Yes, 1,000%. Walk away with some meaningful piece of information. Um, but they should also have yours, but that's not quite good enough. We want them to have yours first, then try to see what you can get back. Damien.
Yeah, I mean, I think they went great. I had Isolette in the last one, and I could see from her going from a female asking a male about family and this and that. In today's world, it can kind of seem, but she did an amazing job on it, and did absolutely awesome and stuff. And it's the same thing with us guys asking a woman in front of you, "Hey, what about your family?" But it was easy to ask. Oh, I got you. I see you got your kids. Are they your kids, your grandkids? To be able to open things up, yeah, Isla, and then my first one I had Melissa, and she did just as great too. They both did well.
Okay. Thank you, Damien. Thank you, Amanda. We're going to, up next, David.
Yeah, it was a little awkward. I was the one that did the questioning both times, and it was a little awkward for me to get it going. But I think once it went, conversations went really well. Charles and Isabel both. I feel like I really got a feel for either their character or their real self, depending on what they were going with. Interesting little note on this. This is how my father, who was in sales for a long time, he would keep an index card on every customer. And when he walked back in, he would review it and he could say, last time we talked, your kids were doing so and so. How are they doing? Then he used that to show how much he knew about his clients. So this is really great.
Okay. I mean, yes, we have now 3x5 cards are still a thing, but hopefully we'll get all that into our CRM and the sales has not changed in the last 100 years. It's still a relationship business. Exactly right. Thank you, David. Miriam.
Yeah, so I was, both my conversations were really comfortable and enjoyable. I was shocked to find out that Dominique is a grandmother because she looks so young. And Veronica's just like really nice to talk to, and she likes Christmas. Her Christmas tree is still up.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you, Miriam. Mia.
Yeah, I was pleasure to talk to Eden, and as time passes, we were more was getting comfortable, and she has three grandkids, and with a husband, and she has two kids, and she lives here Austin since 2002, and she loves travel. So I found we have few common, just like we love travel, and we both real estate agent, and we like to helping others.
Yeah.
Yes, and her dream is being peace.
Bring peace. I like it. All right. So I'm glad that we all had an opportunity to get a little bit re acquainted with our fellow real estate agents. We've got a few more. We are running out of time, so I'm going to try to grab a couple more hands I see. Polly, but the whole class raised their hand at once. So
Okay, so I'll be quick, Jack. Both ladies were amazing. Isabel kind of froze her screen, so we were interacting really well, but I couldn't get a lot of information. But I think the interaction, her energy was really great. She was very friendly, very receiving. I'm good. I pick up on energy. And then Christina, she was amazing. I got very intrigued that she's a scuba diver instructor, and just talking to her was a lot of fun. She gave me a lot of great ideas and the energy bouncing back off of each other. It was the conversation was just smooth flowing with both ladies. They were amazing. But, I'm a people person, so I talk to the wall if it'll talk back. So I just loved it. It was great.
Amazing. Thank you, Polly. Oh, that just gets me all fired up. I appreciate it. Indu, and then Anchen.
Yes, I had Melinda and Donna. I don't know why Donna didn't go, but hers is the lower letter, so she should have gone with in our case. But maybe I'll speak for Melinda. Got to know so much about her, and she and spoke to her about my family, my occupation, and most of our occupation or our past has so much to. They are so similar, and it was. Just wonderful getting into knowing her and then leading it to about her home and what do you like what does she like about her home and who is the builder, are they planning on moving? So yeah, I did get to the real estate conversation after the whole introduction and knowing about her.
Okay, good. Awesome. All right, thank you. Hello, Anchen.
Hi,
You are last
hello,
one.
Jack. I talk Donna. He is a realtor 1 years. She has more experience. She how connect the young people, older people. She likes dogs. I talk other Tina. She and small talk about she has three children. She has 3 children. She talk about New Year vacation. I think very fun. Thank you.
Well, when we get to the family, when they start talking about the kids, we want to dig into that because the kids are what is really going to get people fired up. Thank you, Anchen. I appreciate it. Well, and thank you for being part of class. All right. So, next video. We're going to watch this Inside Sales Agent. We're going to watch 2 minutes to 8 minutes. Remember, this is the 30-minute one. We're going to jump into other scripts as well, by the way, today. Those are not the only, we're not going to just do Ford scripts. We're actually going to do some real estate scripts today for the first time, which I want to make sure that we save time for. So this is a
want to know.
You probably recognize this coaching company. We're going to jump in here and we're going to listen to them talk about their ISA team and what has made them successful and what things they focus their time on. And I think it's interesting. So this entire video is something I'm going to want you to watch as homework, but we're going to watch this little segment now.
What a lot of people want to know is it's not just the numbers, it's the quality of your inside sales agent team and how they are so effective and have such high conversion rates. I think a big part of that is how they communicate with people. So I'd really like to talk about, if I could get you to share that with the crowd, how they're so dang good at conversation and communication with people they don't know, oftentimes just online leads or leads that come in through a number of lead sources, how they're good at nurturing those leads, following up with those leads until we ultimately get them to a point where they want to meet face to face.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. When I got started in real estate 2009, 2010, we were still in a recession.
Right.
When IDX feeds was just starting to come out around that time, like 2010, I think we started with Boomtown around that time. They were a very small company. I think we were like a 20, 25 client for them, right? They were a small startup company. Now they're a fast growing company. Like you have Zinc, you have, Real Geek. So you have everything to choose from. And I started out as a buyer's agent. And I started generating these leads for myself and just getting into real estate. And I was just hammering the phone like everyone else. You ready to buy or sell? And I was just like, man, we're spending a lot of money, and we're about 90,000 to 100,000 in the hole with these internet leads. And I was trashing them all. And then they started coming back around the 9-month mark, 10-month mark, because they were getting dripped on. And then I started asking them questions like, what made you come back to the site? And then just started to reverse that psychology. And then I started split testing different intros to get the intro down that we have. And I understood there was a whole psychological process. When you go and look for homes right now on the internet, you're probably not ready to buy tomorrow or within 30 days. So there's a fantasy stage, whatever, a dream stage. There's actually an information gathering, collecting stage. There's an actively just looking stage. And we hear that from everybody. And then there's actual purchasing, driving by, looking at the exterior, checking out the neighborhood, all of that stuff. So there's like 4 stages. And you have to understand the 4 stages and communicate effectively for what stage they're in, and then put them in a sequenced follow-up touching system that is speaking to them for where they're at and what stage they're in. That's going to nurture them, because we hear the big nurture word, through the whole cash conversion cycle, which is 6 to 18 months with buyer leads to get them to percolate and get into a position to purchase.
That's phenomenal. Yeah. And I think that's the key, is knowing the different degrees of urgency, as you said, what stage they are in the process when you come in contact with them, and then setting them up in a variety of automated touch campaigns, whether that be email or text or what have you, with different degrees of frequency depending on where they are. Clearly, someone that's ready to start, looking at houses, that's going to be a high frequency touch. People that are just kind of in the fantasy stage or dream stage, we're going to be a little less frequent in our communication. And then, of course, everything in between. And so that's the automated part. Adam, I'm going to keep coming at you. I want to know, I want the meat and potatoes. I want to know the part that you got to do, that your ISAs do. What are they saying to these guys? And let's go chronological. Let's start with that initial response. When that phone call, when they make that initial phone call to a prospective lead, let's talk about that initial response period.
So there's 3 parts to my intro, and it seems kind of lengthy, and we can kind of break this down. But when we first call them, we're basically just saying, ring, ring.
Hello. Sorry.
Right. Right.
Yes. Yes.
This is Adam Bailey calling from XYZ Company. Real quick, I see here that you had created an account, and I personally wanted to call and say thank you for that. I see here you looked at a couple of homes, didn't know if I could answer any questions you may have, or if I could just really understand your situation. And then we pause.
Yeah, kind of weird. Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of people, they're registering on all these other IDX feeds, right? And everybody else is calling them in the market to buy or sell. When do you think you'll list? When do you want to get out? And we hit them with the pattern interrupt, right? And the first pattern interrupt in that intro is a thank you, because we want to come across as a resource hub, a resource center in this. And when somebody picks up the phone and just says, thank you for creating an account, what are you going to say to them? Okay.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I don't care even about answering questions that they're looking at. I don't care if they're buying or selling at that time. We purchase off of pain or pleasure. And I prescribe to that. And I want to understand their situation as quick as possible, so I can start understanding what their pain points are, what their goals are, what their hurdles are to be able to sell or purchase. And then I want to reverse engineer from there and offer solutions to get them to take action that's optimized off of that net result that they're going to experience. And so we hit them with situation, and a lot of people are calling and asking, how's your home search going? How's the website going? What prompted you to register, right? They're beating around the bush, right? It's going good. I'm 12 months out, or I'm a ways out, and they don't get very specific. And so with situation, what you're going to find is 30% of the people are going to puke their situation on. I got this going on. I need help. This is where I'm at. And the other 70%, we want to get a response that is just looking, not in the market to buy a home right now. The website force registered me. So we're going to predict how this conversation is going to go, right? Sure. So 7% is going to say, I'm just looking. What happens when most people, when they say, I'm just looking, I'm not in the market to buy a home, their tone is crappy. They're just kind of standoffish. And most people it takes the wind out of their sail. Okay. With us, fantastic, outstanding, perfect, no problem. You use one of those keywords. I don't care. Make it your own and own it. But you have to be very positive when they hit you with that, the prospect, because that's what we predict they're going to say. That's what they are going to say.
Right.
Fantastic. Most people that register on our website are just like you. They're usually just looking, browsing. We echo back a keyword or time frame that they told us. We echo that back to them to let them know they're in a safe place. They're on track. They're right where they should be in the home buying process. Outstanding. Most people create an account are usually about 6 to 18 months out or a year out, just like yourself, Brian. Now, here's what I can do for you today since you created an account with us, because this is more than a website. I work here in the Client Care Center. Yes, I am licensed. We're a resource hub for the duration of your home searching process. We can customize this account to fit your specific need, price range, area of town, whatever. So when the new homes hit the market, they'll be emailed out to you, not just our listings, every single listing in the area with all homes. Now, it looks like you're looking in the Wichita area, right? Is that the only area you're looking?
Probably, yeah, probably so.
So we can,
right.
So we can pause right there. Okay, so at that time, we've said thank you. We basically embrace that. Okay, no problem. You're just looking. I'm not here to sell you on anything like the other guys. And this is where we pivot to value. And this is when they open up to give you true motivation or to where you can extract those pain points, because they're guarded subconsciously. They're supposed to lie to us. They're not.
Okay. I want you to listen to more about that, especially where their value proposition is when they drop the value, where this a big component of Mega is the value proposition. You've heard some things in here. You heard some stuff from him, pain or pleasure, and then also, people are going to either do one of two things. They're gonna word vomit all over you with all about their plans, or they're going to be a clamshell and not want to share. But most people are going to be 6 to 12 months, something like that, out from when they're ready to buy, which means we need to learn as much as we can about their home search. Are they in the home search process? Get their information into the system, create a lasting impression, be super positive, set them up in a portal so they can start getting relevant listings, and then let them know that you want to keep up with them on a regular basis and that you're going to call them back and check in on them. So, you're going to, throughout Mega, at least the next two classes, we're still in somewhat of mindset, digging and looking at all of these different entities that are all saying the same thing. The real estate practitioners who are finding unusual success in the business, operating like a business, have their systems and database in order, and they're focusing on income producing tasks by picking up the phone and making the calls. And those calls are always going to be the three groups: your spheres, family and friends sphere group, your past clients, and then new leads that just came into the system. And there's going to be three separate groups, three separate kind of scripts that goes along with that. So here's some starter fluid. We talked about the Ford script, but if you're going to actually legitimately pick up the phone and you're going to call a past client, or you're going to call someone that is a friend of yours, what are you going to say? And are you going to be nervous to pick up the phone and have that call? We opened up today talking a lot about, hopefully, that you're thinking of yourself as like an insurance agent that has a brick and mortar, and that if your insurance agent was at their office, you would expect them to pick up the phone and call you and talk to you about their business and just check in with you. Should be an expected call. So what are you going to do in these first couple of calls as you're calling, let's say, people who already know you're an agent, but maybe they're not a past client? So I've created 3 scripts here. The script here is a conversation starter. It is for you. You'll see some pauses in here as we're going, because each one of these is kind of a thought that you drop on them, and then you let the conversation go wherever it goes. So these are 5 different things that you can drop on them in the conversation that's going to be helpful to keep the conversation alive and for it to make sense while you're calling them, especially if it's been more than a year since you last spoke. So this is going to be a past client, and it's been more than a year since you've spoken to them. I want you to follow this as a guide. Maybe you create one for yourself that's completely different. That's okay. But if you don't have one and you're feeling uncomfortable about calling them out of the blue because you feel like they're going to call you out for not calling them, I need you to get over that. And this is a good way to do it. I'm going to go through this in a moment. But first, here is the other one, not past client. The first one is someone who already knows you're a real estate agent versus someone who doesn't know you're a real estate agent. You see, in my mind, The three groups of people that you're going to have a different conversation with, people who don't know you're a real estate agent yet, and you're introducing the fact that you're a real estate agent, that's a very different conversation that you're going to have with them versus someone who is in your sphere and they know you're a real estate agent. That's also a different conversation versus your past clients, different conversation. So, three very different conversations taking place. And you could have each one of those three conversations back to back. And your CRM is helping you know who is who in all of this. And then if this is the first time that you're calling people, then you're going to be tracking all of this information. So if they know you're an agent and it's a friend of yours, hey, Charles, this is Jack. How have you been? And good, Jack, how are you? I haven't talked to you in a while. I wanted to see how you're doing. And then talks to you a while, and say, right now I'm calling my entire village, my family, my friends, the whole bit, seeing who needs help, and getting back to checking in with everyone at least a couple times a year to see what I can do to help. Um, they know you're an agent. I just call them and say, you know what? I'm just right now, I'm calling everyone. I'm calling everyone I know, and I'm checking in with them. I'm calling my whole village, my family, my friend, the whole bit, seeing who needs help. And getting back to checking in with everyone at least a couple times a year to see what I can do to help. And let that conversation go in a good direction. Now, that may seem like an awkward kind of phrase to begin, but I use this one all the time when I'm calling my sphere of people I haven't spoken to a while. Yep, I'm just calling to check in with you. And right now I'm going through and I'm calling my entire village. And there's a lot going on in real estate right now. People have a lot of questions regarding real estate. And I'm just going to go ahead and call everyone and see how I can help. That question, actually, people react to it a lot better than some of the other ones that I've used in Mega and Staged. This one people react really well to. I want you to try it. And the other one is one that don't know you're an agent. So now I am calling my whole family, my whole village, my family, my friends, everyone, letting them know that I got my real estate license. And then just how have you been, pause, and then drop this on them. I want you, these are really simple. I'm calling everyone, let them know got my real estate license. And then I want you to ad lib the rest. But what I want you to tell them is how excited you are that you've taken a chance, that you've always wanted to be a real estate agent and you are a real estate agent now, and that now you get to be able to help them. Very simple. Don't overthink it and don't overcomplicate it. You're calling them to let them know that you're a real estate agent now. And I want you literally to have that conversation. And you know what they're going to say? Oh, wow, that's exciting. I've actually thought about getting my real estate license myself. Literally everybody is going to tell you that. Over the last 21 years, every time I've ever told someone I was a real estate agent, the first thing that comes out of their mouth is, oh, yeah, I was thinking about getting my real estate license. Seems like everyone wants to get it. So they're not going to be offended by the conversation. They're going to be interested. And then if they want to get their license, then, you can talk to them about that too. But these are a great, just simple way to break the ice. Now, if you're calling your past clients, I want you guys to use the script. How's everything going with that cute little house of yours? That's great to hear. Well, you were really fun to work with. Um, I always like to call from time to time and check in with everyone just to see how everything's going. That's one drop. The second drop is I am doing something for all my past clients starting this year that I'm really excited about. Many of my clients have been reaching out to me about pricing estimates for their home. So this year, I decided to add this as a regular service, and I'm calling everyone at least twice a year and sending out their estimates. This is a one that you can call your past clients and say, hey, Tom, this is Jack over at Realty Texas. How are you? I know it's been a while since we talked. How are you? I'm doing really well. How's that cute house of yours? Nice. Well, that's awesome. Well, you guys are super fun to work with, so I like to keep up with you guys. Mm, yeah, I mean that genuinely. You guys were really awesome. I really appreciate it. Hey, a lot of my clients have been calling me the last couple of months asking about the value of their home. It just seems like this reoccurring thing. So I decided, so instead of, waiting for them to call me, that I'm going to add this to my business and I'm going to be calling all of my past clients and doing a CMA and sending out twice a year the value of their home. And I was calling to let you know if that's something you'd be interested in. Yeah? Cool. All right. Well, I will go ahead and add you to the list and I'll send that out. I'm going to be doing those up in February. So you should expect those like February and then about the end of September. Mm-hmm. Nice. That is how that conversation is going to go. Very clean, very concise, no drama. You're calling them about you being a real estate professional and you're going to send them a value on their home. That's how this conversation should be. And guess what? If you haven't spoken to them in 5 years, it's okay. If it's been 2 years, it's okay. If it's been since last year, it also works the same way. This is the very best way to re-engage them and get that connectivity back between you and them again. Usually, I don't need to give you a script to call your sphere or your family. It's the one about your past clients is the one that people struggle with the most. But with the family and the sphere and the people you went to college with, when you let them know they got your real estate license, they're going to be very interested in that. Hey, I got my real estate license. What? You did what? Yeah. And then let it go from there. And the people who already know that you have a real estate license, you're going to call and check in. Hey, how are you? Take them through the Ford script. But when you get off the phone or before you get off the phone, what are you going to do?
You're
Ask
going to
for a
ask them if
referral.
they can refer.
Yeah. And the more humble you get with your ask, the more they're likely to ask. If we're going to be like, oh, yeah, no, I'm doing really great. And it, or it could be, you know, real estate is phenomenal and I love it. And the firm that I'm working at completely has my back and there's nothing we can't handle except where my next client's going to come from. So that's going to be my village, the people, my friends and my family who know people who are looking to buy, sell, lease a home. So I'm super excited to be a real estate agent. This is a dream of mine. I'm following my dreams, which is scary and fun at the same time. So now I need my village. And the more open and sappy you are about that ask, the more they're going to want to help you. No different than let's just flip the conversation because when we're the one asking, it's uncomfortable. But I want to flip it for a moment. And you are the recipient of a phone call from a second cousin of yours that you haven't heard from a year, and they just opened a plumbing company and they wanted to call and let you know that they opened a plumbing company and that they took a chance on themselves. And uh, what would you think? You would be like, that's congratulations. That is so awesome. And of course, absolutely. I got you. I got you. I'll help you whenever I can. Because that's what the village does. The village comes to the rescue when you're in need. So, how many of you are going to be making some calls this weekend? I can't wait till Monday. I want to hear this from you Monday. Jack, I got a referral. When you get the referral, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to call the referral and you're going to mention, um, hi, Tom, I got your information from Sam. And then they'll say, oh, nice. Yep. And then start it that way. Always love on the person who gave the referral, just like Vanessa Van Edwards says. Make sure you reference the person you got the referral from and gush about them. And so, yep, I got to help them with their purchase and sale. They were fantastic to work with, and they said it looked like you might be needing some help in 2026. And then let that go from there. Set an appointment to go and meet them. Set the appointment to go and meet them because remember, there's a 90% chance because it's borrowed trust that you're on the phone with them. So don't try to do anything to convert them because they've pretty much already hired you. So don't put a question in their head. But what you should be doing is trying to set an appointment to meet them. That's what you should be doing. Nothing else, nothing more, nothing less, not a, hour phone conversation. Um, do you have time now to talk? Great. Yes. So I'd like to meet with you. I'd like to sit down and kind of go over and get all your questions answered. We can do that via Teams or Zoom. We can meet at my office. I can meet you at a coffee shop. And then maybe they'll say, well, do you have time now? Absolutely. But I want you to try to set the appointment and have that conversation with them and figure out what their time frame is and where they are in the process and all of that. Questions about this before we go to the next slide? Are you feeling excited about it or nervous? And you excited or nervous? Don't say both. Okay. All right. This is very important because this is everything. This is the one thing. This is the one thing. And once we just power through it and we become fearless, this is going to unlock the keys to the kingdom of real estate. This is going to put you in the top 5% that's making 95% of the business. And there have been megas where people have come out of mega and they're still not making their calls. And so the one thing that I wish for you is that on Monday you have made some calls and it works. Guess what? Guess what we're going to do right now? We're, we're going to make one of these calls. So I'm going to put you in groups of 3 and you're going to pick someone from your phone and you're going to call them. And you're going to leave this kind of Zoom thing going on in the background. And I want you to call and leave a voicemail, or if they answer, better yet, because right now we're in that time of day where it's perfect time when people answer their phones. Imagine that that would happen right at 3 o'clock. Are you ready for this? Well, it's going to go great. All right, groups of 3, I'm going to put you in there for 10 minutes, and Lisa is going to be popping in.
Are we calling from our phone number or from our Realty Texas phone number?
You're calling from your office line on your app. And if you're having any issues with that, then I do not want you to not make your call because some people still haven't set up their app. So make the phone call, preferably from your app. No issues with app, no reported issues. We've probably made 500 outbound calls today, no issues. So if otherwise from your cell phone, it can be a past client. I would rather it be this. Number one, pick a past client you haven't spoken with since last year. If there are no past clients that fit that bill because you're new, then I want you to call someone that is either a friend or a family member that you haven't spoken with and you haven't brought yourself yet to ask them for referrals. And to let them know you're a real estate agent and that their referral would mean the world to you. And then we're going to talk about this because this is going to be the icebreaker. All right, so I've got everybody in groups of 3. Indu, I need to find the other Indu. There you are. And then Lisa, I need to get you out of somebody's room.
So Jack, do we turn our mute? We obviously keep our phones
Yeah,
live.
you can turn your volumes down a little bit, but keep your mic open. Okay.
Hey Jack, I am having problems with my app. It when I'm at home, it doesn't work very well because I think it's because the internet isn't good here, like in Pflugerville. But when I go to call people, it doesn't connect. It's not connecting. And I've been having a little trouble with that. And I don't know if there's like.
Can you call me, get with Miguel, because Miguel is our tech support person with that.
Okay.
Message him on Teams.
Okay.
And I would recommend doing that before 5 o'clock, before he goes away for the weekend.
Oh, okay, I will. Thank you.
Melissa. Remember, if you guys have any issues with, we have an entire tech team here dedicated to that. So I want you to make sure you go to them. Okay. Raise your hand if you connected with someone. Okay, Christina.
And Charles is still
Yes, sir.
connected.
All right. So how'd that call go? What
It was
happened?
great. And you know what? I haven't spoken with them since we closed. And they were just lovely and wonderful and friendly. And I actually, by talking to them, I remembered a couple of things about their house and was able to throw it in and worked out great.
Did you ask for referrals?
I did.
Okay, good. All right. Isla, did I see your hand go up? Nope. Okay. Who else had their hand go up?
Miriam.
Okay, Miriam.
And so my first call, I got voicemail and it's not set up, so couldn't even leave a message. So I tried another one that definitely was somebody I had a great relationship with, and I needed to have been better at following up with them. and they were very pleasantly, like they liked hearing from me, and they were glad I reached out to them. Yeah, I talked to them about the periodic sending the home price updates. And then they started telling me about, oh, we made some great renovations to the kitchen since we bought the house. And they will definitely send me referrals. And we also made a plan to get together in person for a coffee or something next month.
Nice. Well, good. I am I am loving this. The reason why I want you to call someone in class and for them to answer is because it always turns out that they were happy to hear from you. And once we get a feeling that they're happy to hear from us, then it removes the roadblock. Polly, I see your hand up and then Indu.
So I did call and they were listening. The recorder came on, and directly after that, my past buyer reached out to me and said, "Hey, Polly, Happy New Year. Can I call you right back? I'm on an important phone call." So that's when I sent her a text message back, just kind of saying the reason for the call. You want me to read it to you?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
But I do want you to have the phone conversation as well. Good. Okay. Indu and then Charles.
Okay, Jack, I was not the one who made the call actually, because if I had made the call, Veronica, who was my partner, she wouldn't have been able to hear me. So I said, why not she makes a call first? So which she did. She chose somebody she hasn't spoken to for quite a long time. And oh my God, the happiness on her clients. I think Veronica is already here. She can talk talk about it on her in her own words. But she's amazing. She was she's just said, this is this, and I have just become a realtor with Realty Texas, and I'm calling to let you know that I'm a realtor. I was first of all wanting to know if you are still in the market, if you are in the market, or if you are not, do you have a referral for me that I can work on? And she was amazing. She said her well, I'm in the market. I want to buy, and also I have three people I can let you know about who are also in the market. So I think that was amazing.
Amazing. Thank you,
You,
Indu.
yeah, you're
So,
just awesome.
Verona, you want to talk about that?
Sorry. So I kind of snuck back to Austin from Houston and didn't really update a whole lot of people. Um, I grew up here. I have a pretty good network of people, and I just haven't. I don't know. I just have felt like, because I think I get in my own head. I think to myself, well, if somebody hadn't talked to me in a few years and they were calling me, then like I would feel used.
You,
So
that's the thing is we sometimes we think that, but when they actually call, we don't feel that way at all. But keep going.
yeah, and so the lady was actually um I I know her from working with her um maybe like my daughter's 20, so like when my daughter was like 3. And so I've kept up with her on Facebook, and so I know she works for the county, and I know she started a business and stuff like that. But we haven't like gotten together and like sat down or anything like that. And so I just called her and said, "Hey, um, I know we haven't spoken in a long time. I'm back in the area. I've recently become a realtor. And I'm with Realty Texas, and trying to get going, and was wondering if you are in the market for buying, or if you have a property to sell. It's last time I'd seen her, she had a house over in like the Pflugerville area, and I said, and if you're not, then do you know maybe 2 or 3 people who might be? And she said, yeah, I am, and I know people. I don't know if you do leasing, but I know people who are need to rent. And so it just kind of took off from there.
I hope this becomes infectious. Infectious. That we call everybody we know, every single one of them. If there's a person in your phone and it doesn't have a name and it's just stored as unknown, you're going to call it. You're going to figure out who is this unknown because they need to learn about your business. Because we're going to get the secret out about Veronica's business and about Donna Monique's and about Indu's and about Janice, all of your business. We're going to get everyone in your spheres to know about it and how grateful and thankful you would be for
My name is
their referral.
Isolette.
Hi, Isolette. Well, my name is Jack. All right. Why is my slide not moving? Okay. Sales agents should make no less than 20 calls a day. That should be your goal for yourself when you're making your plan. Check out 3 leads a day or 60 leads a day based on what you want your income to be. Now, new leads, check out 3 leads. And we're now going to go through and we're going to learn a little bit about your CRM. But before we do, 3 leads is 100 leads a month. 33% of those leads are going to land in the dead leads. That's true. These are people who it's not their phone number or they say, I don't want to be contacted again. A dead lead is not someone who says, I don't want to buy. I'm not looking to buy. We have agents in the past who received a lead and the person said, oh, yeah, no, we're not really looking. And like, oh, okay. And then they deleted them. Why is that a mistake?
Because they may be looking later.
Because that's like 80% of your database by statistics. That is 80% of your database that they're not looking to buy. It's not about that. We're looking at our database as a transaction, as a referral, not as a transactional database, but as a referral one, building referral-based business. Melissa.
So I have a question. So I have, this is going to sound funny, but I did quite a bit of online dating for a few years. So I have a lot of people that I went on terrible dates with that I have their number on my phone. Do I call those people too?
You know, I think I would.
I've been trying to think. I mean, I've decided I'm willing to do whatever we learn to do here. I'm going to do whatever I have to do. So I'm trying to decide because I keep thinking some of them I blocked, like they were bad dates. And I don't know, do I just go ahead and call them anyway and just act like I didn't have a bad date with them?
I wouldn't act like you didn't have a bad date with them, but I would say, hey, Tom, this is Melissa. We met a couple months ago. And were you a real estate agent at that time?
Not that I was telling people.
Nope. So I wanted and just drop on that you're a real estate agent and that you hope they're doing well. How's everything going with the dating? And move it over to real estate and let them know that you're in real estate and that you're letting everyone in your spheres know that you're in real estate because you really want to make this successful. This is something that you're super excited about. And if he knows anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, that if he would consider you, it would mean the world to you and how's he's doing and all of that. That's not a bad phone call. I would call your ex. I would call everyone. Unless they're a stalker, then we're going to protect ourselves from the stalkers. Christina.
I think I would say, I would call them and say, we may not have been the perfect match, but I can match you up to the perfect house. If they're at all in sales, I think that they would just be so impressed with
Oh,
that.
that's
You've gained their business.
amazing. That's amazing. Danita, I see your hand up. Thank you for sharing, Christina. That was perfectly timed. You're on mute, Danita. There you are.
Okay. No, I just wanted to tell her she should call them because if she can make that phone call, then she shouldn't have to be nervous or worried about any of the other calls because
In other words, call them first.
Yeah, call them first.
Oh, I love it. Oh, I'm hearing the bell ringing here. Someone just closed a transaction. That's exciting. All right. So out of every 100 leads, we know that 33 are going to land in the dead leads pipeline. And a dead lead is someone who they registered with that phone number, but that person is not that person. So we don't have authorization to call that person. So it's a dead lead, goes in the dead lead. Or they say, do not call. That becomes our do not call list. 33% of the leads are going to be non-responsive. This means that we've called them 9 times and they didn't answer. And then it falls into the opportunity vault. And at least it does for the company. For you, it doesn't. It just stays in your intent to reach. And you continue leaving voicemails and trying to contact them. Oftentimes, they're not ready to talk to you, and that's okay. They're just not quite there yet. But just keep being friendly and sending them information and letting them know that you're there when they're ready to talk. And then the last 33%, they're going to convert in some way, which means they've answered the phone and they're going to talk with you in some way. They didn't say, I don't want to talk to you. They answered the phone and they may have said they're not ready. They may have said they're not on the market to buy, but they agreed to receive another phone call from you in the future. Well, I'd like to check up with you a couple times a year, if that's okay. And most people say, yeah, no, that's fine. Good. And that is traditionally and statistically what happens to each 100 leads that come through the system. Now, we're going to talk about our CRM. We're going to talk about the number of leads that are in our CRM, our pipelines, our action plans, and our smart plans. And we're going to take a break at 4, so we're going to power through the next 15 minutes. But we're going to spend the rest of the day on that, and I'm hoping that there's a little bit of time in the end for a little bit of scripts. We have distributed about 30,000 leads through our company. We have over 125,000 leads in our system right now. 2,215 leads have closed our system. So we have handed out 30,000 leads, 2,215 leads have closed, which means our agents closed those transactions with an amount of $4 million in their pocket, agent side commissions. We currently have, again, 125,000 leads in our database. Of those, about 35,000 are leads that we've not yet made contact with. We're still in the phase where they're still avoiding us until they're ready to talk with us. So we're continuing to talk to them. You are the ISAs. So we have agents who go through our ISA, Inside Sales Agent Training, and you call our master company database. These are leads that the company paid for, that we have have. This is a closed circuit company database. Nothing to do with agents database because those are separate. Every agent has their own database completely separate from everything else, and it's an island database just like the company's is. And you have the ability in CXM at any time to click a button and it will export all the contacts in one organized set for you. So you can import them into Constant Contact or do whatever you want with them, but we give you the ability at a touch of a button to be able to export them in a CSV file so you have access to it. So really our system is going to help organize your data and get it in one place, and then you have the ability to export it. Think for a moment, a 4% conversion rate, which is the kind of the standard. 5 and 6% are the gold and platinum standards. At 35,000 leads at a 4% conversion rate is another 1,400 transactions. 1,400 transactions is a lot. At a $400,000 sales price, 3% commission, and a $12,000 commission, $12,000 times 1,400 transactions. That is a lot of money. You're looking at millions and millions and millions of dollars worth of commissions. And we have an agent closing, which might have been the one that just closed, which was a DR Horton 6% commission, a lead that came out of our system. And it's the same thing. We don't look at them as transactions. We look at them as a referral-based business. The approach that I take to the Realty Texas database is no different than the approach I'm teaching you. We call them and we offer assistance. And we let them know that we're going to call them again and just check in with them a couple times a year just to see how things are going with them. And they're fine with that. If they weren't, they would be in our do not call list. So we have ISAs coming in and you get to then have that conversation with them and you convert them or get a referral from them. Voila, you have a transaction. And so agents have a preset time that they come in and make those phone calls. I'm going to jump into our pipeline conversation because that starts really here. Okay. Inside our CXM, our actual program, we have a 2-week Ready, Set, Sell program that is required to get into our sales. The system that we have on the company is no different than the system that you have as well. So it's the same system. It's for your database, and the one the company has is for its database. So the smart plans and the action plans all work the same. Because you're taking Mega and you've gone through these first three classes, then it qualifies you to be in the ISA program. And next Tuesday, Gavin, after Mega Mini, is going to be teaching a CXM class dedicated to Mega. And so Lisa's going to be sending out more information about that, about the time that it's happening. And I believe it's going to happen at 1 o'clock, and it's going to last about an hour and a half. Maybe an hour, but no more than an hour and a half. And he's going to walk you through all of the functions so that you can get familiar with CXM. You can understand how it works better from his training. He's going to take you into a deep dive. You may have already done that. I still recommend that you do it again. So, yes, we have a specific training program to get into our ISA program, but because you've taken the first 3 classes with Mega now, it qualifies you to go into the ISAs and start making phone calls. I want you guys to take the training on Tuesday, which means Thursday will be the first time that you have an opportunity to sign up for a 4-hour appointment in the morning, because otherwise you're dedicated already to Mega. So, over the course in the remainder weeks of Mega, you can pick up shifts if you would like in our ISA department. It's a 4-hour shift, and my goal for you would be to make 100 phone calls. So when you walk away from that, after making 100 phone calls, you're going to feel really, really confident if you've not yet done this. So I highly recommend that you do it, and it's going to be first come, first serve. And if you're interested and want to learn more about that, Lisa and or Gavin can assist you with questions regarding that. Dominique.
So if we did sign up for a 4-hour block, do we need to come into the office to do that, or is it
Yeah.
something we can do from home? Okay. Okay.
That's a good question, and it's actually on my very next slide. We have the concept of an ISA 1 and an ISA 2. An ISA 1 is a person who's made less than 10,000 phone calls. And for those people who have made less than 10,000 outbound calls, and yes, we have people like Janine who have made far greater than 10,000. Cindy Bell's made more than 10,000. There's Jeff has made more than 10,000. They become what's called an ISA 2, where we open up our incubate pipeline and they can call it from home. But for the people who have made less than 10,000 phone calls, we want the 4-hour shift, and you come in here because you're going to have a lot of questions and using the system, and we want you guys to come in and make the calls. It's just better. Although a lot of people who come in and have done more than 10,000, they still come in anyway, because it's just a better environment. We have the right headset and we have the right systems, and you're surrounded by people who can answer questions on the spot, which is super helpful. Dominique.
Sorry, I'm lowering it.
Okay. Charles, I see your hand up too.
Hey, yeah. So for those of us out of market though, do we do it remotely or?
Yep. So just get with Gavin, and then you're going to do, he'll have you on Teams or Zoom. I think he actually has them on Zoom. And your Zoom will be open the entire time, and then you'll be making the calls. And so it's like you're here, but you're on Zoom. And we do that for people who are out of market. You're exactly right. Donita. And then Melissa, I
Can
think.
you explain the difference between the opportunity vault and the incubate?
I will. I will get there. Yep. That's part of the conversation that's coming. And Melissa, you had your hand up for a second.
Yeah, I just was gonna say, one of the things that helped me whenever I started doing the ISA calls was that that Realty Texas had called me over the course of like a year and a half to get me to come work with Realty Texas, and I realized that I never got mad at the call. It was always a nice call when I was called, and that helps motivate me in ISA to make the calls, like to try to be as kind as they were to me, so that I won't be bothering the people. You know what I'm saying? Like I can use that experience of being called over the course of a year and a half several times and not being annoyed, that to see, okay, they don't have to be annoyed. They can be annoyed, but they don't have to be. That's
Yeah.
all.
And the people that we are calling are people who called us first. All these people registered through some registration source. So we're not just calling, we didn't buy a list somewhere. These were all leads who came through us either through Realtor.com, Zillow, Homes.com, or our Google and Facebook ads. So these are all actual leads that had a question about a specific property. And then we've been, yes, we are super nice with them on the phone. That is the whole point. I love it. Jeanette. Yeah, Jeanette.
What do we need? Do we need a microphone, just your phone, or a
Are you
headset
are you talking about for offsite or onsite?
for on-site?
Okay. We have everything here. All you do is show up. We've got the headsets and everything already all pre-configured. So
Okay.
we have an ISA room where we have 4 computers, 2 different offices actually, with a glass mirror in between. And there are 4 computers, and you grab one of the stations, put on your headset, has noise canceling, so you can't hear what's going on in the rest of the room. And you push the dial button, and there you go. You're off and going. And
And
it's
where
kind of fun.
Okay. And where do you go on your teams to make that appointment? Or do you
Get with Lisa about that, and Lisa will set you in the right direction. She can walk you through the whole thing, but really it's going to be Gavin Walker, our customer service manager. But really, if you want to set up your appointment, you're going to talk to Gavin so that Gavin can find a space for you. Because again, it's going to be first come, first serve. Now, everybody in the company who is in our ISA department has a time slot, and they know their time slot. Tuesday at 9, we've got an afternoon and a morning time slot. And it is 5 days a week. So there's some like 40 different time slots. So people can sign up for one, and everyone has access to one time slot. They pick a time slot, and that's their reoccurring Tuesday at 9, or Thursday at 9, or Tuesday at 1. Whatever it is, that's their time slot, and they come in every single week for their time slot. If they're not able to make their time slot, they let Gavin know, and then anyone can fill in that time slot. So there is 10 time slots a day where we have availability, and usually once a day there's at least one cancellation. So people who want to come in and really hit the phones, that is available to you. So when you come in, you're calling the company's database. Each call, you're using the company smart plans and action plans. These calls are nurturing calls. We're checking in with them. And what's cool about the way our system works is there's a lot of technology built into this, AI specifically. So all of our calls are recorded. All the prior calls were recorded. So we've taken the recording and then we digitized it to text. And then we had ChatGPT take the recording and turn it into text, and then take the text and summarize it and put the summary in a note. And every single phone call has its own note then, which is a summary of the call. And then when you're about to make the outbound call, a note pops up that has a summary of all the past conversations so that you exactly know where they are. Remember when I said we want to kind of know where they are in their home search? You're going to know exactly what's going on with them before you make the call. So then you can reference that, uh, the prior phone calls, because it's not always the same person they're speaking with, but we all have the same access to the same information. And so it's very, very helpful. So all the calls are recorded. Every recording is digitized, saved as a note, provide as a summary before. Now, as a high level, we have broken the database into a ready, a willing, and an able. So it starts really with willing. If they're willing to transact, then we're going to create a room. We have 2 layers of transactions that we create. One is a tier 1 client and a tier 2 client. I'm going to show you what that really means. But first, are they willing? Because we need to know if they're willing before we know if they're ready or able. Because once we find out they're willing, then we determine whether or not they're ready and able, and we nurture them over time. But if they're not willing, the rest doesn't matter. So we take the willing part first, and then we create a transaction room, and then we assign an agent to the transaction room, and then the agent's going to nurture them over time until they're ready, willing, ready, and able. We rank our clients in 2 ways: a client rank and a transact score. A transact score comes from a third-party data warehouse that tells us what the propensity is that they're going to transact. And we've broken it down in a way that even makes it easier. If they are willing, then they are a C client. If they're uh, able or ready, two of the three, they're a B, and if they're all three, they're an A. So this helps us know how soon in the process they are. A ready plus willing plus able is three. So if there's one out of the three, two out of the three, three out of the three, or if all of them are zero, not ready, not willing, not able, they're considered a D client. So that way we can just look at our database really quick and say, all right, our A, B, and C's tell us a whole lot about where they are in the process. So that way we can cut the database just in those 3/3, which is helpful. And those A clients are people who are ready, really ready. Versus the client rank, A, B, C, and D. A, B, and C, D client rank comes from the CRS designation, Certified Residential Specialist, where they talk about the client rank based on how many referrals have they sent you. So if someone has sent you many referrals, they become an A client. Some referrals, B client. Likely to send a referral is a C client, and unlikely to send referrals as a D client. So you can immediately see with our client rank is based on referrals, you can immediately see how we look at our database, because how you segregate the database is really how you judge the database. So the proof that we're not transactional and that we're relational is that the rank of the client itself is based on how many referrals they have, not how many transactions they've closed with us, but how many referrals, because we really truthfully look at it based on client rank. And we've given you those same fields. You have the ability, just like we do, to mark your leads ready, willing, and able. We're going to show you how to do that in a moment, and set the client rank. And the transaction score is set automatically for you based on setting the ready, willing, and able. And every single room that you create at the top of the room, the top of the transaction room, has the ready, willing, and able up there, as well as the pipeline in every single room. And so when you open up a transaction room, it's really helpful to update the transaction status as well as those three fields to keep your data in order. And so the CRM pieces of information are not just inside CRM. They're on your dashboard. They're inside your room. They're inside CXM, but they're also in other places because it's interwoven through the Realty Texas app, through the room system, through your dashboard, and inside CXM, so you can get a high level view of what's going on with people, not just inside CRM, but outside the CRM, quote unquote, CXM. There are two ways to make a phone call inside our CXM. Three ways, really. One is the app. The other one is we have a dialer built into your CRM where you can just make an outbound phone call. And then we have the task dialer. The task dialer is the one that's going to be calling based on our action plans. And you have to apply the action plans to a pipeline. And we're going to go through the pipelines in a moment. We're going to take you through every single Realty Texas pipeline right here. But first, we're going to talk about our follow-up strategy. Remember, they said that you have a 90% chance of answering by the ninth call. So here we are on day one. So a new lead comes in, falls into the new pipeline, and we send them an email the moment they register. Then a call attempt is queued. It goes to the app and sends a message to the app saying that the call attempt is there, or call queue is ready. So you can call them through the app or you can call them through your desktop with the headset, but you make that call. And then after the call, it sends a text message. And if you got a hold of them, then you're going to move them out of the new to a new pipeline. But if you did not, they're going to automatically fall into the intent to reach. So this is the normal 7 or 8 day path a lead would take if they never answered the phone. They come into new, you didn't answer, it goes into intent to reach. We call in the morning, the afternoon on day one. Well, technically it's day two because the first day it came in, it was in new. They didn't answer the phone. It gets moved into a new pipeline called intent to reach, where we have a battery of calls. Day two is a call in the morning and the afternoon. Day three, it's a call in the morning. Day four is a call in the morning. It's a call in the morning. Day six goes into last chance. We call in the morning and the afternoon. Day seven is a day off. And then day eight, we call them in the morning and the afternoon. And every single time that we call them, there's a text message and an email message that comes along with the call. So when it comes up, you're going to read the screen text messages, and everything else is already housed around where they are in that particular that day, whether it's a morning or an afternoon call, in the script that's going to pop up that you're going to leave on the voicemail. Now, we have a lot of different action plans based on what kind of client they are. We have it broken down to what kind of client they are in 4 kinds of clients. Unsure, which means we don't know if they're a buyer, a seller, or a tenant, or they are either a buyer, a seller, or a tenant. So if they're a buyer, a seller, or a tenant, then we have it broken down to English and Smart plans for the company, and then English and Spanish Smart plans for the agent. If you mark the lead as a Spanish speaking lead, then it has an entire set of action plans based on Spanish. If they're English speaking and it's set to English by default, then they're going to get the English Smart plans. And they can pick when they register on our website or your website what language they speak, and it will automatically serve them the right pipelines. So then we have these pipelines, and you'll see that Unsure has 4 pipelines. Lease has 4 pipelines, which is new, attempt to reach, last chance, and incubate. Here are our pipelines. The ones to the left are what we call our tier 1 pipelines. Tier 1 means that we have either not spoken to them yet, or they've not been interested so far in any conversation about purchasing a home. Versus a tier 2 client is someone that we got in touch with and they said that they do have a plan to purchase a home. That's it. Very simple. Either they are not interested in yet or they have. So here are the smart plans. When a lead comes into our system, these are our pipelines. When a new lead falls into our system, it immediately goes into the new pipeline. Every agent and the company has a new pipeline. Everyone has their own new pipeline. So Miriam has a client that goes to her website and registers, immediately goes to her new pipeline. Email and a text message is going to get fired off, and she's going to get a notification on her app saying that someone just registered. And there's going to be a call task on her phone where she's going to click call, and it's going to make the outbound call, and that call is going to be recorded. And then after she's done with the call, she's going to pick the after call pipeline. The after call pipeline is going to be determined based on what happened with that call. So if we clicked the call button and we got voicemail, then we're gonna say did not answer, don't create room. It's gonna move into attempt to reach. And then again, the intent to reach is this, where it's going to go through this battery of going from new to intent to reach to last chance. It's going to follow this new intent to reach last chance. It's going to follow this all the way through. So first call, lead came in, we made the call, they didn't answer, it goes to attempt to reach, and then we're going to try calling them 9 times. If we get all the way through the 9th call and technically it's 7 calls, 6 calls, we're going to call them 6 calls, and the 7th call it's going to go into last chance, and the last chance is going to be 4 more calls. The reason we created a last chance pipeline is because those people are about to fall out of the system and they're going to move into your opportunity vault, and you're going to call the opportunity vault later. So someone asked, what's the difference between incubate and the opportunity vault? The opportunity vault is, we've called them 9 times. It went through new, attempt to reach, and last chance, and they never answered, so it went into the opportunity vault. So the opportunity vault are leads that we've not yet been able to contact, even though we've contacted them or we've been calling them on a regular basis. You see, I don't want your pipelines to be full of unresponsive leads. So we're going to have a bucket for the unresponsive leads, and we call it the opportunity vault. We called it the pond for a while, but I renamed it to the opportunity vault. At any point in this pipeline, at any point and that we're trying to get a hold of them, if they answer and say, I don't want to talk to you, then they go to the DNC, the do not call pipeline, and that's where they stay. The do not call pipeline is where leads who say that they don't want to talk to us again go. If when we call and we have a conversation with them, they say, well, I'm not really interested in purchasing a home right now, but I would be happy to hear from you guys if you want to call me on a regular basis. And I'm fine with that. No problem. At some point, I'm sure I'm going to do something, but right now, I don't have any immediate plans. So then we put them in the incubate pipeline, and we have a certain set of action plans in incubate where we're going to continue calling them on a regular basis, which is about 45 days, 60 days, 45 days, 60 days, which actually is a pretty long time. 45 days later, we're going to call them a second time. We used to call them on a 60 to a 90-day cycle, but it was very interesting what we found. Some of them had already closed on a home. So we called them and they said they had no plans at all. And then we called them 6 days later and they had closed on a home already. And what we found after we researched this was when we called them, they had no plan, but then they started thinking about it, went to a couple open houses, and we planted the seed in their head, and something propagated, and then they ended up buying one. So we shortened that. And so the very first incubate call is like 7 days and then 14, and then it's a 45, 60-day call because we were going to call them 2 times in the short term just to check in with them again to see if anything has changed. And that's the incubate pipeline. If that call went a little differently and they said, yep, we're looking to sell our home, boop, we create a room. We create an actual transaction room. And in the transaction room, it has the whole transaction room that you would normally have for a transaction. And then you are the agent assigned to that transaction room. And then if it's a lead in the company, the room is assigned to the agent, the client is assigned to the company so we can track them, but the room is assigned to you and you're going to be getting all of the action plan reminders to be calling them on a regular basis to keep up with them. If at the point you get them under a representation agreement because you were amazing and you set the appointment, you went out and met them, and they signed the representation agreement, then we put them in the representation agreement pipeline. And that rep agreement pipeline is not that you want them to sign one, but they have. So once they've signed the rep, then the representation agreement, they sit in here. So then you can see here are all the people or in your incubate pipeline. These are people that are okay with them hearing from you, but they're not haven't agreed to anything yet. They're nurturing, they're doing something, but they haven't signed a representation agreement yet. The rep agreement, here they are. What's up, Lisa?
I just wanted to say, and if you do that this month during Mega, as soon as they sign it and you change it to rep agreement, let me know the room number because guess what? That's 500 points right there.
That's 500 points. That's exactly right. So, and once they have signed the rep agreement, then now you're trying to get them under contract. And then poof, they're in the under contract pipeline. And now they're in the under contract pipeline. And then when you close them, they're in the closed pipeline. So for your closed transactions, our recommendation is that you create a room and then set the lender that it had and all of the information and put all of the contact information for those prior closings, because then your system is going to track all of your closed people. And those people are going to have special pipelines for special calls dedicated to them. So now you're tracking your new, your intent to reach, your last chance, your incubate, your nurturing, your rep agreement, your under contract, and your closed in their own separate pipelines. And every single client, every single customer, that every single contact in your database has one of these pipelines allocated to them. Everyone has to have a pipeline. We have one called Park. Sometimes you're going to import everything from your phone. We're going to automatically put them in Park. Park is, we're not going to assign them to anything yet until you have decided what pipelines they're going to go in. And then we have canceled, which is a transaction that didn't make it to the closing table. And that's a good piece of information as well. Miriam.
So are we manually putting our past closings, like not before we came to Realty Texas, are we manually putting those somewhere so that they get in the closed pipeline? I think I still don't understand that part.
That's okay. And you're going to have on Tuesday in the afternoon an entire drill down session where Gavin is going to walk you through every single question that you have. All of you should have already taken CXM training with Gavin. That's a requirement as a new agent training, that when you come to Realty Texas, that one of the first things you do is get into the CXM training, and then he spends an entire hour with you, and he's having this training multiple times a month. So I don't do the CRM training myself. I am giving you the conceptual thing of how the system was built, how it's to be used, not the actual what button you're going to click for anything, because I'm going to let Gavin keep doing that. But the answer to your question is yes, for each one of those closings, you're going to create a room and assign the client. And then now you're going to have a set of conversations in there and everything is assigned to that room. You can put the documents for the transaction that happened and everything is siloed into that particular transaction, including the production and all the rest of it. So it's how the system was built. It was built and designed for real estate agents and transactions, which allows one customer to be in the under contract pipeline and a rep agreement pipeline and a closed pipeline at the same time. Sometimes they're buying two homes and they're going to buy a commercial property and they're going to buy a residential lot. And who knows what? There could be having three transactions going, which means we're doing it room based. So the room itself is assigned to a customer and the room has the pipeline. You see, so that there's a one-to-many relationship. One person can have many transactions, and the transaction is what is being tracked here. So that we're making the phone calls based on where they are in the process. And that was the very best way to build a CRM because we had Chime. Chime was a third-party company, and every time someone bought a home from us in Chime and they were in the real estate segment, we had to create a new client record for them and put a number 2 after their email address because that's the only way that Chime would work. One person can buy one home and that's it. The database was failed from the beginning. So we looked at it and said, we're going to track the people in where they are in the transactions, and it's going to be a transaction management platform CRM. So first one, you have the new pipeline. We're going to contact them as soon as we can, less than 20 seconds, 2,200. And the nurturing pipeline, so what is the intent when a client is inside the new pipeline? What do you want to do with them? You're going to try to get in touch with them as soon as possible, and the goal is less than 20 seconds. And the nurturing pipeline, again, this pipeline here that's in yellow, in green. They actually said, yes, I do want to work with you guys in some way. So what is the goal in nurturing? Is to get a rep agreement, get them pre-qualified. In a rep agreement, what is the goal? Is to get them under contract. And when they're closed, what is the goal? Well, to get referrals. And so we're trying to move them forward. And knowing where they are in the process means that you can have the right conversation with the right people, just knowing exactly where they are in the pipeline. And when you log into CXM, in the top left corner, this is what you see. This is the control panel for all of your transactions. We have the tier 1, which I call the ice cold, and the green, which is green for money. So when you log into your CXM, you see this panel exactly like this. The new, the intent to reach, the last chance, the incubate, and the do not call. Going back, it's all of these: the new, the intent to reach, the last chance, the incubate, and the do not call. These tier 1s, which are people who we have either not spoken with yet, or if we have spoken with them and they said, well, we're really not interested in doing anything yet, then they're sitting here in incubate. And we have smart plans applied to these. So if you go in the system right now, you'll see about 18 to 20,000 opportunity vault clients, which means our customers, they were in intent to reach. They went from new to intent to reach to last chance. They never answered the phone and they fell into the opportunity vault. So these are people that you can spend time just from home, and anybody can call the opportunity vault from home. This is open to the entire company 24/7. Actually, it stops off at 9 o'clock at night because I said that and someone actually called someone really late. So I need to really watch my words, don't I? You have access to this pipeline from home, and you're able to push it and call our opportunity vault from anywhere. But if it's the database, some of these, you don't have access to these. You only have access to your own. So when you come into our office and sit down, then you'll see this. Now, if you're calling from home, we're going to open up a pipeline for you that's going to show up, and you're going to see 2 incubates. One is the company's and one is yours. So from home, you'll start seeing the incubate for the company, and it'll say company incubate. So then you can see and you can call that incubate. But you click new, and it shows you a list of everybody that's in new. You click intent to reach, it's going to show everybody who's in intent to reach. You click last chance, it's going to show everybody that's in last chance. And then the tier 2 are the people who have agreed in some way to work with us or showed willingness that they want to. So they are willing. So willing gets turned on and we create a room, and now we're trying to figure out, are they ready and are they able? So the nurturing, these are people who have not yet gotten a rep agreement signed. Then our rep agreements, our under contracts are closed and are canceled. So you can see here that all of the transactions are neatly folding inside of CXM, not based on a person, but based on a room here, as tier two is a room, or a person is here. Okay. All right. So this is a one sheet that will tell you a little bit about each pipeline and exactly what the pipeline is there to do. Christina.
I know lead routing happens from our Realty Texas website into our CXM here. Can I set up lead routing from my personal website that I have?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 100%. Yep. Okay, so the new pipeline is where all new leads go. When someone registers and they're a brand new lead, they're going to land in your new. They're going to automatically get a text message. They're automatically get an email. You're going to get a notification on your app to call them, and then you're going to make that first attempt. Then, conversely, the intent to reach. This is probably the most important pipeline you have through the entire system. And this is where you would really want to focus your attention on, because these are people who register on the website. They had a question, and we know that we have to call them 9 times in order to get a hold of them. And so we're going to be calling our 9 times. So we want to make sure that we make good on on our promise. So your morning and afternoon calls should be completed. Because if you call someone in the morning and say, hey, I'm going to call you this afternoon, and then you don't call them, then you missed a promise. So we want to make sure that, we make good on the promise that we make. So in intent to reach, we're trying to convert as many of these as we can. And out of 100, we're going to probably convert 4 in the short term, and we'll convert more than 4 in the long term. If we've gone through all of the intent to reach calls and still have not gotten in touch with them, again, they fall into the last chance. And what's interesting is there's a 90% chance of getting a hold of them in last chance, because there's a 90% chance of getting a hold of them on the ninth call. And so on the eighth call, really. And so the 7, 8, and ninth call and 6, 7, 8, ninth call is all happening inside last chance, which is why I created its own little segment. Because when you're calling the last chance pipeline, that you have a 90% chance of getting a hold of them. So that's a very important one, and we're not going to get through the day without calling the last chance. So as an agent, you're going to click new and call the new first, call the last chance second, and then call the ones in the middle, because you can start seeing the value of the timeliness of calling the tier one pipelines, new, intent to reach, last chance, or incubate, versus your nurturing calls. If you call someone on day 31 instead of day 30, they're not going to know the difference anyway. So the timely calls, you should get your tier one phone calls done first, and then the nurturing calls done second. So again, last chance, you got that 90% chance of getting a hold of them. If they have agreed to purchasing a home or interested in working with us and want to explore their options, we create a room, and we're trying to set an appointment with them to meet them. We're going to set up a MLS client gateway to start delivering them properties. We're going to send them an RPR report on the property that they favorited. The status is talk with them, set an appointment, and go meet them in the real world. And the very best way to meet them in the real world is at a property with your information about brokerage services and one-page buyer rep agreement. Or if they're not interested in that, coffee shop or at the office. But the goal here in nurturing is to get a representation agreement signed. So your goal in nurturing is appointment setting. They've agreed to work with us, but we don't have a representation agreement signed. So we know exactly laser focused what we're supposed to be doing with this group of people. We're supposed to be getting a representation agreement signed with them. And then once we do have a representation agreement signed, that is the people that we're trying to go help. And we're going to start delivering brokerage services to them, helping them get a lease or sell their home or help them buy. So we're going to upload the listing agreement. Most of the time, the listing agreement will have originated from our systems, whether through the 3-second buyer rep in the app, or from our room system, either way. But the idea here is we have now a signed representation agreement, and we are trying to find a property for them. Once they have a receipted contract, then we're going to move them to the under contract pipeline, and it's going to send them a congratulations email. And when you move them into this pipeline, and then now it's about focusing on getting them to the closing table, sending out emails to all the different parties, and which is going to be most of week 3, we're going to be talking about from contract to close. Then the close pipeline, where you're going to be getting all your referrals from. We're going to be contacting them first. The first call that you're going to make as soon as they close is 60 days, which is a sooner call than we do as we start getting out in years. I think on year 3, we call year 1, year 0, really. We call them in 60 days, and then we call them in 90 days, and then 120 days thereafter, starting with year 3. So really, you're calling them twice a year after year 3, but before that, years 1 and 2, you're calling them every 90 days. But on the first year, you're going to call them 60 days and then on a 90-day interval. So the system is tracking all of this, so you don't have to. A lot of brain power is extended on what makes most sense to set up the action plans, and you can print an entire report of the action plans. And we actually shared one with you already here inside Mega, so that you have the entire action plan so you can see it. But you have the ability to modify these. So if you want to change the dates or add another one, you have the ability to, and it will be applied to that pipeline. So the action plans we have are not applied to a person, they're applied to a pipeline. So everybody in new has got the same pipeline. Everybody in intent to reach has the same set of calls. Now, you can exempt someone from the pipelines, or you can simply not turn the action plans at all on. So when people come into, by default, your action plans are not turned on. And when you import all of your leads, they're going to come into this pipeline here that we call Park, and they're all going to be sitting there, and none of our action plans are turned on. And you get to turn on the action plans per pipeline. So maybe you turn on the new, the intent to reach, and the last chance, and you leave those, and you start getting a feel for what they look like. But you turn them on per pipeline. And then any client or any lead that's inside that pipeline, you're going to be getting the text messages. The text messages are going to auto go, the emails are going to auto go, and then you're going to have the call pop up that's going to have a call task reminder for you to call them. Separately, we have this concept of reminders, where you can set up anybody on an individual reminder. Separate from the reminders is these action plans that were really well thought out, designed by us and our team over years of doing this. So on the closed pipeline, then you can exempt a specific lead from the action plans. So let's say you have 100, you've turned on the closed pipeline, but there's one specific person in there that you don't want to have reminders for. So you can go into that lead and say action plans no, and then they will be exempt, and you're not going to get the call task reminders for that particular person. So again, none of the action plans are turned on by default. When you import all your data, they go into Park. Then you start putting people into the right pipelines. You can turn on the action plans, and then you can exempt a specific contact from an action plan. Some agents decide that they're going to run the CRM all from reminders, and they create a bunch of reminders. I think reminders are great, but we have annual reminders for birthdays or house anniversary. So reminders and the action plan settings are completely two different things. And then the dead lead, of course, is simply our do not call, period, do not call pipeline. Do not call them. Our system blocks it. We're not even able to hit the dial button because they said that they don't want to call us at all. Okay, that is the last slide. But what we have, which I was hoping, is about 15 minutes to go through the scripts. You will see that Mega has a scripts section that is also in the email, and it has all of our scripts in the back of the mega. And that was sent out as our after class email in the recap email. These scripts are there. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back at 4:38. When we get back, after you've had some coffee and got some blood pumping, because we're going to do script practice for 30 minutes at the end of the today. I was hoping we would have 30 minutes. We have just enough time to do the script practice, which is perfect. So again, this wasn't designed to teach you how to use our CRM. This was designed to show you how it was built and what the pipelines are so you can understand the philosophy behind the CRM. And on Tuesday after Mega Mini, you're going to sit down with Gavin, and then Gavin's going to show you how it works. Okay, again, 4:28, see you back at 4:38. So as I initially promised, we created this whole mega thing to be a journey, beginning with obliterating the mindset that there is scarcity going on, that no transactions are closing, because that's not the case. It's unlimited, unsurpassed opportunity out there. Then the importance of reaching out to your people and how your spheres and your family and friends is your best source of data, best source of referrals, and how to look at your database differently. That we're going to look at our database as a referral source, not a transaction source, and how important it is to call your people, and that we have to be calling them on a reoccurring time. And then jumping in, how are we going to call these people? Weaved through this whole thing is our mission or value proposition. But when we call them, what are we going to say? How should we prepare ourselves for the calls? What mental mindset should we be in before we make the call? How do you say hello? How do you keep the conversation going? What are some good conversation starters like the Ford script? Give you some really good tips there. And then, of course, we have the actual scripts, but you got to also know how to get everything into your CRM and then use this tool. The tool is not going to get in the way of calling your people, because you can dial a phone number in your app, but the tool is just to kind of help you organize. I know you're going to have a lot of questions, and Gavin's going to show you how. We have a full-time person who is excited to make sure that you have access to him all the time if there's any issues regarding the CRM. I am not the go-to person for the CRM. The company would come to a screeching halt if I was, because people have lots of questions. So that's fully manned by him, and I've delegated that, and he does a great job. So here we are now in the scripts portion of it. And then we are going to start next week with building a referral-based business, and then trust in the digital age and getting videos out there and marketing yourself. And then we're going to start on Friday with the CMA. Friday is the real beginning of the digging into the real estate meat, as Christina said, coming out of class 1. Third week is buyer and seller presentations. On Monday, listing, marketing, and grand open. On Wednesday and Friday, I was working with builders. Then the next week, it's bulletproof contracts on Monday, offer to appraisal on Wednesday, and then the negotiation masterclass on that Friday. So here we are, ending week 1, about to start week 2, and Monday and Wednesday of next week is still generating the business and converting it, getting information out there and marketing yourself as a practitioner. So Monday, it's focusing on building a referral-based business and tips and tricks on how to build a referral-based business specifically, and your business plan and all of that, putting the plan in place. And then Wednesday, trust in the digital age, which is marketing yourself and how you should market your business. And then again, Friday, we jump into the real estate side of it and we launch from that point forward. So it's the journey from A all the way to Z. Here we are in the middle. Inside your chat is our mega scripts. I'm going to take you through them on the screen. We've already talked about this one a little bit. If we're calling 8 times or 9 times, sometimes we haven't had this much, this objection very much, but sometimes people would call, and the first thing that they would say is, "Gosh, why are you guys calling me so much?" We're returning their call. We didn't just pick their number randomly and pound the phones on them. Quite the opposite. We're returning their call, and it's very structured. For the days we call once a day, and other days we call twice a day. But you'll notice on that 7th, 8th, 9th call, that last chance, we're calling in the morning and the afternoon because we double down on that day on those calls because I know that's the highest propensity of getting a hold of them. And it said, break it up, call at different times of the day because you need to do that too. And we're never calling at lunch. We're calling in the morning and the afternoon, which are the two highest propensity times of getting a hold of them. So if I'm working this hard just to get in touch with you, imagine how hard I'm going to work to find you the perfect home or whatever you want to say as part of that script. This is the script that we've used for a really long time. Now, Zillow came in when we were on the Zillow leads, and they were very specific with their recommendation in our lead gen because we were one of their top converters. We were one of the largest purchasers in the country at that time of Zillow leads. So they came in, they met with our team, they did the whole thing. From what I learned from Zillow and Realtor.com and Homes.com has come these scripts. And first, it's the 5 things. The first script is when we know all 5 things. Their name, of course, we know our name, our brokerage name, the lead source, and the property they're inquiring about. So it goes, hi Tom, this is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. Zillow said you're interested in 123 Main Street. When did you actually see that property? When we have all 5 pieces of information, when we're calling them back, it makes things a heck of a lot easier. We run a lot of Facebook ads, and when we run the Facebook ads, the leads come in with a property address. So we have the 5 things. So we call them, we've got their name, we know where they came from. Hi, Tom, this is Jack Stapleton. Looks like you responded to one of our ads from Facebook. How can I help? That's the general call. It's very important that you understand why we're saying each one of these things. First, we say their name because they don't know us, they don't see where the call is coming from, so they're suspicious already. So it's hi Tom. Like, okay, how do these people know my name? I'm not going to yell at them yet because I don't want to embarrass myself. Who are these people? So they pause for a second and they let us get a little bit more out. My name is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. Trek says that we have to identify ourselves as a real estate agent as early in the conversation as possible. So this is really a regulatory requirement. Hi, Tom. This is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. And then we drop the source on them, Zillow. And they're like, oh, okay, got it. Or Facebook, like, okay, I remember. And hopefully it was soon enough since then when they registered that, like you all said in their breakout session, that this all kind of makes sense. It's all timely. You're in the same time frame of mind because they're still focused on that. They're still emotionally attached to it, and they're going to be very willing and excited to talk, and probably have the time and space to have that conversation at that moment because they clicked the call button. So here is the actual setting the appointment because they answered. So this is script version 1 in the new pipeline because they answered. We have a separate one as a voicemail script, but this is the answer script because we called them and they answered the phone. So it's, hi Tom, this is Jack Stapleton with an agent with Realty Texas. Realtor.com asked me to reach out regarding 123 Main Street. I wanted to check to see if you're interested in seeing the property and to answer any questions you have. Set the appointment. Miriam.
So you mentioned earlier today that a lot of times they think they're reaching the listing agent. So what if we start the conversation and that comes out that's like, oh, I already have an agent. I thought you were the listing agent. Is there a different script for that, I guess?
You know, what we tell them is, listing agents are notoriously difficult to get a hold of. You've reached us. We're not the listing agent, but if you've got questions regarding the property, we can facilitate getting the answers to the questions. What questions do you have and how can I help? I acknowledge what they said. I dismiss it and then I say, how can I help you? I can answer whatever questions you have. Now, if they say I have an agent, then I'm going to approach that differently, but that's not what they say. They never say I have an agent, I want to talk to the listing agent. They always say I want to talk to the listing agent. And they usually don't tell us that. So then that's my approach. If if they say I have an agent, I am very bold and I say, "Great, can I have the name and number of your agent?" Because before I can talk to you, I need to have authorization from them that I can speak to you. And then they're usually honest. Oh, well, I don't really have an agent. No problem. I can understand the hesitancy in talking with a real estate agent, but we're really just taking an approach here of trying to assist and help you with whatever questions you have. So, did you have some questions regarding the property that I could ask? And just, forgive them for their sins and slash that and move on. So, that's how I would approach that. But that question that you asked, is answered almost every week in our sales meeting. That question and so many more. By the time we get out of this class, you start realizing, I wonder what other scripts are out there that Realty Texas has mastered. And our weekly sales meeting that's on Tuesday every week at 9 o'clock is when they jump in. Is it Tuesday or is it Monday? I don't even remember anymore because we moved it. I think it's Tuesday at 9 where the entire company meets and Gavin is in there and Andrew Constancio is in there. Yeah, it is definitely Tuesday at 9. And they all jump in there and we have a good, strong sales meeting regarding scripts, listening to good phone calls that came through. So please make sure that you fit in somehow once you get out of Mega our weekly sales meetings at 9 o'clock in the morning. And actually, next week, I'm hoping that you guys do make the sales meeting in Mega. Okay, so here is the V1 script. First, we want to offer to show them. Are there any other homes you'd like to see? So this would be a script. Sarah, would you role play with me?
Sure.
Great. Hi, Sarah. This is Jack Stapleton, an agent with Realty Texas. Zillow asked me to reach out regarding 123 Main Street. I wanted to check to see if you're interested in seeing the property and to answer any questions you may have.
Yes, Jack. The property, I need to know the square footage, the any other I need to know the square footage and also is it available for investors?
Those are great questions. I can answer all the questions. Curious, did you have interest in seeing the property?
Yes, I did. Perhaps Wednesday at 3 o'clock, 3 p.m.
Okay. Actually, that time works quite well with me. Is there any other properties that you wanted to see other than this 123 Main Street that's on your list?
No, just this one. And also, if I decide to, um, do you work with 1031 exchange investors?
We work with 1031s all the time. We have a
All right.
1031 exchange called Starker Exchange. They're one of the largest 1031 exchanges in the world. They've been around since 1989, and we work with them. Are you working with an exchange?
No, I'm just curious.
Okay, awesome. Well, if you're not currently working with Exchange, you're going to need to have an intermediary that's going to be able to assist you with that, and we can get you in touch with the 1031 Exchange. That is really the first one to ever hit the market. So I will set an appointment with the listing agent to show you this property, 123 Main Street, Wednesday at 1 o'clock, whatever I would have written it down, Wednesday at 1 o'clock. If there's any other properties that you want to see that pop up on your list in the meantime, call me. This is my cell phone number. And I can show you those properties as well. And by the way, if somebody else from my firm calls you, let them know that Jack's already helped you. And I'm going to follow up with a text message confirming the date and time and the property address. Did you have any other questions?
No, you answer everything. Thank
Okay.
you.
I'm going to send you a property report because I know you had questions regarding the square footage and some other things. So I'm going to send you a property report so that you have that information um, and I'm really looking forward to seeing you on Wednesday.
The same. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. I'll talk to you soon. So then I'm going to call Sarah the morning of, first thing in the morning, and I'm going to confirm the appointment. And then I'm going to meet her out there with my information about brokerage services. So this is the answered script. If she didn't answer, this becomes the voicemail script. Hi, Sarah. This is Jack Stapleton, an agent with Realty Texas. Zillow asked me to call regarding 123 Main Street. I wanted to check to see if you're interested in seeing the property and to answer any questions you may have. Please feel free to call or text back. My number is 512, blah, 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 blah. I'll also try to reach you again shortly. I look forward to talking with you soon. And leave that voicemail leave that as a voicemail. Now we've covered all of the elements, and that's the voicemail we leave. Very simple, very clean, nothing less, nothing more. This works, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. 99% of the leads that come into our system or our organization are based on a property address because that's how we run all of our ads. All of our ads are based on a property address and they come in based on a property address. And quite frankly, 99% of them are going to be sign calls. So it's going to be, hi, Tom. My name is Jack Stapleton at Realty Texas. Looks like you had a question with one of our in-house listings at 123 Main Street. I wanted to check to see if you're interested in seeing the property. Exactly the same thing. Exactly the same question. Now, you'll notice that I'm not trying to pre-qualify them. I'm not asking them, do you have a real estate agent? All of those questions. Sometimes they'll offer that, and then I'm going to ask them, what's your agent's name? And so I can get in touch with them because I'm not authorized to talk with you because you're in a representation agreement. So I need to make sure I get authorization from them to speak to you. Back on track again. Um, we're not asking those questions because I'm not going to commingle prospecting with conversion. And I understand how important those two things are different. And then we have agents that says, but wait, I'm going to waste my time. And I'm going to tell you this. If you think about a person as a transaction, then you really fail the test. I have had a client, well, I had a consumer that had an agent, bought the property with that agent, and sold the house with me 5 years later. And so I am going to end up with the client at some point. If they're under a representation agreement, I'm going to say, you know what, you're under a representation agreement with that firm. If you're not happy with that firm, you need to talk to that agent's broker. And at the point you find yourself as a non-represented client, then I could speak to you about signing one after either your agreement is terminated or canceled or expired. But I am not going to hint that they can cancel their agreement or tell them how or send them forms or get involved in that. That's all that I can tell. But I'm going to get them impressed and they're going to wish that they worked with me. And then sometimes they're calling me and saying, I want to hire you. Great. I need to see a signed termination agreement from your firm, letting you out of the agreement. Once I have that in my hand, then I can send you a new agreement. All right. So this is the 5 elements. We're not getting into the weeds here quite yet. And then we have this script. Who would like to be the buyer? Raise your hand. Hand. First person. Okay, Christina, you're the buyer. I am the agent. So unmute. There you go, agent. Hi, Christina. This is Jack Stapleton, an agent with Realty Texas. Zillow asked me to reach out regarding 123 Main Street. I wanted to check to see if you're interested in seeing the property and to answer any questions you may have.
Great. I do want to see it. Are you free tomorrow around 3 o'clock?
Absolutely, Christina. I will meet you at the property 123 Main Street tomorrow about 3 o'clock. Are there any other homes you'd like to see?
I'm not at this time, thank you.
Okay, great. I'm putting you on my calendar for tomorrow at 3 o'clock over at 123 Main Street. Did you have any other questions that I can answer while I have you on the phone?
Nope, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, my pleasure. I'm looking forward to seeing you. If someone else calls from my firm, just let them know Jack's already helped you.
Okay, no problem.
I just sent you a text with my phone number, and if you need anything else in the meantime, please let me know.
Thank you.
Okay, exactly the same thing, just in a role play mode so that you can role play this yourself with someone else. I have put into the chat this script. What I would like you guys to do is take this particular slide and role play it 5 times each. Now I'm going to put you in groups of 4, so every single person has to have played the buyer, and each one had to have played the agent. So you're going to go around in circle until everyone has had an opportunity to be both. Now, here is the version 2 of the script. Here, we don't have the source. I don't know where they came from. So that is left out because I don't know about Zillow or Realtor.com because maybe it's a lead that we don't know the source, and that happens sometimes. So hi, Christina. This is Jack Stapleton, an agent with Realty Texas. So I'm calling back regarding your interest in purchasing a home. I wanted to see what questions you had and get a sense of what you're looking for. It's a very good opener. Well, I'm not really looking at this point. Got it. So were you looking before? Well, kind of. Did you find something? No. So your plans changed? Well, a little bit. Do you want and just keep asking them questions, and they're going to share more. And people actually are pretty open with sharing with their home search. They're usually like the coach said, either they're going to really share a lot or they're going to be close to vest. But if you ask questions, usually it pries enough open to get them talking about it. Then here is a question about you don't know the property address. Hi, Christina. This is Jack Stapleton, an agent with Realty Texas. I'm calling to follow up on your request about purchasing a home in the Austin, Texas metro. I want to see if you have any questions and learn a little bit more about what you're looking for. This is a voicemail that you're going to leave. Sorry, I missed you today. I'll try you again shortly, or you can reach me leave your phone number. Thank you for registering with Realty Texas, and I look forward to talking with you soon. I hope you're having a great day. You're going to read it in the script mode, slow, concise, excited. Hi, Christina. This is Jack Stapleton, an agent with Realty Texas. Use the whole, your speaking voice that way. I'm going fast because we're out of time. Once they are, once you're done, you're going to update the notes. You're going to update the notes, change the pipeline if you have to, spool an RPR report and send them an email. If you want, send them a bomb report or send them a bomb email, which is a video email. And in this class, in the slides, we had a whole segment on bomb, and I'm going to send it to you as homework. It's because we didn't get to it. Set up a portal form in the client gateway based on their home search, and then put the showing on your calendar so you do not forget. And when you go to the property, remember IABS, buyer rep, RPR, agent one page for the MLS, which you keep, client one page MLS, they get to keep, and then a quick CMA. If they have a question, you're only going to give them the CMA after they sign your rep agreement because the CMA is client, not customer. Okay, so I know we're getting close on time, very close, but I'm going to go ahead and put you in your groups of 4 right now, and I'm going to put you in there for 10 minutes. And if we create, there is right there, 7 rooms. Yeah, this is perfect. Okay, so again, in your meeting chat is this slide, and it's going to disappear as soon as I put you in your room. So make sure that you download the slides so that you can follow this particular script that's on page 1662 of your mega slide deck. And then when we get back, I'll pull the class back as soon as this is done. Okay, welcome back. How was your first script practice?
It was amazing.
Good.
Stupendous.
Felt a little bit like a real estate agent, huh?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So that is officially it for today's module. I do have this as homework, which is a cool video here from BombBomb. BombBomb is a third party that offers a service where you can film a video live and email it directly to the client, and the client receive the entire video and it not be embedded in the email. As an example, if you were to film a video from your phone and try to text that video or email it, it's going to say that's too long to text and it's too long to email. It's going to be too big of a file. So what BombBomb does is it live streams it up to their website and then takes a AI screenshot of it and puts it a thumbnail so the email is really light and have a play button that they can play it directly from their device, which is a way to send them a 3-dimensional version of you. You can do that at a showing. You can do it for just for any reason at all. BombBomb is very cool. I like those products that make it really, really easy for you, because otherwise you're going to have to record it and save it somewhere and send a link, but then it sends you a notification when they open it, shows you how much they've watched, and all the rest of it. So BombBomb is very popular in the real estate space. This shows you how to use it. I think you should implement it in your business because it's very cool. I know that we have a community open house this Sunday. Lisa has sent out an email regarding it. If you're not attending the open house, please pound the phones as much as you can and get as many calls in as you can. Finding your own script, take the script that I gave you versus if you know them, or if they don't know you're a real estate agent, or if they do, versus a past client, and be calling those groups separately. Remember, Monday, we're back in class at 9 o'clock. Tuesday, you've got Mega Mini. Tuesday morning, Tuesday is going to be a busy day for you. It's going to feel like a whole day of Mega, because Tuesday morning, you got the sales meeting, then you got your Mega Mini, and then afterwards, you're going to have CXM training with Gavin. I know it's a lot, but Tuesday is a really important day. Thank you all for an incredible first week of Mega. I'm so proud of you. How do you feel? Are we
Good.
ready?
Worn out.
Oh, feel very, very good.
Wonderful. Officially class dismissed. I'm going to stick around and answer any questions that you guys might have, but have a fantastic weekend. Go get some rep agreement signed, do all kinds of real estate stuff. And I
Okay.
can't wait to see you Monday morning.
Is there a exam and you're going to send that in the chat?
I am. That email should have already gone out to you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Thanks, everyone.
Uh-huh.
any of you disappear, just so you know, to answer your question, the mirrors are worth 50 points, 50. I'll drop it into the chat. So
Thanks, Lisa.
welcome.
Hey, Jack.
This is Jack.
Hey, it's Charles. Hey,
Oh.
real quick. So the mission statement, we need to deliver that today, right?
So the mission statement is something that we're going to all do together. So the answer is no.
Oh.
Keep working on the mission statement. The mission statement, actually, I wanted you to have kind of a working start of it, kind of 4 different versions of it that you're clunking around with. Keep working on it. And in Mega Module 4, which is next week, we're going to finalize it together in class.
Okay, so all the deliverables will be in that email.
Yep.
For today. Okay.
Exactly right.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Hey, Jack. For some reason, I haven't been able to see your email since last Monday. I don't know if that's like a my problem from my end or.
Yep. So, Astrid, the first day I was sending the emails to the entire company, agents at realtytexas.com, because I wasn't sure who was going to be in class. And then once we came into class, I've been sending it only to the Mega 17 group. You have an Outlook, a groups folder. You'll see the sent box, you'll see an inbox, you'll see all kinds, but there's a group folder, and you expand that group folder, and inside there will be a Mega 17 group.
Oh, okay. I see.
And they all get delivered there because Mega 17 is actually not a distribution, but a Teams group. And you can email the Teams group, but they send them to the groups inside Outlook. I wish they sent it to your inbox, but they don't.
Oh, okay. I see. Thank you so much.
Yep. Good question.
Mr.
Hi, Christina. I see your hand up like this.
Hello. Okay, so I am super excited to see you including Bum Bum in Mega, and I don't know if that was the case before, but it begs the question as a previous Bum Bum user. Since you're including it in here, are you going to negotiate any kind of um, pricing discount with them for Realty Texas or anything like that?
Yeah, we did. We do have a pricing discount. We also have a free account with BombBomb that anyone can log into and use for this exact purpose. It's not a account where you it, everyone's going to be able to see your videos because everyone can log into it. And so other agents will be able to see them. So every agent in the company has access to a free BombBomb product if they want to log into the BombBomb account. We do have a discount. When you call BombBomb and you sign up, they'll give you Realty Texas discount code, which is a discounted amount.
Okay, I'd
So
prefer
you have
that.
the
So that'd be
option of discount or free.
And are you going to have integrations within the CXM for
No,
Bob?
well, my tech team is building our own version of BombBomb that's going to be built into
Even better.
CXM.
Even
Yeah.
better.
And so that's scheduled to come out in third quarter. I know it's a long way away, but third quarter of 2026, we will have that done.
So if I sign up for I can't remember if you can do month to month on it. I'll go and I'll check that out myself.
Yep.
And there was a follow-up, but I don't remember what it was.
Well, don't run.
I remember. I remember. Okay, so I have BNI every Tuesday morning, 7:30 to 9:30. If I'm going to, I can miss as long as I have a sub. However, I can't do that multiple times in a row. So if I were going to prioritize one Tuesday morning that you'd rather me be in the sales meeting or something, is there one that you would say? Because BNI is pretty structured and I got to save my misses for.
They're doubled down. They understand my entire team is expecting Mega in all of the sales meetings. And so any one of the sales meetings that you get into this month is going to be the same. It's going to be really good. They're always good. There's not one over the other.
Okay.
Yeah. But hopefully you can make one.
Okay.
Okay. Jeanette.
On the point system, if does it cut off on the number of times you can do yoga?
It does.
Okay.
And Lisa is
I know I was going to ask
she
her, but
gets real protective of her points, so I like to stay out of her lane on that one. If you go to the introduction on Mega and you go to the points slide, which is right here, it actually tells you exactly how. Where's the point slide? It, it's it's right after this. It's right here. Okay. So yoga, you can have 250 points up to 4 times. So it shows each one how many you can have of each one.
perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Hi, Leah.
Hello. Two things. Well, one, I wanted to share my mission statement, just to kind of get some feedback, from you, if I could.
I would like to hear it.
Okay, great. So, hello, my name is Leah Vison with Realty Texas, and it is my mission and my pleasure to provide exceptional service in home ownership and selling for you and your loved ones. Let me work for you.
I like it. I think it really speaks to the heart of it all, and it's talking the consumer language, and it's very personal. I think it's a really good mission statement.
Thank you, Jack.
Yeah.
And one more thing, I took a week off of vacation for my full time to be here this week. So I'm planning on still trying to participate as much as I can via headphones at work. So I won't be much on camera next week, but I'm going to do my best to keep up with the task and be listening in as much as possible. I'm 9 to 5 there, so but my lunch break and any opportunity I have, I'll definitely be joining Mega.
Well, we would love to have you.
I also wanted to share quickly just some 5 words that I took away from being with the class, which is humbled, confidence, support, growth, and leadership. I think being around y'all for the last week and just having conversations and listening to everybody's stories definitely humbled me, and it made me excited. Having the emotional support, and I think it's really exciting that we have the CEO, you, Jack, here in the class teaching us. It's leading by example, and it's awesome. I think it's pretty great. I don't think other brokerages can say that their CEO is live in the classroom with them, giving them that one-on-one. So I feel honored to be here. I'm excited.
Wow. Thank you, Leah. That's very impressive. I appreciate the love and the kind words. Well received. Thank you.
Thanks. Y'all have a great weekend.
You too. We will see you soon. All right. We are class dismissed. If anybody else has any questions, we are going to take a couple more. Donita, I see your hand popped up.
Yes, really quick. I was just wondering if you knew when the next time you're going to be teaching the legal 1 and 2.
Miguel knows.
Miguel knows.
Yes,
Okay,
it
well,
is.
I can
It
ask
is
him.
already in the calendar of events. I actually was doing it today. So
Was it? I had scrolled a
it's
little
going to be
bit.
March 26th and 27th.
March 26th. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. And thank you for the class. Have a good weekend.
You too. Good job today.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Katie, look in your Teams, and Katie dropped in that message on how to do, how to find all the things like your score tracking and all of that. So it's in the Teams now for you.
Nick, I don't think I'm the member. I have a sign in for Scribe, and that's what Katie has said. If you want to find out the emails and stuff, you have to go through Scribe.
You have to go where?
Scribe. I don't know if that's what she has said on the team.
No.
No.
So it says to find the group emails, go to scribehow.com viewer.
Okay. Why don't you Katie's still here. Can you just Teams her and ask her directly?
I have. I have texted her actually 5 minutes back. So.
And again, I think if you can come in with your laptop and it's going to be much easier for us to help you when you're here.
Yeah, for sure. But it's not just me, and many others are not able to see the email.
Well, a few of you.
I'm not seeing the email.
Yeah,
Right.
the link that she sent is just for a video to show you, to walk you through it, but you have to sign in to Scribe to view the video. So we'll just have to have Katie unlock it and make it public.
Interesting. She just dropped it. I didn't even try to look at it myself. So yet.
One note on the open house.
Yes.
For Kim this weekend. She's made it clear to me that Wiltshire is not available on Saturday.
Okay, we're not doing anything on Saturday as a group at all.
Okay, because it's just the training with Lisa.
Saturday open houses at all. So if she had put it out there and you signed up, then just that's between you and Kim.
Right. But on the email that you sent, it kind of confused me for a moment because it reads like we're going to split into two groups between West Highfield and Wiltshire.
Because you signed up for Wiltshire, and then Lisa St. John to visit between both houses, but you were there because you actually signed up for that because Kim didn't block it. And in all fairness, you
right. And it's only available on Sunday.
That's correct. Those are only Sunday what I sent.
Okay. Just want to make sure that that Wiltshire is Sunday and I'm at Highfield on Saturday. And
open house at all.
God.
It doesn't help.
Okay.
Yeah, or 104 and 140. Like it's confusing. But anyway.
Yeah, because the sellers are still going to be occupying the home on Saturday.
That is correct.
Yep. Okay. Got it. I just want to make sure I was on the right page. Okay. I'm good. I am crystal clear.
Clear as mud. All right. Indu, I can see if Katie's still available, but I don't know how else. And I can also.
I can come tomorrow if it's a Saturday. I asked the question, but I didn't get the response. If you are available tomorrow, no.
Hey, Indu, Katie just unlocked the Scribe, so you should be good to see it.
Good. Okay.
It's unlocked. Yeah, we were working in the background. It's done.
Thank you. Y'all can go in through that now without having to subscribe.
Yep, okay. It's open. Thank you, Miguel. Thank you, Katie.
I'm so glad when they listen in the background because those two are the techie kids here. So he's got your back.
Thank you. Got it.
All right. See y'all later.
Thank you, Lisa.
That was great. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you, everyone.